Big bucks, Bronco.
Remember Jack.
You don't wanna miss this, baby. Oh yes, believe it, baby. We make the place go crazy.
You'll be proud of me.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
Liveri is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
I have no words, James. No
words. Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back.
It is Simone Vinciak who takes the trophy. Goat man, the goat man.
This part, this right here, never gets old.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the final table of EPT 20. That's right, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour right here at Casino Barcelona. It is the main event final table, 6 remaining from a starting field of 1,975. They're going to play down to a champion today with a first prize of 1.5 million euros. It's James Harshcombe with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And now I have a Maria. Ho, ho, ho.
Hello.
And we would love to hear from you over the course of today. Twitch, YouTube, we've got the live chat on those channels. You can also check out what's happening on the PokerStars X, Facebook, and Instagram pages. Well, yesterday was a long day. Here's what happened on day 6. 16 players returned, vying for a seat at the final table. Start of day chip leaders Rania Nasreddine and Stephen Song headlined the feature table, where Govert Matal was the first player out. And Song KO'd Yellow Myrna shortly after. More eliminations followed, with a sick run out that saw Harry Lodge exited 10th, getting us down to the unofficial final table. It then took more than 2 levels before we lost our next player, Barcelona 2022 finalist, Fabiano Kowalski. Unable to get there against Rania Nasreddine. Lin Jianwei also found himself all in against Rania. And it was another ridiculous run out. The day ended with Alex Fournier needing a spade to survive against David Coleman.
Yeah. Let's go! Come on! Let's go!
No help for Fournier. That took us down to 6. Stephen Song back the chip lead, but the big story is back-to-back final tables for Rania Nasreddine. So Stephen Song is the biggest stack, 15 million, which equates to 60 big blinds. Marius Bottea not that far behind him with 58 big blinds. 41 bigs for David Coleman, 33 for Rania Nasreddine. 2 shortest stacks, Andrew Hume with 22 big blinds, Boris Kuzmanovic with 21. We are coming back with the blinds at 125, 250. We've got 31 minutes to play at that level, and then we'll roll straight into level 34 when the big blind will go up to 300k, and that's going to put the pressure on Hume and Kuzmanovic unless they can chip up during the early session. With just 6 players remaining, they have locked up big cash money. Everyone now guaranteed at least 300k. And of course, up top is 1.5 million euros. 4 payouts for the players at this final table. Now that we are at 6 players, you get a big jump in prize money with every single elimination. So ICM consideration is likely to handcuff the play, Maria, especially with a lot of middling stacks.
Yeah, you see that Stephen Song is in prime position to take advantage of the fact that, you know, they're not going to want to be playing big pots. They want to maintain good chip position and wait out the short stacks.
And no jump bigger in prize money, Joe, than between the runner-up and the winner. Okay, better part of $1 million for the runner-up, but a genuine 7-figure score for the winner, more than 1.5 million.
I guess my question would be, you know, Stephen Song, a very accomplished, very experienced player. Do you think there's any difference between the way he would have played without the break overnight coming in today? Would he change his ICM strategy at all, or does he already know what he's doing to that extent?
I mean, I think he definitely is well studied enough to have a general approach, but what you can do overnight is plug in these stack sizes and have a very good idea and a very precise idea of exactly how to approach the different chip distribution that you're coming into today.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Steven Song, a player with $6.5 million in documented live tournament earnings, including a World Series of Poker bracelet. We've mentioned a few times in the last few days that he was the 2022 GPI Player of the Year. Now, most of his results have come on the American circuit, but his biggest result outside of the US was here in Barcelona in 2019, when he took down a 2K side event for 185K. So he does make regular trips across the Atlantic and has become a regular fixture on the EPT. He is one of 3 American players to make this final table. That's right, 50% of the finalists are from the USA. We'll talk about the other players in a moment, but let's hear from Steven Song. We spoke to him a few minutes ago and asked him what is his strategy coming into today, bearing in mind that he has the chip lead, but only a slight advantage over Patea.
I don't really come in with like a set strategy. I kind of just try to take it hand by hand, but you know, just try to take it hand by hand, not get like emotional or caught up if I like lose a big pot or win a big pot. Just try to play my best, and you know, whatever way the cards fall, so be it.
If you were to happen to win the main event, what does it mean to you to hold that trophy and be champion?
That would be pretty incredible. It would just be a way to really solidify my name in the poker world. And honestly, it's so hard to even have a shot at a tournament like this with so many people. Yeah, it would just mean everything to be able to capitalize on this moment.
Steven Song looking forward to being an EPT champion again. To highlight, there are 3 Americans, and if we look back at the early years of the EPT, Maria, American players were actually quite dominant, but in recent years, not so much. And now 50% of the final table repping the USA.
Yeah, I mean, we have to give credit where it's due. You know, European players are incredibly tough to play against. They've gotten a lot better over the years, and some even say, you know, it's much tougher fields out here than in the US. So to see 3 Americans here, you know, it just means that we're still holding our own.
Well, one of the other American players is Rania Nasreddine, making back-to-back EPT final tables. An incredible accomplishment. And how is she feeling today, coming into her 2nd EPT final?
Today's an emotional day. Back-to-back final tables. Told you a little bit earlier, my brother's been in the hospital for, Monday will be 3 weeks. So, you know, and that's not something, you know, it's always like kind of at the back of your mind, like I'm out here playing a game, and my brother's in the hospital, like fighting for his life, and he's in a good place, safe place. But so today is like bittersweet, because like I'm getting to do something that like most of the poker world would kill for. Same time thinking about my family back home. But today is like a really fresh start for me, because there was a lot of questions like, can you make another deep run? Like, how far can you go? And like that question's been addressed. So now I just like get to play. And the other thing, and I'm not, you know, I love the 5 other players I'm playing against, but I promise you, not one of them loves playing poker as much as me. Like, I legitimately love playing poker. Yes, the money is good. Yes, the competition is fun, but like I actually love playing poker. I love seeing my hands. I love seeing what they get. I love seeing how they react. So I'm going to enjoy the hell out of today.
Obviously a lot going your way, a lot back home for you. Pile that all together into one. What would that mean for you to win here today and hold that trophy and take it home? It's a big question.
If I were to get the trophy, it would not be for me, it would be for my brother. And so we'll just see what happens today. Sorry.
Understandably, a difficult time for Rania with what her brother's going through right now, and obviously we wish him the very best. What I love best about her is her honesty. She says, I'm not that good. I'm out kicking my coverage, as we say in America. In some ways, downplaying her skills at the table, Maria.
I mean, not this coverage.
Yeah, I mean, Rania's been around for a while, right? I mean, I remember playing with her, against her, you know, for many, many, many years. And so to finally see her, you know, string some of these deep runs, I think is just the validation that she needs for the time that she's put in, for her love of the game, which is very evident.
And there is the third American at this final table, David Coleman, an NAPT finalist. Let's hear from him.
So I have a pretty bad seat with Steven to my left, who's a real nightmare to deal with. So I kind of have to chill and kind of let him do the dirty work, and you know, not do anything too fancy, and let the short stacks bust, and then see what happens after that. Yeah, my girlfriend Kim will be here, along with Justin Saliba, his girlfriend Mila, and I'm sure some other people will be dropping in and out, like maybe a Ram Zobian or Brock Wilson, Cherish Andrews. Yeah, should be a good one. Yeah, it would mean a lot to me. It would, I think, be the pinnacle, or for sure be the pinnacle of my career, and to start off my EPT Barcelona, you know, campaign with a win in the main would just be unbelievable.
Here's a hashtag fun fact about David Coleman, Maria. And obviously he's had some great results in poker, but coming into 2024, he had never had a win before, had never actually taken down a live tournament. By the end of January of this year, he had 4 wins.
Yeah, it's been a pretty incredible year for Coleman, and you know, he'll be the first to say that he's obviously running very well, but you know, he is somebody that I think has just put work into his game. He puts in the volume, and now he's really able to showcase all of that here today at his biggest final table of his career.
The UK is represented at this final table by Andrew Hume from Nottingham. More EPT trophies have gone to the UK than any other country in the world. If Andrew Hume were to win today, he would be the 20th British EPT champion.
20 for 20.
And we discussed yesterday that Hume is best known for his appearances on the quiz show Countdown, now hosted by former EPT commentator Colin Murray. He is a so-called Octo champ. He achieved 8 consecutive daily victories.
I'm sorry, there's a British game show where you just count?
It's about words, it's about numbers, it's about a countdown clock that goes boom.
Sounds easy.
Does he have to have like a genius level IQ to be an Octo champ?
One of those quiz shows which is very much about testing intelligence rather than luck. We saw Marius Bătaia as well there. Of course, he is repping Romania.
You're of Romania.
And he came very close to making a final table in Monte Carlo 7 years ago. Since then, we haven't seen much of him. He's been missing from the tour in recent years, but is now back with a vengeance. Actually won a seat to Barcelona on PokerStars, but busted that first bullet and then bought himself back in. And I guess that was a wise 5K investment, because he's now guaranteed more than 300K.
How's your shit?
Great. Rush. The fastest shitter on the planet. Oh.
Steven Song taking his seat at the table. The only player we haven't discussed, by the way, is Boris Kuzmanovic from Zagreb in Croatia. He could make history today, because there has never been a Croatian champion on the European Poker Tour.
Give me like 4 plus or 1 or 0.
Or 0.
And from what I've seen so far, he definitely has the ability to do it. I mean, he's been really solid and hasn't really made many big mistakes, kind of knows when to, you know, pump the brakes or put his foot on the gas. And again, it's needed when you have Steven Song with the chip lead. You might have to lay low a little bit.
He knows when to shove and he knows when to love.
Well, there is Boris, a 37-year-old computer consultant. Used to play online cash games pretty seriously around 10 years ago. Now just plays a few tournaments, maybe 15 events a year. He says, I've had deep runs, but nothing this big.
It's exhausting to have the lights in your eyes all day. I definitely think it wears you down.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, sure. I might put the sunglasses as well.
You got them?
I always got them, but...
I have sunglasses too if I need it.
See, a lot of people want to ban sunglasses at the table. I think they should just be mandatory.
I guess I'm here. Right?
Well, you know, along the lines of all of my health
that's right.
all of my health advice I've been sharing. You know, indoor sunglasses
This pole's in my way is the problem.
should not be, you know, that dark in terms of lenses. You really need them to be a little bit lighter color because you're not really meant to be looking through dark lenses
You just
all
trip over
day
stuff.
indoors.
Yeah.
It's bad for your eyes.
How good I see without.
So,
We are late.
you know, those little tidbits, those things exist.
Let's
They're
play
usually like
poker.
orange lens to kind of block out all of the fluorescent indoor lighting.
You're such a kook.
So just going back to Andrew Hume quickly, Undersea Monkey wishes it to be known that Countdown is a quiz show, not a game show. And the Octo Champ is the best you can be. You retire after 8 wins. He went out on top, undefeated.
Wow, it's like a regular Ken Jennings.
It's a show called Countdown where the limit is 8.
And Andrew Hume is also an accomplished online player, plays on Stars as Stato1.
I would vote. Yeah.
Now lives in Nottingham near to the Dusk Till Dawn Poker Club, where UK IPT Nottingham will be taking place in mid-November.
You can see the P splatter. Surely you want to do it sitting
Got 5 of the 6 players in their seats. Rania just finishing her photographs before she takes her seat and we can get the action started. A reminder, we're picking up with 31 minutes left on level 33. Going to play straight into level 34. That means 2 hours of uninterrupted poker at the start of this final table.
From run good Rania to running late Rania.
To be fair, we're the ones holding her up. It's the stuff that we need for TV.
I'm sorry, we just need to make you cry a few more times if you could.
I'll hang on to it. That's
So no redraw overnight. Same seats the players were in yesterday.
If you make the FT as a qualifier, do you get anything else or no?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's sticky.
I doubt.
But you're wearing a patch for a reason, I'm sure.
No, it's better.
Do you want to know who Twitter thinks is going to win, James?
Story out of it.
Not really.
It's a dead heat between Steven Song, Rania Nasreddine, and David Coleman. Although those are the only choices I gave them.
Rania taking her seat. We're ready to start.
You didn't really qualify for this one. That's funny.
Are they still calling you a qualifier?
I mean, they called that guy a qualifier too.
I mean, he said he's.
He was in for $20, he said.
Yeah, but he
The
said that
stakes not insignificant. 300k locked up, but there's an additional
But he'll still play the
1.2 million euros if you can win. Plus, you get the trophy, the title, and a place in poker
He
history.
was firing like crazy.
Oh, wow,
I
no
think
break.
he's in some Canadian stable, like small.
And looks
We're
like
going to the American way.
we are getting action
You
underway.
guys can handle it. I have the bladder that's as big as this.
Well, I literally peed like 3 times in the last.
Everyone tell us what you did about pee this morning.
Whenever I have tea, I already know I'm going to have to pee a lot.
My mother thinks very highly of your play.
Oh.
She goes, no offense to the rest of you, but she seems to have a thing for Steven.
It's easy when the cards fall your way, but I do appreciate your mother.
I guess
Sorry.
I won't be going to your
No family Thanksgiving, Dick Coleman, sorry.
Only me.
She goes, she has some
Did
caution.
you call Steven China?
She goes, no, she said not China. She said not China. She goes, he talks about numbers a lot. She goes, he really seems to know the numbers. And I was like, yes, it's very good, Mom.
He knows his
I
numbers.
think they're all very good, but she has a thing for sorry, my mom, you know, you have a God and Nasreddine energy on your side.
Good
All
luck,
of my
guys.
friends calling me like Steven.
And we are dealing blinds 125,000, 250,000 with a 250k big blind
I did
ante.
not watch
No
the
small
stream.
blind in this hand
Bless me, no.
following the elimination of Fournier last night.
I took my bath. People said things. I was like, okay.
I didn't watch the
I just want to know if anyone's checked on Kowalski this morning because yesterday we reported a murder.
He seemed fine by the time he left the stage.
Yeah. He deserved better than that, though.
Maybe it's a delayed reaction from him, but he seemed really okay.
No, I don't expect him to take it badly.
Whoa.
He's just a pro's pro.
Whoa, what was that? Whoa.
First hand of the day is a walk for Andrew Hume.
Wow, you
Take
look
it
at
easy,
crazy.
Gambit.
Does he now have to do an orbit at the table?
I bet a lot of money it was better kicker than me.
Well, I assume so too.
I mean, there is a small chance.
It wasn't King 2 even. Wow. Sounds like King 4.
4 offset.
Discipline. First hand of the day.
Actually, it was only big blind, so maybe it's a mistake.
I would always move it all in on the first hand because no one would be
Andrew.
expecting it.
That's true.
When I see the king,
I've done
I'm
enough
okay,
standing up
I'm
for
fine.
the camera.
Oh, that's
walk
fair.
if
You know
there's
what?
no
That's
small
fair.
blind?
That's fair.
shouldn't
What?
say that.
Is it a walk if there's no small?
Now we know.
No, actually, that's fair.
I'm
That's
gonna
fair.
call
That's
you
fair.
with
Yeah, you're not going to ruin our game.
Oh,
anything
Brits,
above
Brits are not
average.
ruining our party today. Thank you for whoever stacked my chips up beautifully, I might add.
I know, that's one of the great
They
things.
did not
about
do
these
nearly
places.
as nice a job with mine.
Yeah, mine are like, it's like they knew how I like the V formation,
Yeah.
my child V.
Right. C5 plays 500,000.
Second hand of the final table. No walk, and under the gun raise from Stephen Song, the chip leader making it 500k with Queen 10.
This is what you can expect to see out of Song, right? Anything reasonable from any position, it's going to be played as a raise.
Now is Rania going to respond with the nines?
I want to know what Boris is going to do.
Well, we've got Rania to act first.
Look at how Boris is reacting to Rania.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to just follow the rule of thumb, which is when you're a middling stack, if you have a hand that you don't want to go all in with, that you're not prepared to go all in with, then you're probably just going to want to do what she does, which is flat.
So she makes the call. Action now on Andrew Hume in the small blind.
Because the one person you were most afraid of like getting out of line has already done it.
Yeah, and I don't think Hume would be thinking about this without a pretty decent second card. It's not going to be a light squeeze with any ace-x, right? I mean, this consideration is only for some of your strongest ace-x's, and, you know, maybe he could even have aces.
Okay, well, we are going to see a re-raise from the small blind. Is this a legitimate squeeze? 1.65 million, that's pretty committing, considering Hume's starting stack.
Whoa, jeepers!
All in and a call.
I do not like that all in from Rania. I'm just going to have to say that. I mean, think about it. Any type of hand she's flipping against, he might have just gone all in, right? He's not going to 3-bet the ace-king. I think he would have just shoved the ace-king, right? So I just...
at the final table.
I think this is just a misstep here. She's up against it.
Good luck.
I had aces once. You've had aces.
Cool story, bro.
Has anyone else
I had jacks.
Good jacks.
So Hume did have the goods. He's got aces. Dominating favorite here to double up through Rania Nasreddine, and if she loses here, she'll be left with 11 big blinds.
Well, let's find out how much run good Rania's got today.
7.
5.
5. Everyone from me.
The flop is 10 high. Rania Nasreddine looking for a 9. 2 cards for Andrew Hume to fade. He is the at-risk player here, but now nearly a 9-1 favorite. Queen on the turn. Only a 9 on the river. Sees Andrew Hume dispatched in 6th place. River card is an 8. Aces hold. That is a double up for Stato. Andrew Hume now 3rd in chips with just shy of 50 big blinds. Rania, the legitimate short stack with 11 big blinds.
Oh, you fold ace-9. Oh, wow, yeah.
What?
Wow. Out. Yeah. That was going to be tough then.
Yeah. I had 7-3 diamonds.
Wow.
Rania now in the danger zone.
Could have played a big one.
She's been there before.
Notice how Steven didn't mention his queen 10 would have won.
Hypothetically, these two hands were gone.
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
Flop. You might just fold.
Nice hand, but like easy with aces.
For sure. He didn't really, you know, he played them perfectly. He did. We'll give him that.
Give me aces, see what happens.
See, I think it's absolutely fair to question Rania's play there, and I agree with Maria. It was optimistic at best, a bit of a punt at worst. However, comments like this is why women shouldn't play poker, will earn you an instant ban. So think before you type.
Yeah, and as a woman who plays poker professionally, and that's also in the booth right now,
I don't know really. Like, all sport and stuff, I'm right-handed, but I do.
Maria's not mad, she's just disappointed.
Then you're a lefty. If you're right with your left hand.
Yeah, but like if I was to throw a ball at you, I reckon that's the best test of which is your dominant hand.
I would think writing, no?
Listen, everyone has to remember that this is a huge spot. There's a lot of adrenaline going through anybody at this final table, regardless of your experience level. And sometimes, you know, you act before you really think something through, and that happens to everybody.
You say that, Maria, but you know, I've been doing this job since 2006, and I can say a man has never made a mistake at a poker table ever.
I'll just go to the kitchen and make you guys a sandwich. Be right back. Be right back.
For him.
Just saying, like, if you were
So stay in my lane, guys. Stay in my lane.
Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah, I think
I would
right now,
agree with that.
usually.
But it's completely subjective nonsense.
Patea has opened with pocket fives, ace-5 for Nasreddine.
I think she should just pass on this spot against an under the gun open. I don't really even think it's much of a consideration. Again, just shoving over an open versus open shoving are two very different things. Your range has to be a lot stronger than ace-5 offsuit if you want to shove over an open. So many players left to act. You know, you still have a good amount of fold equity off of 11 bigs. I think you can pick up a better spot. I think it's very important to, you know, take a breath, just make sure, you know, you understand that, yes, you are the short stack, but you are not out, and you just want to continue to make good decisions.
Jacks for Coleman in the small blind.
That 8 at the moment, quite like. I got like a first. The way the dealer feels, I got.
Just a call from Coleman, and we are going heads up to the flop on hand 3 of this final table. Ace, Queen, 8. Jack still ahead. I don't think either player likes this board.
I hope Rania at least waits to the end of the hand to tell her when she folded ace-5.
I mean, I would say I know what to expect from Patea, but after seeing, you know, his hand against Kowalski, I would say that I will refrain from trying to predict what Patea is going to do. It does feel like, of course, the ace-high board favors his range, so I can understand the continuation there, and he does get a better hand to fold, just not a great flop for Jacks.
Jacks snap folding the flop after the continuation bet from Patea.
And Rania's keeping it to herself. All right, it's a new Rania.
And Patea has actually just taken the chip lead, by the way. He's just leapfrogged Song on the leaderboard. Still close between the two, Maria, but officially, Patea is more than $1 million ahead of Song.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we're going to see hopefully Patea switch gears. I think yesterday he played from behind a lot, right? He had a short stack for most of the day, but you know, now he's going to pick it up, and he has good position, right? Being to the left of Steven Song is very important in this situation.
Yeah. Well, Well, Joe has just stepped out for a second because we are joined right now by the reigning champion of this tournament, a man who came very close to making the final table of this tournament 2 years in a row. Simone Witziak, congratulations.
Hello everyone, I'm really glad to be here today. And yeah, it's an amazing tournament for me. The magic happens always here in Barcelona, so it's pretty good.
2 days on, are you now at a point where it's like, okay, this was phenomenal to cut through this field 2 years in a row? I imagine at the time, especially the fashion that you went out as well, it must have really stung, because it was not an unrealistic goal that you could go back to back.
Yeah, it felt more than more real through the days. Day after day, you know, that's the kind of tournament you have to take step by step, hand by hand. It's so long, so you cannot expect too much, but in the same time, the closer you get, you start to have some dreams.
Of course.
But yeah.
Well, this is the two big stacks at the table. Pattaya v Song, blind v blind, unraised pre with top pair. Pattaya betting.
That's an interesting table. Final table is pretty different from last year. There is all stacked together, close to each other, like between 50, 60 to 20 blinds. Last year we were like 100 deep with Carl Shaw, and all the other ones were 20, 30 deep. So it's pretty important here between chip leaders to not go broke.
I would say the other big difference from last year, Simone, and Maria, I'm sure you'll back me up here, also the big difference from 2022 is the lack of a rail. Last year, plenty of Brazilians. Year before, plenty of Brazilians. It was quite active, shall we say, with flags and cheering, and there's no one there today.
Because Kowalski busted.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Pattaya's fault, obviously. You know, nobody really here that's being rowdy. But sometimes, you know, you wait until, you know, we're down to three-handed and more people kind of show up. So hopefully we're going to get to see some of that excitement.
Yeah, I imagine that the later this goes, we will see some supporters as we see Pattaya call Songs at Riverbet. A pair of kings beats a pair of jacks, and Pattaya increases his chip lead, increases his advantage over Stephen Song. So yes, it was Monte Carlo 2017 where this guy was eliminated by Davide Katai, missing out on a seat at the final table. Hasn't played many events since. And yes, strictly speaking, he did come here via a 55 euro satellite, but he did bust that bullet. He's actually in for 5K of his own money.
Yeah, friendly. Yeah.
I'm gonna see now I'm gonna expect that Rania to jam a lot here with only 11 blinds, but everything is surprising in the final table. I saw like 80 deep broke ace king and ace king, blind versus blind.
That hand was crazy yesterday.
So we don't know what to expect now, what's going to happen. So yeah.
Yeah. And again, even though we were kind of hoping that we'd see you at the final table, Simone, with your back-to-back accomplishment, we also have to celebrate Rania's back-to-back accomplishment, 2 consecutive EPT final tables. Only a handful of players have done that in the 20 years of this tour.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And she has her own style, you know, so it's like it was really interesting to see her evolving here. Let's see what she's doing now. She's short.
Well, that is Pattaya completing in the small. She can see a free flop, and yeah, she's going to like to do that with 8-3 offsuit. Well, she's paired her 3.
Yeah, Pattaya didn't open anything here. I think it could be interesting to open 2.5 to deny some equity from Nasreddine here, but he decided to limp a lot. And she checked back. Okay.
Yeah, I do like the check back from Rania. I think that Pattaya will have some limp traps there, so when you do have some showdown value, you know, you probably just want to go ahead and see another card, keep the pot small. You don't quite have, you know, a strong enough hand where you're going to love, you know, having to get check raised all in potentially. And here it looks like Pattaya is, you know, trying to represent perhaps a trap, you know, betting this king on the turn, but also, you know, the ranges are so high. Wow.
Look at that.
Like, this is not a play you're going to see very often. When someone checks back to 3, you think that they're just going to want to show down, right, when the king appears instead of shoving over the bet. But again, as you mentioned, she has her own style, and definitely expect the unexpected sometimes from her.
So Rania, with her back-to-back appearances at EPT final tables, was third in Monte Carlo for €442,900. She's going to need to ladder into 4th to better that result, and she is obviously the short stack right now with 12 big blinds, and the blinds are going to go up in 14 minutes. Her stack will become shallower. I don't know if you know, Simone, but she was being coached yesterday by Julien Sipon.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit. I saw them in the corridor talking. Apparently, from 2 or 3 days, he started to give her some help. My opinion on that is I don't think it's really good to teach someone just before a final table, because you just give them a lot of information, and it's pretty hard to digest all of this information just before a big moment. I think it's better to let the person play her own style and make some accommodation or some change, but making a whole new strategy, I think it's pretty risky. So let's see.
Yeah, ace queen in the small blind. Do you ever want to get tricky here, or just jam on the beg? Is that the...
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because if we look at Kuzmanovic's stack, right, it's only 19 big, so it wasn't really like the stack where I think he's going to be able to find enough hands to call off with. But, might he perhaps be more willing to jam against a limp? Yes. I mean, I think when you are the shortest stack, you have the least to lose ICM-wise. So, it doesn't hurt to maybe try to get a little tricky in that spot because, you want to decrease variance if you're a middling stack, right? You probably wouldn't want to get too tricky with a hand that's somewhat vulnerable like ace-queen, as a middling stack. But when you're the shortest stack, you want to try to find a spot to double.
Mine was 28.
If I would be against Stefan Song or PRTA in this spot, I would have definitely limp because they would have a lot of pressure on me. And my strategy would be a whole limp and then limp raise or limp jam. But against a stack that's a medium stack, it's pretty hard because I can say like that, it's not his job to put the pressure on Nadia, so I can understand that she just jammed here. And Song, but you can see open pretty loose, but it's pretty good, I think, with his stack. I don't see PRTA goes after him a lot, so he can still enjoy to jam a lot.
Wow, ace-queen again. And this time she has the advantage of being able to jam over an open.
Yeah, it's a really nice spot, especially against Steven Song's open in particular. You're just going to expect, him and Portea to have the widest range right now, given their stack size. And so plenty of fold equity, really good spot.
If nobody wakes up with a hand beef after, she will again win some chip and come back almost to the stack of Kuzmanovic.
1.3.
Okay, so not quite all in. Clicking it almost to 1.3 million.
What kind of advice could be given by Julien Sipon saying, like, let's say some small blind wakes up with kings all in, big blind wakes up with aces all in, and then she can fall and win a pay jump. So that's clever, I think.
So Rania has actually just leapfrogged Boris Kuzmanovic. He's now the shortest stack at this final table. Both players with sub-20 big blind stacks. Simone, we talked about how this EPT main event ended for you. I want to talk about what it was like coming back to Barcelona 1 year on and walking down that corridor and seeing that you are now very much part of 20 years of history.
They made a complete change of decoration. It was incredible to walking here like that. It's like a museum or something, like a big corridor with all the faces for the last 20 years champions. And it was obviously I feel really warmed by the fact that you see your face in the wall, and no, it's amazing. They made an amazing job, and it was really really fine for me to see me like that. Whoa, queens.
No shortage of decent starting hands.
Yeah.
We're not even 10 hands into the final table, Maria.
Yeah, certainly been a lot more action than you would expect in the early goings of a final. And I just don't really think this should be much of a consideration here for Rania.
I'm afraid she's thinking about it.
You just have to remember, you know, A, you're not very deep. B, we're not playing chip EV, right? I think this could be potentially a fine 3-bet spot sometimes if you're deeper, if we're playing chip EV, but, you know, those are just not the circumstances. So you just have to always remind yourself, you know, what stage of the tournament are you at? You know, what is the dynamic right now? What do I need to pay attention to make sure that I'm not, you know, playing hands that maybe are a little out of range for this part of the game?
And I would have fold, I think, Jack Deuce suited here. I am just in the middle of a pack in the shoes of David Coleman. I don't think it's pretty good
Getting a lot of
defense in
decisions
ICM.
down there.
I was just gonna say.
That's really interesting.
Hand after hand.
Short stack. Got to make some moves.
8 minutes till the blinds go up. Patea increases his chip lead. 16.5 million now. Stephen Song has dropped down to 12.2 million. And is that Rania eating M&Ms?
It looked like a different kind of candy today. She might have switched it up. I'm not saying she doesn't have the M&Ms in her bag. I'm just saying that's not what she's eating right now. I don't think.
You are an expert of, you know, just by the
I
noise
can just
of
hear by the wrapper, you know, it sounds more like sour candy.
Yeah, if Rania was in a cinema, which I happen to be in, we'd be having
Ooh.
words.
Yeah, you don't want to go to a movie with her.
That was her strategy in Monte Carlo. M&Ms every day.
550.
Don't recommend that as a diet, by the way. Just to be clear, we're not providing any kind of dietary advice. Ooh, ace-5 of diamonds after Patea opens with ace-8 suited.
I would love to see a 3-bet fold here. 20 dips almost. You can put a lot of pressure. It's pretty hard to play against that. I would hate to see a call. I think calling when you are playing against chip leading and final table is pretty bad. So I hope she's going to find some aggression. Pretty nice.
Re-raise is to 1.5 million.
Is that wrong? Sorry, I said 1.5.
Kuzmanovic looks like he has a decision here. Okay, well,
Not
it's not
really.
really going to be a decision. I think he's, but just going to assess quickly.
Easy fold.
Coleman with 5s in the small blind. Lets it go. Song folds the big blind. Back on Patea.
Who's gonna fold, I think. Wow.
Ooh. Is that a call?
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if Simone was here yesterday for Patea's hand against Kowalski, but I think this is a little reminiscent of that, right? I think he just, you know, hasn't really been quick to fold these suited aces, whether it's for his tournament life or, you know, when he has the chip lead. So, yeah, even though it shouldn't really play that well against her value range, I mean, this is...
Wow, she just ships it on the flop and gets a fold.
Then she breathes.
I'm not sure that is something I'd recommend, along with the M&M's diet.
Yeah, it's definitely you know, I think both of those players in that hand are actually quite unpredictable. And so,
Yeah,
you know,
like nothing
it
even
was just
happened.
nice that she didn't run into
I don't know
a
about
big
that,
hand.
besides the fact that
The timing was good there.
crapped the bet earlier, but, you know, we're here.
Well, she's put some distance between herself and Boris Kuzmanovic.
I'm
She's
not
very much the
quite
shorter
back.
stack now.
Nah, you're like a million or
But
two off.
7-1.
I just saw the.
Well, she started the day.
I just saw the A7 suited against 8 from Perter
No, you can
yesterday.
relax.
That's the only thing I saw.
Stop getting dealt so many good hands, will you?
Hey, I was quiet a long time yesterday.
So obviously, Simone, we're coming to the end of your 1 year and 1 week as Barcelona champion. There will be a new champ at the end of today. How has that year been for you? Obviously, you're now part of Team PokerStars.
Yeah.
You're now at pretty much every single EPT. You were in Vegas in the summer. How has that 12 months been for you?
Well, amazing, because first, when I just won, I didn't have any contact with PokerStars at all. So it started to be we started to be in contact in Cyprus, and PokerStars started to ask me, "What's your expectation? Are you going to play more live?" So I would say the main changes is before I was playing 80% online and 20% live. Now I'm playing 70% live and 30% online. That's the main changes. And obviously people look at me differently in the poker world. Like I said now, I have 2 life. When I go to normal life, nobody knows me. And when I go to the poker world, it's like a bit more famous. So that's the main changes, and it's pretty good.
And obviously, I imagine you'll be at both Cyprus and Prague to see out the end of the year.
Obviously, yes.
See, winning EPT, you become poker famous. Joe Stapleton can tell you all about the pros, very few of them, and many, many cons of that. Well, this is 8 versus ace-4, and Patea has a couple of backdoor draws. Pairs is 4 on the turn. Song still a 3-1 favourite here.
You know, as expected, both of these players are incentivized to just play small pots against each other. You know, just trying to maintain their stack, their chip position.
$375K called by Patea. This hand going to the river, which is a 10. 8's still good.
I would love to see a small bet from Song here. Once Patea check, he never has jack, almost never, and he's capped to a 5, a 4. He's only losing against ace-3, I think. 5-4. So we can take some value here. This 10 doesn't change anything almost. Except if you have 10-4, 10-5.
Check, check.
Okay.
Pot goes to Stephen Song.
Oh, someone, please.
Patea still chip leader. Song closing in on him.
No, I'm so glad I folded. I had a nice suited ace.
You would have lost some chips.
I would have lost probably all my chips. Who knows?
Stephen Song, the most successful poker player from the state of Connecticut,
Very happy.
with $6.5 million in live cashes. Now, most of those results have come in America. 2022, the year he won a WPT Prime title, he was GPI Player of the Year. Also has a World Series of Poker bracelet. Still 6-handed at this final table after the first 10 hands. And this will be the last hand at the 125, 250 blind level. We're going to roll into level 34. Here's a hashtag fun fact. It was level 35 where it ended last year, Simone.
Oh, wow.
I know. And there was a bigger field, more chips in play. So, but I think as you highlighted, chip discrepancy was a bit different last year.
Yeah. And that makes a lot of difference. Because now everybody's going to look at each other and see, are you going to bust first? Oh.
Kings for Rania Nasreddine.
Yeah, and she has, you know, taken the 3-bet non-all-in line a few times already, and so I would expect off of this stack size with this strong of a hand, she might elect to do the same. But this is why it's nice, right? If you do it with ace-5 suited, and then you also do it with kings, that's just some nice balance where you're going to have your strong value, but you're also going to have your 3-bet folds as well.
Two 2.2.
Right, 3.2.
I think I probably would have preferred to see a little bit of a smaller sizing based off of the effective stack. You know, even though she's out of position, you know, you do want to make these slight adjustments based on the stack size.
And she's almost at the stack size stack of David Coleman. So, yeah.
Blinds are officially up now, 150, 300,000 on the big blind. That's going to bring Kuzmanovic's stack down to 13 bigs, but he really just hasn't found much to play with today so far in the early goings. Just really hasn't picked up any hands, and you know, it's always been opened or 3-bet before him, so it's pretty tough when you are short and you're not really getting any open spots. You are at the mercy of the cards.
And look, right away.
So Coleman starts this hand with just shy of 30 big blinds. And just to echo what we were saying about the fact that they've got to level 34, still six-handed, no player has a 50 big blind stack. The chip leader now has 46 bigs.
I love the open here. He didn't jam. I think a lot of the people would have jammed here, 13 dips, and I think it's important to still induce. You are last in chips, you have to fight. And maybe Nasreddine is going to make a move here. I don't know. She's thinking.
You know, there's one part of her that maybe thinks, oh, it's been working out so well. Maybe I could keep trying to push the action a little. But, you know, on the other hand, sometimes you are just going to run into it, right? I mean, that's why solvers have you doing things at mixed frequencies, because you're not always supposed to take the spot for various reasons. So far, timing, you know, has been pretty good.
That's going to be an easy defense from Kuzmanovic with his last 13 blinds.
You're going to make me see a flop.
Boris going to the flop with 12 bigs behind.
Exactly.
3-2 back.
Yeah, 3-7.
2-7 back.
Nice.
Oh, he's paired his 6. That's a classic ace-king flop.
Yeah, I think with your stack, you know, you're just going to take your equity. You know, getting a piece is already pretty nice. You know, not really having any big cards on board feels pretty good. You do expect that Coleman's range is going to be a little bit tighter, considering Song and Proteas to his direct left. So it feels like this is just the board that you're going to go with. Coleman's not really going to let him just yet. Checking behind, looking to catch up on the turn.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and that's the card you don't want to see as Kuzmanovic. You know, you had it in your mind, you had it all played out.
Yeah.
Oh, if he bets the flop, I'm going to shove. But now what do I do when the ace comes?
Giving Coleman not just top pair, top kicker, but also the nut flush draw. He's a 9-1 favorite. Boris. Checks a second time. I'd be surprised not to see a delayed c-bet from Coleman now. There we go.
725,000.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, especially when you don't even have a spade in your hand either. I think, you know, this is just the turn card you didn't want to see, but it is also the turn card that you expect Coleman to bet a lot as well. But again, it is definitely going to hit a portion of his range.
Yeah, or this Jack 10, King Queen. I was going to bluff here, maybe with a spade, but unfortunately for him, it's too hard to call. And
Yeah, just don't really want to play the guessing game here for your tournament life, or, you know, just to commit more chips in here when there's just so many bad rivers.
At least Boris is still smiling. Left with 11 big blinds. We have a new dealer coming in to the final table.
Okay, thank you though.
David?
I'm good.
Oh no, the sweets are out again.
No? Good. Anyone want a strawberry? Nope. 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 Oh, pass. I'm going to pass. Okay.
Nobody needs sugar.
Gotta get pumped up.
You've got to pump it up. Simone, I know you've got to run, but hopefully you can stay with us just one more hand. Folded around to Rania on the button. 6-3 offsuit. So this is going to be a blind v blind situation. Kuzmanovic in the small with ace-king.
all in for sure. So that's, I think it's Bertea in the big blind. Who's in the big blind with him?
I believe it's Hume.
Yes.
Ah, okay. So no, you just. Yeah, both options are good. Limp or jam if you think your opponent is too aggressive.
All in.
Decides to shove.
Okay. It's going to be an easy fold.
And there it is.
Oh.
Well, Simone, thank you for making an appearance on the stream, and congrats
Thank you
again on the deep run this year following your win last year. We'll see you in Cyprus.
Yes, of course. Have a good day.
Simone Witziak, reigning Barcelona champion. Which of these 6 players will follow in his footsteps in 2024?
3 za redom. Now comes 3 in a row. Now comes 3 in a row.
3 in a row? It's a little greedy.
Oh. I'll be happy with 2.
Okay, so Kuzmanovic happy with ace-king on that hand. Now wants 3 in a row. Maria, you're the expert. What's the statistical chance of being dealt ace-king 3 times in a row?
Getting tougher.
Where's the human calculator when you need it?
I would just bet against it, is all I know.
Oh, he's here. Joe, ace-king 3 hands in a row. Odds?
It's possible.
Thank you. Steven Song has opened with 9s. Kuzmanovic is on the button. Oh! I think he'll take this over ace-king.
Yeah. You know, but I think that's why he got kings, is because he wasn't too greedy. He asked for ace-king. You know, he didn't ask for better.
It's fast.
Has that been my problem this whole time, being too greedy?
Could be. I would just imagine you're just going to want to shove 14 bigs here because obviously if you somehow found a 3-bet sizing that's not all in, it just looks way too strong. But the unfortunate part is
probably not folding.
Yeah.
Probably going to get action.
For Song, you know, he has a strong enough hand, but a lot of times Song will have some raise folds.
Yeah, you're probably going to get
here.
action.
Well, we've already seen 9s dominated by aces. Now we're going to see 9s dominated by kings. And a great spot for Boris Kuzmanovic to double up.
Kraljevi na devetke.
9s again.
Na
That's a bad end this table.
But 9s are normally so good for me. So I give you my 9 luck.
Okay, good.
Like
yeah, because you were due last
when I saw the aces and I was like, oh, I'm going to flop the 9. One more card, I bet the 9.
But Rania did fail to mention she folded a 9 this hand, so just.
Oh, that's almost mean to be telling
she
him
had Jack 9
he's
of
going to hit the
diamonds.
9. And she folded one of them.
Flop is ace, king, jack. That's going to be impossible to come back from. Oh, yeah. Opportunities.
4.5, right?
This is what... No, never mind.
4.3.
Well, quad's not possible with the 9 gone, so just... Nope, no chop either.
Okay, so Kuzmanovic doubles up. How's that going to change things?
Is 9s the hand of the day today?
You needed to
Yeah.
Not in a good way.
Yeah.
No.
Right suits too.
I got an 8 too. I got an 8 too, right?
Yeah.
It was like, I thought it was a 9. I was going to be like, oh.
Kuzmanovic now playing around 30 bigs, same stack size as David Coleman. That means Rania is back on the bottom of the leaderboard, but she still has 25 bigs at the current blind level.
I might have explained hand of the day wrong.
Far, maybe 3.
Now I'll take the 3.
Maybe I just understood it wrong.
2 was
Probably.
Good. It's enough.
It's just the hand that pops up most often, not necessarily one that you win a lot with.
Okay.
Or anti-hand of the day. Pattaya still on top. We see Steven Song, start of day chip leader, has dropped down to 5th place. He's pretty much tied with Nadia at the Rania rather at the bottom.
Yeah, it's just been so bunched up that, you know, losing one pot, losing, you know, a couple small pots, doubling a shorty up can put you in this position. And, you know, then you just have to switch things up, which is why it's so interesting, you know, when you get to these final tables and you have to think about all of the ICM implications. Your strategy is going to constantly be, you know, dynamic. It's always fluid. You can never expect that you are going to take the same approach because any pot can completely change your chip position at the table, and then you're just going to have to revamp, you know, how you want to approach things.
So Rania Nasreddine has opened with 10s. Ace, 3 of hearts for Kuzmanovic. We asked for 3 in a row. He had ace, king, kings, ace 3 suited. It doesn't really feel like it's in the same wheelhouse.
It's literally in the wheelhouse.
Just not the same wheelhouse.
I also would be a little reluctant to 3-bet Rania, knowing how easily she likes to just jam.
Yeah, but maybe that first, you know, hand shook her a bit, and maybe she might approach this differently. She might not. She is the shortest stack. We'll have to see what she decides to do. Kuzmanovic has been playing, you know, pretty straightforward. Hasn't, you know, seen him get too out of line over the few days that we've watched him play at the feature.
Looks like she is a little snake bit.
Just calls the 3-bet. And these two players will go to a flop. Ace, queen, 6, all spades.
Good Rania.
Pretty interesting flop. You know, and Rania calling the 3-bet pre, of course, is going to be a little concerning for Kuzmanovic. You know, might she have a better ace-x here that she calls with, you know, not having any spades, not having a redraw to the flush, you know, is also potentially problematic.
Aggressive check from Rania. Bobo?
750.
Coco.
750K into a pot of 3.75 million. Rania calling.
And now, you know, as you know, Kuzmanovic, you can't really go 3 streets of value with this hand and expect to get called by worse. So, you know, some turns he'll just naturally slow down, you know, try to get to showdown. You know, if you think she's going to have some queen X's here, which she might, right? Like king, queen suited and queen, jack suited, those type of hands that might raise and call a 3-bet pre and, you know, maybe have trips here. You know, I don't expect Rania to be in there with too many offsuit queen X combos.
She's checked to Kuzmanovic.
I think this is a pretty hard double barrel.
Yeah, she could already, you know, be there. She could already have some flushes. You know, king 10 of spades, king jack of spades. Maybe in her calling range.
Oh my
wow.
goodness. Here we were thinking she might make the flush. Instead, she spikes a 10 on the river to make a full house.
Okay, so yesterday I was saying we call her Run Good Rania because of the Run Good Poker Tour, but no, it's actually Run Good Rania.
I love the fact that the drama of the hand was interrupted by someone slurping. We got crinkly sweets, soft drinks. It's all happening at this final table.
Because this is prime entertainment.
Any chance this gets paid off?
It's a pretty bad run out for ace-3. You know, again, just trips possible, flushes possible. You don't really think a better ace-x that doesn't shove pre off of her stack is necessarily going to be in her range, you know, or maybe even betting this river very often. But, you know, your kicker doesn't even play with ace-3 here.
Boris has used a fair share of his time bank cards today. This is only hand 15 of the final table.
Bram says can't really think of a bluff she has in this spot. Does she ever have like another ace-5 suited type hand?
I don't think she bets the river here with that type of hand. So I don't really think, you know, her having, you know, better aces is necessarily what Kuzmanovic is thinking about. You know, even King Jack gets there, right, and saw a free card on the turn, so she could certainly have some of that in her range. Any King Jack suited, she might have called pre, you know, and calls the flop with.
Like 12 minutes of time bank, so we could be here a while, guys.
I think the more she talks, the more I be willing to fold my hand as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just, there's such a high pressure situation.
Yeah.
And for her to just talk and, comment on the fact that it feels like, each time bank feels so much longer than it actually is, could sometimes, be a tell, could be something that Kuzmanovic is going to read into here. And again, if she had ace-king, she probably would have just shoved, even ace-queen, but he does call.
Gets paid.
Wow, value bet paid off, and he's like, oh, come on. How do you spike a 10 on the river again? You did it to Jack Sinclair, you've done it to me, and Rania Nasreddine has just jumped up to second place on the leaderboard.
Thank you.
America.
RGRN.
I think this speaks to how shallow things are right now, though, Maria, that in one pot, the short stack goes to being second in chips. Chip leader's got 44 big blinds. The shortest stack, which is now Boris, has 19 big blinds.
Not just one pot, but a pot that only had like 1/3 and quarter pot size bets the entire time as well.
What'd you think of the river?
I was like, I seem to live in the river, and like that's,
River Rania.
The 10s on the river have been good to me. Like, this is my second time. Whew, dealer.
Not 3 in a row. Close.
Yeah, 2 in a row, not 3 in a row.
Ace-king would have been no good also.
Yeah, I think, for as much as the focus a little bit from Kuzmanovic was that she hit the river, I think, he could have perhaps been able to find a fold there. Granted, you are getting a good price, but sometimes, there's just not that many bluffs. Hume deciding what he wants to do with Queen Jack suited. It's just some real big hands for Rania now.
Picking up ace-king, opens under the gun, gets called by Andrew Hume, and now Patea with the Spraggy is coming along as well.
With Rania holding ace-king and Hume having queen jack, how is Rania supposed to river a 10 to win this hand? Oh wait, no, I get it.
Pretty nice flop for Hume.
Absolutely.
I check.
Gut shot and a flush draw, near enough 60% equity.
And, he could also have sets here, could have, 10s perhaps, some over pairs to this board. So there's not just going to be these semi-bluffs here in his range. It's not just going to be these draws that he's going to be betting. There's going to be some other good made value hands as well. So I'd imagine, you're going to have to respect the bet.
I have this feeling like you wanted to 3-bet me pre, and I feel like you smashed this. Nice hand.
Andrew Hume,
right. Nice.
now second in chips.
Somewhere in the middle.
So we've still got 65 minutes to run
Okay,
at this
what was
blind
my
level.
low today? 2 million? What was my low?
Like 2.5.
2-8.
All right.
2.8.
I think I have like 11 and some. Woo!
Comes and goes fast.
Hey, that's the reminder. Chips go, but they can also
Yeah,
come
they
back.
come real quick, yeah.
Especially with this dealer.
Andrew
Both
Hume,
have been good to me. Like I can't.
we're looking at his live poker resume there. Also, a lot of results online. Stato_1 is his PokerStars handle.
I was also an octo champ for drinking 8 glasses of champagne in 8 minutes.
funny. Me too.
You want to look as a table or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Oh.
That belt you let out was
Not bad.
ridiculous.
Reasonable.
Taya still leads, but it's really, really bunched up. Hume and Nasreddine with only a couple of mil less, and then Coleman and Song not that far behind. And you can't discount Kuzmanovic, still has 17 bigs.
Song, so song, song, song.
Yeah, you know, it's been a little rough for him. You come into the day as the chip leader, and even if you try not to, you do have certain expectations of, you know, maybe just being able to chip up, you know, win some small pots, win some easily uncontested pots. But then, you know, before you know it, you've doubled up a shorty, and now you are second from the bottom. But again, these stacks are just so incredibly bunched up and really getting much shallower in terms of playability. So anything can happen.
Domination situation. A 4, an ace, a 9, 2 clubs.
That was intense. Tens, being down to 10.
I like it when people criticize Rania for her nationality stereotypes rather than her gender stereotypes.
But again, it's interesting that the nationality stereotype is directed at her, but not at Stephen Song. This may be the last day of EPT Barcelona. It is the first day of the World Championship of Online Poker. It runs till the 2nd of October with hundreds of tournaments on the schedule. 80 million guaranteed across the series, and there will be live coverage of key tournaments, including the 10K No Limit Hold'em main event at the tail end of the series. Low buy-in events, they start at $5.50. If you want to play some of the bigger events, satellites up the wazoo, and of course PowerPath is your friend with gold and silver ticket bundles available for this year's WCOOP.
All right, Andrew, you know what you have to do. Take a lap, buddy.
Oh!
As far as I'm aware, Fabiana Kowalski is the only one who complied with that.
Other than Rania. She did it all.
Probably bottom spectrum. Probably wasn't folding no matter what you did.
I ran into Fabio in the hallway a few minutes ago, and he checked in to make sure that I was okay.
And
I'm not joking.
it was almost 3 in a row for you.
Almost.
We said it was greedy.
Yeah, I was greedy because it was a light three bet.
I assume you had a very good hand.
No, it was a light
You
three
had
bet.
ace king.
No, I didn't.
No?
I had an ace. I mean,
Oh, okay.
it was bluff three bet pre-flop.
Oh, so you were being greedy.
I was greedy. I almost talked myself out of it, but I can do it.
I do think it's weird when people use the word
Live
greedy
by the sword,
in poker.
die by the sword, right?
Maria's decided to torture herself by looking at the YouTube chat.
If I go in
I
Syria,
was typing something out and I decided I deleted it. It's fine.
It's just, I fear we're fighting a losing battle. I'm this close to just closing the window, to be honest with you.
I know, I saw. I was thinking that I'm not sure. I was pretty sure you don't have much on flop and turn, and then you're looking for a spade, but 10, no.
Let's all listen to Brooke, who says focus on the poker aspects of this stream. We can do that
It looked like you have it.
What?
It looked like you have it, but I felt that you don't have anything on the flop or turn.
You're right.
Except maybe, I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
So,
Oof.
it's hard.
I guess they're going to chop this a lot, right?
True.
I mean, I kind of want that for them just because it's just a crappy way to go here. BVB. Case 5's on the board. Hume just gonna start betting, just fast playing.
My guess was that you're looking for a spade. So,
You're right.
yeah. Not completely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting closer and closer to Chopsville.
Yeah, and when your opponent calls your flop bet, of course, you know, you're going to put them on perhaps some flush draws, some jack X, and some high cards, right? Some high cards might continue
What?
here.
You bluff on the river if you don't hit.
I have to. The 2 queens on there and the flush draw, like, I have to at least make it.
What you want me to fold?
900.
That's the question.
Yeah, but I bet the same either way.
Well, that's a size up.
Yeah, 300K was the bet on the flop. 900K is the bet on the turn.
And there are a lot of hands that, you know, once called on the flop are just going to give up or slow down on the turn. So this bet by Hume again on the turn and to the tune of 900K, you know, is definitely something that Coleman is thinking about.
Pretty cool.
All-important river card is a 9, so this is going to result in a chop if it goes to showdown.
You know, I think that second call from Coleman is really defining his hand a lot more to Hume. You know, it's much more likely that, you know, a jack X is going to call twice versus, you know, some high card showdown. You know, even some flushes aren't going to continue to a second barrel there unless, you know, they have perhaps a combo draw or, you know, at least an overcard to the board.
I love that James is all up in the YouTube today. 3.1 million. 2.1 million into 3.3. A chonker.
Yeah, and, you know, even holding trips here, you're just not going to feel super comfortable, but you can't fold.
5, chop it up.
This is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Nines, 10s, 11s. I kind of thought 8's an unfair score.
How about the score of dies of cringe? Doesn't matter, you're banned. Oh, another one.
By the way, shout out for Ed, who is doing his best to mod our YouTube chat and is trying his best to keep it clean of a-holery.
Nope. No one?
Wow. The mods doing the Lord's work today.
I do feel bad because most of the people saying those things have never met a woman.
I would never get one. I would never get one either.
But let's just do a pretend tattoo. It's a pretend tattoo.
When their mum gives them an hour a day to access the internet, Joe, they do look at pictures of them, though.
Excuse me?
Clothes. Nah, I'd just never get one. I'd be too worried about what I was going to look like when I was older. Or like whether it would be still relevant. Or...
Okay.
My fear is mostly the pain of needles. I'm not a fan of getting
You're
stabbed.
you want no discomfort in life, no exercise, no tattoos.
Yes. Boy, this is great.
Yeah,
Chilling here at the table doing nothing.
Were you a gamer as a child?
No, actually not.
What was your like?
Well, I played computer games. I didn't have video games.
Okay.
But
All right.
what? Yeah, I guess that counts. I was a gamer then. RuneScape. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
RuneScape. You won't know.
That is real dorky.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah.
That's the
It's
sort of dork that other dorks
Total
look down
waste
on.
of Definitely a waste of time.
Like, I would have felt cooler than Steven Song when I was a kid, and I was not cool.
Okay, but really, what are the odds that there's 6 poker players that have no tattoos?
Plus 1,000.
Like crazy. Okay, but Coleman, if you got one, at least humor me. What would it be? Kim.
Probably something to honor my
EPT Barcelona champ 2020.
Okay. Okay. Very nice.
Depends what place you finish, right? What about you? You're doing with the first 6th place
Apply
finish?
to people.
I have a brother who's like severely
Just to clarify,
So,
I
like,
do win. I won't be getting
He's having some, and I always like to remind myself that like you only get like one shot, so probably like a YOLO, like you only live once.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is it for us, potentially.
Yeah, who knows? Pretty deep conversations at the poker table. I'm gonna fold.
Pretty deep conversation that ended with the word YOLO.
Except if you're you make EPT final table like every other EPT.
Lightning can strike twice.
Please tell me that she's not still chasing Lin Jianwei for a present. Not after last night. Please tell me that she's basically...
Hey, buddy, you owe me.
Calling it even.
I'm not gonna lie, I miss John Way. He was very entertaining.
I was enjoying watching his karate moves in the corridor. That was something. Now, there is a man who can do a high kick, unlike Joseph Carlino, who looks like he's literally going to rupture something every time he attempts it. Kuzmanovic opening with ace-10, Song with 10s in the small blind.
Did he by any chance say the word hi-ya while he was doing it?
There was no sound on tape.
Okay.
$2.2.
3-bet, 2.2 million.
Year of Romania.
And a quick fold from
About this
Kuzmanovic.
one.
I wasn't sure.
Did I ask you, was it a bluff?
No, it wasn't like a bluff.
I mean,
I was shoving on you, basically. Right?
Yeah, I know.
A queen?
No. That's easy.
I think if I saw Steven Song thinking about it for that long, I would just fold. I was like, whatever you're about to do, I fold.
Not long to go today until the EPT 20 live stream free roll, the final free roll of the series of live streams, kicking off at 3:45 local time. So that's 1 hour and 15 from now. So in about an hour's time, we will reveal the password. Actually, probably just before the end of this session, right? Before we hit the first break of the day. Yeah, Reg will be open then, so we can tell you the password. As ever, 2.5K in W Coupe tickets in the prize pool, a bronze power pass to the winner. Remember, it's only available in certain territories. If you can't find the EPT 20 live stream free roll in your PokerStars client, chances are it's not available where you are in the world. It's available on the following licenses only: EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, and UK. And just to be clear, because I know it's confusing, countries like Brazil and Canada, with the exception of Ontario, do play on the EU license.
Basically all the countries that matter.
You said that, not me. Poor old Pedro, he's Portuguese and he doesn't get to play.
Oh, you know what? I forgot about Portugal. They're okay.
Yes, Pedro, I know Portugal's in the EU, but it doesn't play on the EU license. It plays on a Portuguese license with players on the French and Spanish licenses.
Oh, but they have it.
They do have online poker, they just don't have a free roll.
Oh, quit your moaning.
8-8 deuce on the flop. 4's ahead. No, no Germany, sorry. That's why I specifically listed the licenses where it's available. And yes, Bulgaria was on the list, NC23.
That was the first one you said.
No, Rafael, France is on its own license, as is Spain, as is Portugal, but they then share liquidity. You get to play against players from all those 3 countries.
What about Greenland?
That's a good question. I need to look it up.
You think Greenland and Denmark are one and the same in that respect?
If Greenland is Denmark, then I guess they play on the Danish license? And that's included. Yes, I listed the UK. One more time. PokerStars.eu. And then PokerStars Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, and UK.
I think we should try to maybe make Greenland like the next big online poker country. It's huge. It's green. Why not?
Hybrid Gamer says, why are there different licenses? Wow, where do we start? That's not a PokerStars thing, that's a government thing.
How about Pertea check raising songs bet here with
Yeah,
Jack
let's
10
get back to this.
on 8-8 deuce, just pretty out of line, but it might work just considering, you know, songs holding here. You know, does Pertea have some 8x here that he calls from the small blind? Does he have, you know, some other bigger pairs that he might call from the small blind? I mean, that's going to get it done. This man is pulling out all the tricks today.
Well, we talked about Kuzmanovic potentially becoming the first ever Croatian EPT winner. Marius Pertea looking to follow in the footsteps of Razvan Belea, who took down Paris last year and become Romania's second EPT winner.
W. Cutmore says, going back to stereotypes, Rania actually conforms with my experience of Americans. Loud, yes, but incredibly nice, hospitable, and a genuine person. Hope she wins. Also, last night I saw her shoot a case of beer with a shotgun. Flew away on an eagle. Hume raising king-9 suited under the gun.
Kuzmanovic with ace-7 offsuit, hand known as the Spraggy. Shocking. Just discovered there's at least one person on YouTube who's a fan of Andrew Tate. Never would have guessed that from some of the comments I'm reading today.
What a flop for Hume's hand, and it's just kind of unfortunate that Kuzmanovic has a really good piece of it. And this is kind of a board where you don't always expect the pre-flop aggressor to c-bet. You know, they will have some check backs on this texture, but, you know, pair of sevens with an ace kicker with the ace of hearts is
not get awayable.
Yeah, I mean, it just has to look pretty good to Kuzmanovic.
You know, even though some of these comments are eating up a lot of our stupid comment energy, there's other stupid comments being made too, and we're just not even getting to those.
The queue is long.
It's a long list. Like, you have to have a really stupid comment to get to the front of the line today.
You know, this turn card might slow things down. A 4-liner on the board. You know, Jack 10 gets there. You know, any 6x.
600.
Get him, Boris. Rep that 6.
Yeah, Boris turning his hand into a bluff with this lead, you know, certainly doesn't think that if called, that his pair of sevens is going to be good. You know, really trying to maybe fold out some over pairs. Although, you know, for this bet size, sometimes you wonder if they're just going to call and decide on the river. And with Hume's particular hand, with the flush draw, he's not going to go anywhere.
Deuce on the river. Hume still with the best hand.
$2.75 million back and nearly 4 in the pot. Are you willing to pull the trigger here? You know, given Hume's holding, I think he could get a fold if he's willing to go for it here. You know, just because Hume also blocks some flush draws, so you know it's just less likely that Kuzmanovic could maybe be turning a flush draw that's a busted flush draw into a bluff. And again, he can easily have a lot of 6x from the big blind. He has some Jack 10 here. He has some 2 pairs, but Kuzmanovic
Those the 2 hearts.
not taking
The flush draw and the
not taking the spot and was hoping to show down a
You
winner.
had the back. What a hand.
So we're halfway through the level. Just over 40 minutes left to run before the first break of the day. Still 6-handed at this final table, but Boris Kuzmanovic is short. Just 9 big blinds now.
I miss the Brazilians. They were fun and lively. Come back, Brazil. Come back. We want the Brazilian. We want the Vamos.
8.6.
Marius Patea still chip
Andrew,
leader.
what you got? How many you got down there?
Good
Andrew
question.
Hume, second in chips.
13-ish? 13-ish, just a tad bit more than, just a tad bit more, tad bit less.
In over.
Smidgen over 13, okay.
15.
15? You have 15?
No. Yes. Oh, you said, oh, you're
No,
right.
13, 13.
13.
I have 8.
13.075 plus this.
8.6. How much you got?
40 million.
14?
40 he's got.
40?
All the white ones. 14. I need a heart there, you bluff.
Yeah, for sure on a bluff.
Did y'all
I probably
notice?
should bluff this one as well, but I don't know. Ace of hearts.
Did y'all
Block your
notice?
calling than folding. I don't know.
I like it.
I mean,
Ace heart's pretty bad.
yeah, he can have ace jack, ace queen, ace king that he call and fold. So, still maybe I still
700.
should do it.
Hindsight. Game's a lot
Rania,
easier when
raising.
you can see the cards.
Folded to her on the button. She's opening with ace-8, 700k. Tens for the short stack.
Yeah, not going to find a better hand off of 8 bigs than this. Here we go.
It's the aces of number cards.
Can I get a count?
Never thought of it that way, but that would be correct.
It's in my book. My strategy book, not the comic book.
$2,750,000.
It's good to give it a think. Good to really understand what the size of the all-in is, how much it'll affect your stack.
Right. Certainly a lot of implications. You know, and sometimes you're not going to be performing that poorly against his range only because he is so short. But she does decide to fold.
Going light.
I'm curious what they'll say afterwards. I should have done there, but
You did it.
How shallow is this going to get?
They can see both cards, though.
Yeah.
If we reach the end of this level, Maria, without losing a
I
player.
mean, it's pretty crazy to think that you said that. What level did they end at last year?
35, and this is 34.
Right. So.
And there were more players, more chips in play.
It's going to get shallower than Maria's Tinder profile.
Unless they do 2-5. They did 1-150, so.
Hilarious, Joe. It's not even remotely true. That's why you can make
6'7", blue eyes, finance.
Queen 9 suited.
I wouldn't have called. Yeah, you're right.
He's 6'5",
6'5", yeah.
but you know, but you're right. I would want.
You would go
6'7",
higher than
yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raise the bar.
I thought it was pretty close, but I forgot that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it 75.
Yeah, it'd be pretty absurd to just see them, you know, it become somewhat of a shove fest for 1.5 million euros. But, you know, we might get to that point.
I have 8-5 total.
I thought you just told me your hand.
Oh, it made me laugh. It was contagious. A contagious giggle.
Oh, John, you sweet summer child. This chat is nice. It's my first time here.
Oh, boy, John, no. Leave while you can. Johnny, boy.
did you want to call?
Depends if I'm going to win or lose.
This is the limp, the sixes. Blind on blind, alrighty. Hello.
That's a set, but not much for Coleman.
I think since we started with the single card flop turns, more sets. A lot more.
As like the door card.
Nope, just in general.
Just in general. Okay, okay.
Joe's good at spotting patterns.
That's, yeah, he is the human calculator. He's the math guy.
So again, I know a few people have asked today. Earlier in the week, we were having some issues with flop deals. We're not sure whether it's the cards, we're not sure whether it's the felt, but we'll get it sorted before the next EPT in Cyprus. This is not in any way the normal way of dealing. Yeah. It's just at this particular table, it's the best way of getting a clean flop dealt.
When he said it, he actually had a good hand. When he bluffed you, he just refused to say.
I actually have a genuine question about that.
Yes.
Are we going to do a second unit shoot for the TV shows and redo all the flops so that they...
That's a really good question, and I would not be surprised if that I know for a fact that's happened before.
Yeah. I'm willing to do it. I'm available.
I want to say back in one of the early seasons, it may even have been before I started working on the TV shows, when they got back to base, and they weren't live streaming at the time, right? So they didn't know this. The flop camera at some point had gone busto. So they didn't have a decent percentage of flop shots, so they had to recreate them.
One of the early shows I did also before I was on the EPT, that happened. We actually did the commentary without any of the boards being seen. So y'all, when these TV shows air, look for my ring. It might be me. It might be my hands. 2 giveaways, my ring and my dirty fingernails.
Well, hold on.
They're not going to let you have dirty fingernails.
We want clean flops. We want good dealing. Why the hell would we hire you to do it?
Realism. Kuzmanovic, the shortest. 13 beavers.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to put in a committing raise here for most of his stack. You know, this is just the type of hand you're going to go with as the short stack.
All in.
No resistance from Hume. Coleman with ace-4 in the small blind. Folds, and Song gives up the big blind. 30 minutes left on this level.
Don't worry, buddy. Everything will be okay.
I'm just a big, heavy breather guy. Like Rania in her earlier years.
What?
Nothing. I said I breathe heavily.
Say something about Rania in her earlier years?
I did.
What did you say?
I made
about breathing.
Oh. I know, I was like...
Also, you weren't, to be fair, you weren't that fat.
No, but, you know, some people...
You really weren't. Yeah,
compared to like, maybe like
Yeah,
perspective.
no. I was
sure.
like, there's people who have like, but, you know, there's some people who can be a little bit overweight and they still look like, I don't look like the same person.
No.
In my,
No.
It's like pretty shocking.
Yeah.
Like, I gain weight here.
Yeah, you definitely look way different. Yeah.
I resemble
I
that
was
remark.
expecting chunkier.
I was too. When you
You're expecting what?
Chunkier.
I thought you were gonna be like
That was
roly-poly.
Okay, but that's really good. My mom would always be like, I'd be in college, she'd be like, why do you have the body of a woman who's had 4 children? She, you know, what are you doing? Stop eating gummies. And guess what, Mom? Still eating gummies.
Might be able to buy 1.5 million euros worth on the duty-free on the way home.
Kuzmanovic, the short stack, opens with ace-queen. Patea
I love the Romanian check.
calls with 4-3 suited and checks dark.
Yeah, we're still in. As long as you're in, life's good.
And he has flop best, pairing his 4.
Yeah, not a great flop for Kuzmanovic, but understands that he's up against
Feels longer.
a big blind
Yeah,
defend range from
It's been an
the
hour and a
chip
half.
leader.
500.
I agree.
Well, that's because
I feel like the first level always
we're used
takes
to
the
90-minute level breaks too, so.
Yeah, there's just enough for Patea to continue with, you know, hoping for some backdoor flush or straight possibilities.
Nothing.
Gutter.
Ace queen has a gutter.
Oh no, for 4-3.
4-3's got a pair of 4s.
Well, yeah, and a gutter. No, nothing for ace queen is obvious.
Hold on. There's a different
got
card
ace
now.
high.
Oh, shh. Still nothing for ace queen.
Nothing but maybe a little bit of showdown value with the board pairing on the river. This kind of allows Patea to go for a small bet here, trying to get calls from ace high. You know, 1/5 pot. Just really begging for the ace high call. You know, some potential natural bluffs, you know, might be, you know, ace deuce or ace 3. You know, straight draws get there though. You know, if you had 7-6 here, you end up with trips.
Keep the plan.
Marius Catalin Patea, year of Romania.
How many 30 minutes left? I just tested, but I'm being in the other one. 30 minutes.
Where are you going to be?
The right.
In the other room or here?
No, just here.
Okay.
Ronnie was getting some coaching yesterday from Julian Sitbon. Sounds like they're going to have a session during the break.
Not playing today, or
Sorry?
is he not?
He just busted the,
Okay.
no, the,
2K?
maybe?
Oh, he's
Yeah.
in the 2K probably then.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm,
Alti and Charter both had chips in that.
who did?
Alti and Charter.
Who's Alti?
Altman. Brian.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's a special Brian Altman
Charter too.
emote, if you're watching.
Is Allman the one that always looks like he wants to kill someone?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in
The crazy
Tulsa
guy.
for the
Yeah,
WSOP.
the Brian
like,
Altman emote. It's
poor
Alt
guy.
F4
I drove him to his headphones pretty quickly.
if you want to use it.
He's a sweetheart though. When
I
he
would
is
not
talking.
know.
When he doesn't want to kill you, he's nice.
He just looks like he wants to eat you. Jack Sinclair also looked at me like he wanted to eat me.
I think he actually did.
Well, he took all his
Pocket jacks
chips.
for Andrew. Oh, I'm sorry. Alt F4 is bugged. You can try Alt
That was
W.
a
There's
discipline
another
pull.
way to
Tell
do it.
Julian.
Some more chips for Hume, and just been a really good day for him ever since he doubled through
Yeah, if they can do all the
Rania with
2200s,
pocket
like,
aces.
murdered every tournament.
Now
We have
very
some bets
much in
the 10K.
contention
Lotus?
for the chip lead. Just a few big blinds behind Portea.
Who's the best?
American?
Yeah.
Hard to say on stream.
Kuhn?
Kuhn, Ike, maybe.
Yep.
But what about for like main players? Like
Who's the worst?
Some guy that no one's ever heard of.
Jesse
Okay.
Lonis.
I wanna
Ever heard of
edit my
him? Number one
question
player in the world.
on stream anyway, so.
Yeah, but it is interesting, thinking about who is the best at these kinds of main event fields with, almost 2K runners. Of course, Kuhn, Ike, incredibly elite, but they don't really come out to play these types of events very often. They're more in the high roller fields that are, considerably smaller. Definitely, there's going to be a little bit of a
165.
different game that you're going to take into some of these larger fields where, the type of skill level is going to be a pretty wide range compared to, what you might be used to.
We've got some hands. Andrew opening ace-king suited. Coleman with ace-king offsuit. Does go for the 3-bet, despite their positions.
Yeah, the expectation is that Hume should have some raise folds here because he is one of the chip leaders. You just don't really ever give him credit for having this big of a stack.
Good luck.
Ace king.
I mean, this
All
big of a
in.
hand.
And a
I
call.
don't like that ace king. I got two suits though.
Yeah, way better than seeing two queens.
Hume and Coleman with the same hand, more or less.
I'm happier to see ace king. You know what? Even though I've got the edge, I'd have
Throw an S in chat if you're a sicko and you want
I
to
think
see
these
someone
are
flush
one
out
high.
here.
Think so?
Or this one's one low.
Oh, you're right. Ugh. We'll take a chop. I'm not greedy.
Is Brock in
First card club.
somebody?
I'm okay with
Fact,
seeing
just
the
first
song
two cards,
again.
not to say
Two
one
suits.
of it, then
He
I-
has one suit. All right. Take a free roll.
2 hearts on the flop means only Coleman can win it outright.
Yeah.
Easier for you than for me yesterday.
Yeah, no, we need 2
Turn
hearts.
is not a heart. That means they're going to chop it
Oh,
up.
so close.
You know what they say, Maria? Everyone loves a chop pot. That was our best ever together, but I think you spit on me.
No.
Oh, I didn't see two queens.
I say it, I don't spray it.
Oh, yeah, that would have been nasty. I already did that once as well.
So ace queen.
You just
would've
couldn't
won.
just give me the compliment and just leave it at that.
Ace queen also would have won.
Just
So I'm
had
saying,
to.
but like the little bit worse hand would
You
have.
think
been like,
Mariah Carey
way on
doesn't
the
spit when she sings? You think Adele? You think Taylor Swift
true.
isn't
It
just
is just that
spraying the
extra oomph.
crowd
You're right,
nonstop
you're right, you're right. I put
in
that
a
extra
3-hour
oomph into
show.
it.
That's why they call it the Splash Zone.
I watched the one yesterday where you two had
The Ace King version. Yeah, that was nuts.
that was big.
Yeah, they asked both of us about it in the interview room.
That was so intense.
That was insane.
That was so intense. That was just not going to be right. Like,
No,
just like.
no.
$650.
He raised it to 650,000. 5 folds, 6 folds.
Ace Jack offsuit for David Coleman. Action on the Octa champ. Gonna defend 6-4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
And flops bottom 2 pair. Ray, let's talk about emotions at the poker table. You're here, you've got 6-4, flop comes 9-6-4. Do you feel happy, or do you just acknowledge that you've flopped a good, is it like an emotionless, this is a good spot, I have 2 pair, this is a good hand, how do I maximize? Or are you like, yay?
1175.
No, you're just automatically kind of thinking about, okay, if he bets, what do I want to do?
You're
If
just
he
maneuvering,
checks-
there's no joy.
Exactly. No, and also you want to contain that a little bit just because there's still 2 cards to come. It's not like you have the hand, won, it's not in the bag, but also maybe because you're afraid that any type of emotion that you allow yourself to feel on the inside might show on the outside. So I think for all those reasons, I'm very much just, back into
disappointing.
the methodical elements, right? Okay, if he goes this sizing, am I going to want to call or do I want to raise? If he checks back, what sizing do I want to bet on the turn if the turn cards come, a certain way?
Yeah. I was afraid you were going to say that.
But like, it's okay to have like a small yay. Like if that's what makes you feel alive,
Yeah.
then you're allowed.
Raised to
0.85.
2,850,000.
So Coleman continued for almost 1.2 million. And Andrew is charging a higher price, 2.85 million.
You're going to want a fast play just because there's, a couple draws possible and you're really hoping you run into the part of Coleman's range that he can't get away from, like over pairs.
Yeah.
Coleman cannot call the raise. And that's going to leave Andrew Hume on top of the final 6.
It's used to the 90-minute breaks. It's going to be like when we play back in the States. Are you always like a bathroom midway?
I don't mind. I used to be like, oh, I can't miss a hand, and now it's like, I don't care. The year I cashed the main event, not as good as you did, like my min cash, I was pregnant. And so you hear all these guys complain about the lines, and I was like, do you know what it's like to have a small human sitting like on top of your bladder?
Yeah, that's
like,
a nightmare.
Yeah, but the lines are smaller.
I do because I fly Ryanair.
British, you're so British.
No, we love queues. It's the best part of my day, usually.
Sorry, just popped out to go and stand in the registration line for 20 minutes. Didn't have a tournament to play, just wanted to have the experience of standing in line.
Okay.
It's what we do in England.
Queuing.
6-back.
So still 6-handed. at this final table.
You know, I have a feeling that Stapes didn't want to pack the cranker,
950.
the machine. He just left it at home, and now look at what's happened.
My girlfriend says that I crank it too much on the road, and then when I come home, I'm exhausted, so I did not bring it this time.
Without the cooler machine, how are we ever going to get through these final 6 players down to a winner?
Just going to have to rely on the poker gods.
Well, this is a blind v blind situation. Hume has opened with the king deuce. Coleman rather with ace 9 in the big blind.
Yeah, and they've gotten tangled up in quite a few hands so far. Coleman now off 20 bigs. So I do see that, you know, this is a very understandable and natural shove with this hand off of that stack size against the open BVB.
Coleman playing 7.4 million, around 25 big blinds. A shallower stack at the following level, which will be 200, 400.
Wow.
He's trolling. You haven't figured out his humor yet?
No, it's so dry that like I feel like I'm too like I don't get it at all. So dry.
And you wonder why British people don't think Americans are funny. It's because our humor is pretty much the exact opposite, with the exception of you, Stapes, of course.
I was going to say drier than your Tinder profile.
I really don't understand. Like, it's, you know, he woke up today, chose violence after a good night's rest. It's weird. It's really weird.
I figure
guys.
you're fair game for Tinder jokes since you've been engaged for like 2 years.
No, but what did you say before we were even on air?
That was just for us.
Yeah, it should be like 8 million something.
The disrespect.
I just feel like, Marie, you know how like you give me the things that I need in my life, like sound advice, health advice.
A backer for your poker.
A backer. Bridge loans. What is this? Mental
health.
Mental health. And I give you what you need, which is to be taken down a peg or two every once in a while.
Kuzmanovic is shoved here from the cutoff. Does not find a customer. Chips up, but is still hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Andrew Hume, by the way, chip leader with 15.8 million, 52 big blinds. He started at the bottom today, and he's currently at the top.
It sounded like a rap song.
Now he's here.
Big ones.
Next level.
Oh, yeah.
And Kuzmanovic
3 to
has been
4 is a
holding
big jump,
on
too.
as a shorty for a little while, but
that's always like the biggest jump.
honestly, just one double and he's right
6 to
back
8
in
or
the
3 to
thick of
4.
things. If you look at, again, just all
Stephen,
of these
keep talking about
stats.
numbers. Make my mom like you.
So bunched
I wish I could
up,
have some hands to play.
GTO.
getting very shallow.
probabilities.
Rania's mom likes Steven as
props
long as he
your man for that.
doesn't eat too much candy. So Bell, as
Is he
on
the,
YouTube,
the specialist.
Yes.
asks, what's the upcoming payouts? That would be 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and
Job of the
1st.
group.
Thank you for your question.
What's your job?
I don't know.
Folded to the
I'm
short
just
stack
there.
once again.
Coleman's the black band. He brings the snack.
Yeah, Coleman's the food guy.
Literally the only value I bring.
Hey. Kim would disagree.
Kuzmanovic folding here. Andrew Hume, 6-5 in the cutoff, passes. David Coleman on the button, 10-7. Bad lookalike from Michael on YouTube. Coleman, Justin Timberlake. I will allow it.
Allowed.
Six-4 suited for Stephen Song in the small blind. He completes. And Patea checks his option. We go heads up to the flop, which is 8-8-6. Sing a song of 6 pair.
Nice.
And Patea has shown, you know, some aggression with good timing so far at this final table. Queen high had a little bit of showdown on that board, so he elected to check back. And now, you know, Song obviously just looking to bluff catch here with 8s and 6s, trying to keep the pot small.
What is happening on the other tables?
Is that who I think it is?
Who is that? Who do you think that is? Oh.
Sounded like him, doesn't it?
Lynn?
Actually makes sense. I'm sure I heard the words main event as well. So.
Well, this is not a great run out.
But I'm sure I heard the words main event. So.
Stephen Song.
I don't know what I heard.
Could be talking about.
His son is so nice. I met his son last night, too.
Wow.
His son was lovely.
Ah, Lin Jianwei we're talking about.
What do you call him?
What do I call him?
Yeah, his son.
China Jr.
Lil China.
I don't do it to be disrespectful. I just can't remember names, but I can remember a country.
Some would say not remembering someone's name is disrespectful, but.
Song just with this min bet on the river, you know, realizes that he's counterfeited.
Counterfeited on the river, brutal. And Patea reclaims the chip lead.
I mean, nice call with queen high. Yeah?
I mean, I
no,
think
not impressed?
No, I mean, it was a min bet. So I think that, you know, you might get some busted flush and straight draws like a 10-9 or something light fold. But, you know, any overcard to the board there is probably just going to look you up.
Yeah.
Unimpressed, wow.
So Patea now playing 55 big blinds, Hume in second place with 52. Every other player has a sub 30 big blind stack. And Boris Kuzmanovic is once again approaching the danger zone.
3, almost 3.
Stop it.
You're Romania.
Get those thoughts out of your head.
Yours is a 9, you're chilling.
Yeah, I have a bit more time. Wouldn't mind to miss it.
I think it would be a good problem to have, yeah.
Two raises, 600K.
Hume opening with Queen 10. Makes it 600K.
Patea looks like Dak Shepard from the side. You know what? I see it.
He's allowed it. Rania Nasreddine, 8-7 in the big blind. She defends.
I like money.
And it is a queen high flop. Action check to Hume. 91% equity.
You know, just the type of texture that I think a lot of times you will expect to see a c-bet from the pre-flop raiser, but Hume checks back, I think, looking to trap Rania a bit, you know, a little deception, you know, keeping such a strong hand in his check back range. And she is going to go for it. Does turn a little bit of equity, of course. You know, looking for a 6 here with 8-7.
Well, Andrew has a fan on YouTube who unfortunately seems to have his caps lock on. I love Hume. He's a great player. Writes Take Cover.
Maybe he's in a noisy pub.
Yeah, that the all caps definitely different, you know, when you read it out loud versus the mix caps with the lowercase letters, which I used to do in high school. It was cool, right? It was like, didn't it look cool? No?
Well,
No?
now it's like
me.
the voice. That's what that means.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, does not change the outcome of this hand.
Rania tried to steal this on the turn for a little less than half pot. Didn't work.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some other rivers that are more natural bluffs for her, whereas this one sometimes will hit Hume. You know, when he calls on the turn, he will call with some ace highs, but, you know, now she's really trying to rep trips. I think, you know, even Queen X will slow down. Hume does chop with other Queen X's, but he is going to catch her with her hand in the cookie jar. That check back was very, very effective in getting Rania to put in 2 barrels there.
Funk Lays says, I can't find the tournament on PokerStars. Is it also for Belgian players? Sorry, the free roll is not available for Belgiumese players. Rania Nasreddine playing 20 bigs. She's the second shortest stack at the table. Andrew Hume retakes the chip lead with 63 big blinds.
We thought it was available in Belgium, and then it wasn't available in Belgium. We waffled.
Waffle sounds so good right now.
Big ol' sigh. He didn't even hear that joke.
8 minutes on the level. Those of you who are eligible to play the free roll, by the way, registration's going to open in about 15 minutes time. So I'll give you the password now. It's in honor of an EPT legend. His first name is Luca. His last name is Pagano.
Luca Pagano.
More final tables on the European Poker Tour than any other player. Pagano is today's password. That is in uppercase characters, so I guess I should shout it. Pagano! P-A-G-A-N-O.
I do love that Luca Pagano has the record still for most EPT final tables. However, to be fair, in the early days, they were 3-table tournaments.
I was thinking when I went actually into the actual casino the other day, I remembered, I think the last year was 2009 when we played EPT Barcelona in the casino, and the feature table was under the stairs of the casino. We've reached hand 37 of the final table. Probably 2 or 3 more hands to play before the players take their first break of the day. Action on Stephen Song. He passes. Matea's out. Nasreddine has ace-king on the button.
Ooh, big hand here, especially on the button. They're never going to see it coming.
She raises to 700,000. Queen Jack suited for Boris Kuzmanovic. Now has a sub-10 big blind stack.
All in.
He shoves. Hume folds the big blind. Rania calls with ace-king. And Kuzmanovic gets it in behind. Does have live cards, though.
Ace-king, queen, jack suited. We don't have either.
Let's hold, please. Let's hold, please.
Like ace-king. It's for America.
Nice
Queen
hand.
Jack
Let's
suited.
hold. Let's do all the things.
Very live.
Here's the ace-king. Here's queen jack suited. I mean, yeah. We're gonna,
Classic 60-40 spot.
Ideal.
But Kuzmanovic needs to hit to survive. Does flop a gut shot. Queens, jacks, and tens now working for him.
This head in the sand approach has been working for Rania.
More sweat. Or let's give it 10.
6 of spades.
I mean, it's okay card for me.
I think based on the combo, she knows she's still ahead, but... Oh, sweaty!
I take the 4 as well.
17 outs could be.
I'm going back
Why
down.
did she look? Why didn't
Let's
she
hold,
wait?
please.
Could be too many outs. Spades, tens, jacks, queens, 17 cards. Boris Kuzmanovic can hit. The river is the 6 of hearts, and he is eliminated in 6th place.
Thank you guys so much.
Boris Kuzmanovic from Croatia cashes for 306,900 euros. We are finally down to 5.
Nice playing you. You good.
Run good Rania. Hits when she needs to hit. Fades when she needs to fade.
Told you it was too many outs. So Boris exits the stage. Rania up to 9.6 million, now playing more than 30 big blinds. Well, we caught up with Rania late last night to get her thoughts, her reaction to making another EPT final table following her 3rd place finish in Monte Carlo earlier this year.
And so as I walk in and I sit at that table, I'm gonna remind myself that I have fought really hard for 6 days. It's the 20th anniversary of the EPT here in Barcelona, and I get to be at a final table. It's shocking that like a random poker player from Tulsa, Oklahoma gets to sit with these very good professional poker players and have a shot at maybe 1.5 million. I hope that I can like lean in on my experience playing at Monte Carlo to kind of help me on this final table, but this is like a totally different type of player than I had in Monte Carlo. I would love to have my name along the list of the other winners of the EPT because it's a really elite list and would definitely make me forget about what happened in Monte Carlo for a very long time.
All right, that was boss.
Rania remains in contention. Now we are down to 5 players at the EPT Barcelona final table. Andrew Hume, still chip leader, has 10-6 in the small blind on this hand. He's raised, and that is a defend from David Coleman in the big. Queen 8 of diamonds.
Since you're the numbers guy, he had queens, he had jacks, and he had spades. So how many outs did he have?
Well, I can't do that math that quick, but he had a 10. He had a 10 too. He could hit a 10.
Oh, he did hit a 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's.
I think it's better not to know.
7 spades, because you didn't have any spades, right?
No.
7 spades.
Is this we need a phone Brock? Like he would be able to like.
You would know.
Okay.
Or 9 spades plus this queen or jack plus 3 more 10s. I think it's like 18 outs.
Yeah, Hume not, you know, letting these blind versus blind spots be ones where Coleman gets to see very cheap flops. You know, he raised pre, Coleman calls, you know, neither player connected with the flop, but Hume now does turn some equity.
It's all over the place. How are you supposed to even know who's got what here?
Use your fingers, Joe. Use your fingers.
I'm just going to do this one on paper.
Don't forget to carry the 1. Oh, and then divide it by 2.357.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where's that coming from?
Hume bets 1.45 million on the turn. Coleman with 6.1 million behind. leaves himself with 20 big blinds, which is now the shortest stack at the table. In fact, he and Steven Song are pretty much tied to the bottom with 20 bigs apiece.
Looking forward to another level with one elimination.
Yeah, we've come to the end of the level. And that means everyone's going to be a whole bunch shallower. Coleman with 14 bigs, Song with 13 bigs when we get back. Hume will be the chip lead. And now whoever wins today will be among the top 10 winners in EPT history. These are the biggest prizes, the biggest payouts we have ever seen on the EPT. The biggest was in Monte Carlo in 2009, 2.3 million. But 1.51 million is going to be around kind of 8th or 7th place in these payouts. Whoever takes it down today. And the reason, of course, that we are all here in Barcelona this year is because of one man.
It's great to be in Dublin. It's even better to be back with my old sparring partner with a new haircut, John Duthie, here in the EPT, the founder of the event that just keeps growing.
My name is John Duthie and I founded the EPT in 2004. Every single poker player in the world knew each other. And it was a definite, wonderful sort of classless arena where you could just go and sit with gangsters or writers or actors. There was something very special about it back then.
Yeah, John Duthie told me way back then that he was in the bath when he thought about the EPT for the first time.
Were you in the bath when you came up with the idea for the EPT?
Probably.
I was just very relieved to know that he took baths, to be honest.
We're all human, you know. I'll describe my motivation into creating the EPT. I suppose I got into poker around 1995. I'd done many, many jobs, but I'd suddenly ended up directing television drama. And I'd seen a few shows, like the WPT, and I suddenly thought, well, why not let's do the same in Europe? Really, that was it.
Vicky put all her chips in.
English poker players weren't always brilliant at making things happen. Obviously, John Duthie is a bit different because he had a proper career. He was a TV director. He was a sort of proper person.
I just thought, okay, TV direction. I know all the people that run the casinos around Europe, and just married the two together. That was that simple.
John Duthie and the creators of the EPT were definitely visionaries. But sometimes a magical thing happens where you can be a visionary and then other things happen in the world to make something perfect. And that's what that was.
By the time you get to 2003, 2004, the time you get to the post-moneymaker, real height of the boom, poker is exploding everywhere, especially in Europe. And you have this huge market, this huge continent that doesn't have any major events.
I hadn't really considered the moneymaker effect. But obviously, allying with an online site was important. I was completely on my own. I had nobody working for me. It was just flying around, just doing everything on my own. But it was exciting. I was very driven, very motivated. I think we got like 5 or 6 venues to agree and sign on the dotted line. Then I had enough venues to start the tour up. It was the players that encouraged me to do it more than anyone else, really. Marcel Lusk, you know, the Hendon mob. It was almost like I was doing it for a group of us.
People were going on yet another of John's harebrained schemes. Well, I guess we'll show up and support 1 or 2 of them, then it'll fizzle out.
Welcome to the action. Welcome to Barcelona.
Lovely to have you on board for the start of the European Poker Tour. I mean, very excited about this indeed, because poker is absolutely gripping Europe at the moment.
Well, incredibly, everybody seems to be playing it.
I had no doubt that we were at the beginning of a huge poker boom, and I thought that the EPT was going to be incredibly successful because everybody was starting to play it.
I'm going to check, Nelly.
You want to check?
Yeah.
Founder.
It was absurd. The whole idea, the whole journey was just crazy, and it was just such a wonderful thing to be part of. I think the speed with which it grew in the first 3 years was quite surprising. You know, we suddenly went from, like, you know, Alexander Stevich winning 80,000 euros, and then before you know it, suddenly you had a first prize of 2.3 million euros at Monaco, just 3 or 4 years later.
It was great when the American pros started turning up at the EPTs.
Doyle came over, Phil Hellmuth obviously. And for me it was brilliant because I'd been watching these guys for years and years and years, and I loved having them all there. They were good times, and they did endorse it. It was like an endorsement once they started to come.
You know, it's very easy for Americans to ignore something with the word European in front of it, but I think it's a testament to how great the EPT is that it cannot be ignored.
The whole concept of the EPT was based around satellites and the idea that you could actually get into an event for as little as $1. And suddenly you find yourself in Monte Carlo playing for $1 million. That dream is still there.
It's lovely to see what's happened to it, you know, that it's in good hands, it's still growing. You know, I hope I'll be here in another 20 years.
If I can stay in love with the game for such a long time, and I still love playing, I think it probably will last another 20 years.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Blinds right now at 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Dato under the gun, folds. Shatalov's out. Sam Phillips has aces. And he raises to 325,000. Shizang has pocket threes. He calls. And Joe Stapleton is back in the booth alongside me, James Hartigan.
James, it is an honor to be doing the 100th EPT final table with you. Just double teaming this commentary.
Action on Latau in the small blind, 6-4 off. He folds. Hussein Ensan, the chip leader. There's King Jack in the big blind.
He's going to want to come along for the ride, but this ride could very easily be like Rose McGowan's in Death Proof. And there's Stuntman Mike.
He does call. Three-way to the flop. Phillips, the commanding favorite. Ooh, top pair for Ensan.
How bad is this going to get for him? And these are the two biggest stacks. Yes!
He's going to lead it. 385K.
Not a huge fan of multi-way leads, pretty much ever, but even less so a top pair. It's a very dry board, so Sam's probably going to just call. There are less hands that will pay off a raise and not a ton of draws out there.
Phillips does call. There's a huge favorite. Zhang's folded, heads up to the turn. It's a queen, which changes nothing.
Scare card for Ensan.
He slows down, he checks.
And this is going to open the gates to Value Bet City.
Nearly 2 million in the middle. Phillips bets 675,000.
How much you play? 6 million net.
To call here, you really got to be putting your opponent on Jack 10 or 10s.
Ensan does call. Phillips a 9-1 favorite as we go to the river. No help for Ensan.
Not the best run out for aces.
Ensan checks again.
But Sam probably can still value bet this.
3.3 million chip pot. Phillips bets 1,375,000.
And Sam's getting good pot odds to make this call, but he's only beating bluffs.
Call.
He calls.
And Sam's bluffing there less often than I go on second dates.
Huge pot for Phillips.
Thanks. Thank you.
He adds 3.3 million to his stack and takes the chip lead from Ensan. Well, we're going to play against Ensan in this hand. He's on the button and has raised to 600,000.
Hungry fella?
Sam Phillips with ace-queen. I guess he's going to play this, so let's sweat with Sam.
I think I like a 3-bet in this dynamic. And Sam's going to be raising pretty wide, and Latau is not likely to wake up with better.
The chip leader is counting out a re-raise. This is a 3-bet to 1.65 million. Latau folds. Ensan will play a flop in position.
Ooh.
Ace 8-8 with 2 spades.
I actually think I like a check here because it's hard to get called by worse, and I really don't want to double this dude up and basically be out.
Phillips continues for 1.5 million.
Sam's no dum-dum, though, so he probably thinks Hossein will get stubborn here with lots of worse hands.
Please.
Oh, he's raising.
Uh-oh.
That is huge, 4.1 million.
Well, we can't fold, but we also maybe don't want to get it all in. The sick part, too, though, is if we call here, we probably also have to call turn. This just got real.
Phillips calls. Huge pot. 12 million in the middle already. 3 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, this is not really a turn we can fold on. This is why I like checking the flop.
Phillips checks. Ensan going for chips. He's betting again. $3.25 million.
Such a small bet. I think we have to call, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared, Mom, scared.
I mean, he's kind of committing himself here. This looks really strong. It's got to be an 8, right?
Well, we kind of just have to hope that he's freaking out with spades or a worse ace. Have I mentioned we should have checked the flop?
I think Ensan's got an 8. I think Phillips has to fold this.
What 8 did he call a 3-bet with pre-flop? Exactly ace 8. Nah, man, we called the raise. We're calling now.
Phillips folds. Ensan did not have an 8. Jack 10, a total airball.
Hossein really is Ensan in the brand.
And he has reclaimed the chip lead. 21.2 million. Blind still 150,000, 300,000. Phillips on the button with ace king. He raises to 600k. Latau in the small blind. Folds. Ensan in the big blind. Still stacking chips from the last hand. Has ace deuce.
What's he doing?
He's racing.
I hate this if he's doing it for value. I don't mind it if he's turning his hand into a bluff.
He 3-bets to 1.5 million.
Sam's gonna have no problem 4-bet calling it off here.
Here comes the 4-bet. 3.5 million. Whoa, Ensan shoves!
Cool.
And Phillips calls!
Well, this is gonna go down as a major punt, but ace deuce isn't the worst hand to do it with.
The biggest pot of the tournament, 30 million in the middle, and Sam Phillips' tournament life on the line, even though he does have the best hand.
72% chance the poker coach doubles up.
Still ahead after the flop.
Low but safe.
High card. Just put a king out there. Don't even cover, do you? No.
Phillips just has to fade a deuce on the river.
7! 7!
All right, fine, 7.
It's a king.
Go, baby. Let's go. Come on. Hell yeah.
Huge double up for Phillips, and he reclaims the chip lead.
Oh, Sam Phillips, you have got a lot of chips.
To the delight of his buddy Bob.
Chaz, you make to ACM or chip chop?
Chip chop. I'd only consider chip chop.
So, the 3 remaining players are now discussing a potential deal. Here comes tournament director Toby Stone with his trusty laptop to crunch the numbers.
You have to play for 10% of remaining.
Okay.
What's remaining? I can figure what that is for you, but that is one of the terms. You must play for 10% of the remaining.
Yeah.
Forgive me, you have still $1 million if you give me 50 more and him 35, and then we have a deal and it's still super fine for you.
I mean, I'm in a good position. I'm in a really good position if we play.
Here comes Gibberish 7 guy. He'll sort this out.
40 off my chip count number and for you, and then 30 for him. So we got a deal?
Well, because of his monster chip lead, the deal would guarantee Sam Phillips more than $1 million.
And 7 guys not sure there's enough 7s in there.
Should I do this? I'm gonna win this tourney so often.
You will, but
I'm still getting.
You're never gonna. This is a ridiculous spot.
I'm just gonna win this all day.
Huh?
I can whittle them both down.
Yeah, the other guy's dangerous, kind of, when he has a bunch of those.
Okay, so 40 more for me and 30 for him, and we have a deal.
40 for you, 30 for him.
Yeah.
Looks like they've come to an agreement.
Sounds good to me.
It's good.
All right.
Everybody's getting some money.
Well, Hussein Ensan has the shortest stack. He's locked up around 653,000. Latau's guaranteed 704,000. Whatever happens, Sam Phillips is the big winner today. More than $1 million for him. 90,000 euros still in play for the eventual champ. Ensan on the button. Pocket deuces. He raises to 600,000. Ace queen for Phillips.
This could very well go in before the flop. Especially now that there's been a deal.
A 3-bet to 1.6 million. Latau in the big blind folds. Action back on Ensan. He shoves. And Phillips calls. We are flipping for 16 million chips.
Small pairs aren't so bad to 4-bet shove with.
And this time it's Ensan who's at risk.
I got ace queen against deuces.
Like comic books versus video games, one of these 2 hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
There's an ace in the door. Sam Phillips takes the lead. He's now a 91% favorite, and Hussein Ensan is about to exit in 3rd place.
3 hands in a row these 2 have gone at it.
Deuce on the turn!
Sam Phillips better be thanking his buddy Bob. Best deal ever for him.
10%.
Ensan now the huge favorite. Phillips looking for a 10. It's a 5. Ensan doubles up.
Things can change so quickly in tournament poker. Oftentimes there's nothing you can do about it. That's why you make deals.
I have no anti-chips anymore.
What's that?
I have no anti-chips. I'm such a loser.
You want some?
Have I ever won a pot at the final table?
Not many.
I'll sell you some.
Sam Phillips has lost more than a third of his stack. Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in 2024. We are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the EPT. It's the final day of the series, the final day of the main event with 5 players remaining. Just before the break, we lost Boris Kuzmanovic in 6th place. We come back at the 200k, 400k blind level, which means chip leader Andrew Hume has 51 big blinds. But everyone else is getting a little bit shallow, and we do have 2 players, 2 of the Americans, Stephen Song and David Coleman, hovering around the 15 big blind mark. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And we're joined for this level by Sam Grafton.
Hey, poker fans.
We've got a Griff Graf reunion as we check out the prize money for the final 5. Everyone's locked up the better part of 400k. There's more than 1.5 million euros up top. Now, just before the break, we actually looked at the biggest payouts in EPT history. And a few people commented, why are there so few Barcelona winners on there? After all, Barcelona, big event, massive prize pool, huge first prize. Here is a hashtag fun fact. Since Tom Middleton, which was back in 2013, every winner has done a deal. Latau, Juanda, Mallet, Sorensen, Nijinsky, Brandstrom, Bendinelli, and Vitsiak. There's been a deal at every final table since, so no one has got the advertised first place payout.
So what we're saying is Tom Middleton is even more of a boss than we already thought he was.
Well, it's not like he turned down a deal forehanded and then won the thing.
Yeah, it's not like, yeah, exactly. I mean,
such a boss move.
Yeah, you got to gamble.
Yeah.
You got to gamble.
Why not?
If you're MIDI, you got to gamble.
Just in future, best to turn down the deal after. Before you've already agreed to it.
Spreads is here?
Well, yeah. I did the
I
double
blame
bathroom
Fraser
break.
McIntyre to this day.
How big a stakes do you think
No,
we'd have
didn't
to
have
play
time for
for
a triple
Rania
today.
to not be just chilling and acting like
I
she's
did
in a
see
home
Kim
game?
in the bathroom.
Like, what would first place have to be? If we made first prize 20 million, would she
You're lying.
would she start to get nervous?
I mean, Sam, I do appreciate the bit, but she has worn her emotions on her sleeve a bit, and it's really nice to see her sort of back to top form of just like, this is really her Q zone. But when she was down to 2 million, listen, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. It's tough out there. It's a long days.
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, just to emphasize the flippity-floppity nature of final tables. When I was commentating yesterday at the beginning of nine-handed, Patia was the shortest stack, and Andrew Hume was second shortest stack, and now they're right there at the top.
Yeah, interesting pot right here. Patia opening under the gun with the ace-8. Song defending off of, about 13 big blinds and flopping open-ended, is just going to call here and is looking for one of Patia's pair cards. That's a bad one for Song.
Yeah, that is the ace for Patia, making him an 82% favorite.
Yeah, I would imagine this is the sort of downside of calling these kind of hands when you feel like you can't play the draw fast.
950,000.
It's a bit of a problem. Like, what do we do now? Yeah,
we fold. One bit of business I need to get out of the way. The free roll is about to start. We did advertise the password just before the break, but with the tournament starting in 2 minutes and with late registration open until the top of the hour, I will give you the password one last time, and we'll make sure that we keep posting it in the chat on both Twitch and YouTube. Pagano, as in Luca Pagano. Huge bucks, Broncos. P-A-G-A-N-O, uppercase. Pagano is the password for the final EPT 20 live stream free roll with 2.5k in W Coupe tickets in the prize pool, plus a bronze power pass for the winner.
Nice.
W Coupe starting today, of course. Good luck, grinders.
Wow. Can't believe I'm missing first day W Coupe. The young me would be disgusted.
Yeah, he would.
Disgusted. It's such an exciting. Normally I would be tweeting, good luck, guys. W Coupe beginning. Something.
Let's start with the $5.50.
Yeah. I was playing $22 by then, don't worry.
Yeah, but you did tell me you'll even find yourself maybe playing a $5.50.
Oh, we'll play a
in the
$5,
W Coupe.
100%.
The guy who won the $500,000 buy-in just a short, year or two ago?
200K, yeah. But I got, it's all right. Imagine winning a $5 W Coupe. What a huge brag. What a huge, it's better than winning a 5K one.
I agree.
Wasn't Spraggy's W Coupe a $5? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a grinder. And all things going well for Patia at the moment. Obviously, we're not done and dusted yet. Song can go both ways. I do think the Americans tend to be, on the more aggressive side. This might be a little illegal by the book, but whatever. We want to bet some jacks. We might fold a jack 6.
We've all jaywalked from time to time, Sam.
A king 5, and Patia going to continue. So, and one of the reasons to bet is turning a 6, turning a 3, the jack, a king we can represent, etc., etc. But this card just a very good card for Patia's range, and he might want to bet in position, but doesn't, and actually improves on the river. And now Song having sort of bet jack high, it's a little bit weird. If you're a bit lower in your range, had you bet, let's say 5-3, you want to try and bluff king high, and very cautious check down by Patia.
I think you maybe put out 600K there, try to get a call from ace or king high for having rivered that 10 into Patia's shoes.
Yeah, or a 4. I mean, obviously it's a problem to have the 4 as well.
Yeah. Either one really is. It's 9 big blinds now for Stephen Song. Unfortunate turn of events, but as we've seen, I mean, the theme of this final table has just been a lot of flip-flopping. I wouldn't be surprised he makes a run.
Yeah, I mean, actually that bet, if you're going to just get them to check all the way down, sort of stun them, it's a lot of very good exploits. These guys either develop themselves or stumble into. Really interesting to see Stephen in action, playing for the big bucks.
I mean, we have literally seen the reversal. Hume was start of day short stack, Song was start of day chip leader.
Yeah.
And they have traded places.
And again, I said it before, I mean, Andy, someone that's been around a long time, you don't, there's no you're owed or you're due in poker. It doesn't really exist. But I would say that Stato has had a lot of crossbars. Perhaps there's some huge scores that I'm missing, or came online or flew under the radar for me. I don't obviously know his background that intimately, but I do think that, there'd be a lot of people in the UK, either friends of Andrews or just people that have played with him, who'd be really pleased to see him get a huge score. Of course, already he's locked up big money.
Yeah.
But he's someone that, has had a lot of near misses, a lot of consistency in these big fields. We'll check back in position. And a very interesting card. I mean, the most interesting card of all, as Hume turns a very strong top pair. And Nasreddine with the nut flush draw.
So Hume's biggest result on the EPT until now was 12th place in Prague in 2016. He did cash for 345K in the World Series main event in 2023, but yeah.
Also getting like 15th, right?
Yeah, but this obviously is like the better part of 400,000 euros, so
yeah,
guaranteed, and of course 1.5 million up top.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. He's someone who's got his fair share of, some people have one run and get one first.
Yeah.
And some people, have a very consistent career. But what will Nasreddine now? Does she want to spring into action? Playing this as a check actually is a little bit difficult. It seems hard. Wow. Do we want to raise? It seems a bit passive to just call. And I don't think Rania Nasreddine, she's genuinely working through. And look at Stato. He's locked in, really trying to observe what's going through his opponent's mind. She does have a lot of suited hands, by the way. A lot of offsuit hands drop out. Oh, she's just check folding. And perhaps it would have been better to bet out herself and sort of
set the price.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Could have been the way to go. Then you allow yourself some flexibility to either bluff or value bet, depending on the river.
But I still think she owes it to the strength of her draw to, call that 35-40% pot bet. And so that's a bit passive, but, wanting to keep clear of the Coleman and the Song chip stacks. So that passivity, maybe that's where that comes from.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Thanks.
Yeah, needs to take her time before she checks and really think, okay, what am I going to do? Probably make that decision.
What am I do if he bets? Yeah. But, I mean, having said that, you know, I think that part of what makes her special is trusting those instincts as they kind of come to her, and I think it served her really well. So hard to change now. Close one here for you for 9 big blinds at the cutoff, or do we need to let go of the suited king?
Yeah, I think just want a bit bigger cards. Suited, obviously, suited property is very, very powerful.
Yeah,
but
king 9 suited. King 8 suited. King 7 suited. What's your cutoff? King 7, king 6, king 6.
Yeah, maybe king 7. I mean, you want to block one of the calls, right?
Yeah.
So I know it's marginal, but they don't call ace 3 off, but they do call 7s and king 7 off. They don't call 3s either.
Yeah,
you know, or
so
like
creating that flip equity that tends to get called by 6s.
It's just, you know, it's very fine margins.
So Nasreddine is going to complete in the small blind with a very pretty jack-9 of spades. Hume checking back to 10-6. Good start for Rania. Straight draw, though.
Yeah, Hume with the straight draw. And still a 14% chance.
Yeah, the spade there and the gut shot's going to embolden Rania to bet. And you know, considering whether he needs to get sticky. You are supposed to be a bit of a roadblock as the chip leader.
1.65 million.
And he goes for a raise, taking one of the hands that's not a comfortable call and electing to be aggressive.
Rania's dangerous in spots like this. Sometimes she'll just like the strength of her hand and go rogue and pile it in on you.
I think, how deep was she? Yeah, I mean, it's
under 20 big blinds.
3.7.
Wow, she clicks here. I mean, yeah, and Stato just lets it go. Wow.
Yeah, so that's the problem sometimes when you're putting on the pressure. Rania, if she doesn't trust you, she'll just, she likes her hand, she's in.
So she's in third place right now with around 27, 28 big blinds. Meanwhile, it's now tied at the top. Evens, Stevens between Marius and Andre.
French accent.
Yeah,
so good.
Within
so good.
one chip stack, one buy-in of each other. That's amazing.
It's the Even Stevens sound for those online fans.
Is it possible to have 2 players in the catbird seat? Is the seat big enough?
It's a good question.
Hand 43.
Blinds are still 200,000, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante. Still playing 90-minute levels at this stage.
I mean, it's interesting. Fold. I guess it's who's big blind? Coleman's. Maybe we still want to play the 7-6 there.
Yeah.
Start with like 5.7, right? 5.55.
Blind v blind. Hume in the small with queen 4.
Yeah, and we will get some shoves here from Andrew. Some raises also.
1.1.
And goes for a raise. And Coleman with a very tweener hand, almost a bit too good to shove. He is going to dominate some holdings, and for that reason, getting the price and position, he might want to call certainly a hand that's good enough to shove. I think Hume going to have lots of raise folds here. What does Coleman want to do? I think it's a genuine decision for him. Might know the spot better than me. But this does seem to make sense when we imagine a hand like King 4 that we just dominate. The raise should be quite polar, you know, consisting of very strong hands that are calling off on the weakest. And
oh yeah,
top pair versus bottom pair.
Yeah, and this is the kind of, this is the downside of not shoving. You do lower your variance somewhat. But now we're navigating out of position with a very low SPR against a very talented player. Of course, no, and I'm not going to come 10-7-4 every time. And Hume, with a medium strength hand, is going to elect to check it over to Coleman. And at this SPR, this is essentially the nuts. He's just going to think about what sizing his range wants to go. And when we imagine that some parts of Andrew's range are just very dusty, king 5 off and the like, that he decides not to see bet, perhaps we're going to go small. We got king of diamonds in hand as well, blocking some check calls, check raises.
So Coleman bets 850K.
And you see how it gives a problem to the 4. You know, this is what these top players do. It's almost as if he could see Andrew's hand, a sort of tantalizing sizing. Feels very weak to raise the queen 4 and then check fold. On the other hand, yeah, and you see Andrew using a time bank. Very little playability. It's of course fine to have some check call, check folds. And the pot swells now. SBR is less than 1, meaning the pot is bigger than Coleman's stack. And interesting turn card.
Who does that ace favor?
I mean, hypothetically, it favors Andrew, but I would almost, particularly in check call line, but I would almost say it's kind of not there.
Yeah.
Most of the ace X just shove pre from Andy.
Right.
And all of the ace X, I would imagine, are very close to shove pre from Coleman, and he does a bet. So unless one of them has aces, it's kind of neutral. I think Coleman will realize that.
And I think I'd also like to add that, you know, you're kind of blocking the top of that ace high range that would raise, right? If Hume had ace king, he might 3x there with ace king, but you block it, which makes it less likely that that's the combo you're dealing with, right?
Yeah.
So I think the ace is pretty irrelevant.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, should just be like very strong hands. And now where is Hume in his range? Obviously, we don't have a diamond. Is there any point bluffing at it? No, thinks Andy. And I wonder if Coleman can go for value now. You know, David really respecting his position vis-a-vis. Mate, I'm autodidact. I never say these words. I've only read them. In relationship to the chip leader, knowing he has to tread very, very carefully. What size do we want to go if we bet for value?
Very difficult to have bluffs here, I think. Does something like a 5-6 suited even call pre-flop?
Yeah, I think the bluff would be like king 8 somehow, something like that.
King 8 of spades.
Yeah, maybe you don't even bet the backdoor flush draw. You just want to bet like nothing, basically. Be polar and you're betting. King 10 and king 8 of clubs, something like this.
4. Check to showdown. Coleman wins the pot.
Yeah, Coleman treading exceptionally carefully there. I think actually maybe even just worried that Andy either has exactly this, like nothing, or aces, basically. Very tricky to navigate, but Coleman does it well, pads his stack.
Yeah, hovering around 20 bigs now. Stephen Song, by the way, is going to post the big blind next, so he's got 9 bigs. However, 2 of those are going to go in the pot before any cards are dealt on this next hand.
Yeah, Stephen as jovial as ever. Certainly someone that recognizes how fortunate he is to be playing this game that he loves for such high stakes.
UK crowd, or are you a
Privilege and no
standalone?
need of checking.
UK?
I've just deduced.
You could probably get caught by worse, but not.
But he is in a perilous situation right now in terms of the tournament.
Yes.
8 now, right?
Shortest stack with 5 players remaining in this EPT Barcelona main event. With the action folded to Rania Nasreddine with 10 deuce offsuit. She folds. Andrew Hume is on the button. He has ace-6.
Yeah, and this is a potential shove. Again, we saw Hume playing a little lower variance with his strategy a moment
1.1 million.
a moment ago, and we'll just raise again, going a bit better to set, sorry, bit bigger, over 2.5x in order to give Song a tough time. We don't want to lay a great price for a 7 big blind stack where they're able to realize their equity comfortably. We want to sort of bloat the pot so that they don't have much fold equity post-flop. Could even have gone bigger, I think. And
interestingly, Song defends.
Yeah, it makes some sense. I mean, look how live we are against the ace-6 off.
True.
Just trying to flop some equity at this point.
Yeah, we're going to play some donk jams if we get a piece. And this is sort of the downside of raising for Andy.
Well, Song has got less than pot behind.
Yeah, a nice flop for Hume. If I'm pronouncing that, I've known the guy 14 years, I should be able to pronounce his surname. But, you know, we got the backup of the ace of clubs, and we even dominate some 6x. You know, very nice eventuality. Of course, we can be beat, but really doesn't matter. You see now that we've set up a situation where there's 2.1 million to play and the pot's 2.8.
That's the put on them.
Yeah, and that's going to leave Steven Song with just 5 big blinds, but...
Brits don't clap for you, Andrew.
Sorry?
The Brits are like so busy being polite back there, no clap, no nothing.
I'm happy with that.
They're just like, they're like silent. You guys could do the silent clap,
We just raise our cup of tea.
but not.
Seen a lot of people on Instagram railing
Brazil
from
wins
the
the
UK.
Spirit Award. In Romania is pretty strong too.
Brazil is.
Brazil is like.
Yesterday.
Whatever
wanna
happened
be
to the
adopted
era of
by the
shoe
Brazilians.
bombs? Yeah, it's quite
Maybe the
funny.
French.
Funny the other night I referenced how I would never do shoe bombs or whatever,
Je peux un
and then
peu.
Christian Harder was like, "I got a video of you doing one 2 years ago," and whipped out me on my knees in a bar in Vegas, drinking out of Nellie's shoe. So I was caught.
I mean, back in the day, we had Brits on a final table. There'd be some loudmouth on the rail shouting leather jackets for everyone.
Yes, indeed. Steven Song picking up the nuts in the small blind. Would love to see him double.
A call by King Deuce, I was just about to say.
Wow, it's a great outcome.
And this could be a double up for Steven Song. If he gets unlucky, he'll be KO'd in 5th.
2 million. I'm on it. Steven.
King 10 looks a bit like KO.
King 10. Where's King Deuce?
Up, so I may as well.
He is King Deuce.
Yeah, and a bit of noise from the rail as Steven's rail rise to their feet.
1-7. Let's start with the best.
This is a very
best hand.
fortunate spot for Song. I mean, the hands could have been reversed and it would have went exactly the same way.
Just se fa 3 si dá o call 2 milioni.
I'm gonna get out of the thing. I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna come out. Sorry.
Can you see from there? No, it's just shoves.
And Rania.
Brock,
Yeah.
Brock Wilson
I only have 2
on the rail. You don't need a solver when you got Brock there.
There you go.
Rania
It's the same as having Dominic Nietzsche on a laptop. Should be
one
banned.
step closer.
Oh, and
2 diamonds though.
yeah, some more chop outs now, of course,
There's
with
some
the
chop
board pair.
outs too, but
Thank you, Stephen.
Opportunities.
chop would be better than losing.
That's true. It'll be a pot that everyone would love. As things stand, Song is only dead to a deuce.
Now lots of chops. Queen, Jack, Ace, and as Stephen says, a 5 would make the wheel.
Crucially, 5s and deuces the cards he needs to fade.
Yeah.
River is a queen.
Diamonds.
And that is going to give him the flush.
It's a start.
And that will see Stephen Song double up to 11 big blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that's huge.
Massive. Yeah. I don't see the flush.
With the ante in there.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's sort
That was a
of
very nice hand for $2 million.
bobbed and weaved. Saw him firing with the Jack-4, peeling the 6-4, peeling the 10-7.
Yeah.
Nothing quite going his way. And he is a fighter.
And a small dent in Marius Patea's stack.
It's only a flesh wound.
Sits in second place
All eyes on
behind
me.
Andrew Hume, who's the chip leader with 47 bigs. Followed is David Coleman. He's out. Stephen Song on the button. Not going to play it. Patea in the small. Calls. 10-9 offsuit. Rania Nasreddine checks her option with 4-3 in the big.
Wouldn't mind see, you know, a little pause, 5-10 seconds, balance a bit, maybe make it look like a hand you're thinking about raising.
She flops a pair of
Rania.
fours.
Yeah, and good turn card for Rania.
Cressida watching on YouTube says, Song's actions and expressions remind me of Helmet. I think they mean Helmuth.
So Patea now gonna come out betting with this 10 high, and imagine if Nasreddine sniffs it out. He would have bet an ace on the flop or the turn. You know, if you have spades, let's just say he had 8-9 of spades, wouldn't he come firing out there on the turn? You're saying you just hit this king? I call with bottom pair. There she is. Another pot to Nasreddine. Got him. Trapping.
Nice hands.
Nice call.
Rania still playing around 30 big blinds. Roughly 20 bigs for Coleman, just over 10 bigs for Song. Still an hour to play at this blind level.
Yeah, it's grueling. I mean, these guys and girls been playing for many, many days now, many, many hours. Look at it. Justin Saliba's a giant, by the way. Look at him in the background. It looks like he's as tall as the... What are you stat?
I mean, most of the people around him are sitting down, but he is in general very tall. I felt it the other night, actually, when we were at the shisha place and he came by. We were all sitting, and he looked like he was, you know,
15 big blinds?
some sort of god.
The final.
Well, when you were so short stacked, you had how much? So short, right?
Yeah, nothing doing with the pocket threes.
Stephen Song remains the table short stack. Fives in the cutoff.
Yeah, such a more comfortable shove with fives. Coleman having to raise the threes is a bit awkward. I do think
2.3.
now goes for a sort of demi shove.
Oh, I like it. The demi shove. Oh, we could be flipping a coin. Patea with ace queen of strawberries.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting because it allows him a better price just to call. Depends whether he wants to click it over the top. I don't think it's necessary, actually.
Yeah.
But he does. No,
Yeah,
sorry, what did he say?
He clicked it. He basically effectively put it all in. But I understand the argument you're making, Sam. I mean, if you just flat there and Rania, you know, shoves.
Well, it's
what
more Andrew that you're worried about it. Oh, Rania covers him as well.
Yeah.
Good luck, pal.
So here we
Thanks,
go.
pal.
Stephen Song is flipping for his tournament life.
Eyes versus queen.
Could this be Song's last tune?
We have fives. Same guy.
A swan song.
If fives hold, he doubles up. Ace queen gets there. He's out in fifth place.
Fights don't get much fairer. 50 to 49.
All right, we'll take like 3 diamonds with a 5.
Don't call for outs when you're ahead.
3 diamonds with a 5. That's great.
Oh, there is That's a 5 on the flop.
And
That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely massive.
Like, that's massive.
Yeah, a little grimace from Patia, who is hemorrhaging a little bit.
Heart on the turn. Give us a sweat. Give us a sweat. That's not a sweat. Patia drawing dead on the turn, so Song does indeed double up. And again, speaking to how shallow this final table is right now, with that double up, Song now moves up to 26 big blinds and is pretty much tied with Patia. They are third and fourth in chips respectively.
Yeah, double for Stephen Song.
How much?
And no one even that close to the danger zone. Pretty level out here. 5 players between 45 and 17 big blinds. We're playing poker today.
Yeah, I mean, David would double into second place.
Yep.
Good times double up.
Yeah, unlucky, man.
Yeah. So lucky.
Coleman now the low man at the table with 17 big blinds.
Flop wasn't fair.
It would have been better if it became ace.
You needed
queen,
to reverse
and
the
then
run
river.
out. Yeah. That might be too daggering, though.
Drama. We always want maximum drama.
Here, I mean, it's so
We're making television here. Stephen Song first to act. Hand 48 of the final table. Fold 6-5. Ace-9 for Patia.
900.
Raises to 900,000.
Yeah, and he could do with getting back on the horse. It's always, you know, there's an emotional component to these final tables. I mean, Patia, by all accounts.
You know how much help now?
Well, he's getting
No.
an inquisition
That's
from
why.
Hume.
5, 7. Thanks.
Yeah. An ace-queen, strong hand. How do we want to play it?
Thanks.
There is the possibility of shove. Just sort of, not that we can get really called by worse. But
All in.
the offsuit version, yeah. I think this makes sense.
Coleman folds the big blind. Action back on Patia, who quickly passes.
Yeah. As I say, Andy going to know what to do in these spots really, really well. Just feels like, okay, preventing, interfering with the strongest hands is enough. Offsuit. Don't want to get peeled or anything weird to happen.
We talked for a long time, Sam, about the fact that Hume had the slight advantage over Patia because Marius had a couple of bad hands where he doubled up Stephen Song. Hume's actually put a bit of distance between himself and the rest of the table now. He's got 50 big blinds. Everyone else sub 30.
Yeah, this is
you have so many queens,
a proper chip lead for Andrew Hume.
Well, you just hate the lowest denomination chip, right?
10.
You know, and he'll be
I have
aware of what a big spot this is. I mean, unless you're Kowalski, this is a once-a-career opportunity, and he'll want to capitalize on it.
Cool. Thank you.
Also, twice in consecutive EPTs for Rania, let's not forget.
That too.
Making final tables, no big deal. Every time there's an event in Europe, just go over there, make the FT.
850.
Job's a good one. Hume has raised with Jack-10. Song in the big blind with 9-8.
Yeah, and versus the button, Song feels it's good enough. Not an exciting hand to have, I got to say.
Yeah, when you're all quite level between yourself, Rania, and Marius.
And it just matches up bad 9-8 other combos. And
yeah, now gets a board, he might be inclined to continue against the right sizing and is going to be up against part of the near the top of the range for Hume. This is not good for Song if he finds a way to continue.
Yeah, the 5-6, very dynamic.
775.
And we'll go third with that flush draw out there as well. And I think, you know, it's like we have a little something, and of course we can be getting, you know, just be against unpaired hands, the king 3 spades or whatever, in which case we're doing well. But this gut shot, very tricky to play, I would say.
Nice fold.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, and you know, this is the thing, like,
very disciplined.
Well, no, but it also is the reason it's not a good call pre.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Like, so it's like,
but you know, Steven's got his own approach.
Felt corrective in a way.
Yeah. And Andrew's stack continues to grow. Yeah, there we see 2.2 million in live earnings. Octochamp on the TV show Countdown.
So I didn't realise that he'd appeared on it as a kid. He was 11 years old when he first appeared on Countdown.
God, what a legend.
And when he came back as an adult, yeah, apparently if you win 8 times in a row, they're like, bugger off, we don't want you anymore. It's like you go out on top, stop winning. So the most number of shows you can win is 8, and they call them an Octochamp.
That kid from Magnolia was actually based on him. He's a consultant on the show, so it's nice.
Stanley.
Yeah, and Stephen a bit more comfortable limping in here. Now stacks have evened out. It's going to mean Patia supposed to play a bit more in line, but Ace-Jack might feel good enough. Indeed does feel good enough to raise, and Song will dump his cards.
Just checking, you were talking about Stanley and not William H. Macy's character, quiz show Donnie Smith, right?
That's what we're talking about, yeah.
Like the aging guy who is desperate to get braces.
No, yeah.
No, you mean the young kid, yeah.
The young kid, yeah. Yeah, I forgot that. I almost forgot there were 2 different characters. It wasn't just him older, yeah.
There's about 1 million characters in that movie.
Yes, indeed.
Masterpiece that it is.
I need to do a rewatch.
You do. Should have won the Best Picture for 1999.
Yeah, but The Matrix won it, right?
No, it wasn't even nominated.
Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense.
American Beauty was the Best Picture of that year, which is fine.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hold up as well as some other films from that.
It hasn't aged well in general, and then...
Well, there's an obvious reason why it hasn't aged well, but...
I was actually listening to movie soundtracks the other day, and that's the song from that movie came on, and I had a weird feeling. I was like, I don't feel good about hearing this song, but I forget what it's from, and then I saw what it was from. Hume takes it down.
I reckon your boys gave me a clap by accident, though. I thought you won.
You got nobody?
Oh, I got one guy. Yeah. You know. Sorry, 4. I
tried.
Oh, yeah, I got 4. You find out who your real friends are. It's the people who have a piece.
It really is.
Nothing like sweating a little 5-ball in one of your buddies as they play for an absurd amount of money. One of the true delights of tournament poker. And see Song folding the 5s. Again, these hands don't make good raises on final tables. And Nasreddine, a little hesitant, little glitch in the matrix, does make the call. Very tough to be blind on blind versus the chip leader. And Hume, with the kind of middle strength hand, will check back. Doesn't match up well, of course, against Rania's actual holding. As she flops to pair. And continues in passive mode. And Andrew actually with a sort of optimist would say a 3 straight, 3 flush. And perfect card for Rania.
600.
And will come out firing, and Andrew, having turned to pair, is kind of stuck being involved here. 2 flush draws and a whole host of straight draws.
Yeah.
will realise, of course, that he's drawing near dead against hands like queens or kings if they trapped. But I mean, blind on blind range is so wide. Can't this just be a hand like 10 Jack that, in fact...
And a huge advantage for Rania here. 90% to the river. Just needs to dodge an 8 and does.
Yeah, and the flush comes in. 10-7, Queen 10, Jack 10, all make straight. And yeah, Andrew will check.
Boo.
Did Harry boo?
No, I
Oh, Andrew booed? Andrew, I'm married to an Andrew. You can't boo me.
Seems like a fair rule.
You said what? You're married to what?
I'm married to an Andrew. My husband's name is Andrew.
Are you saying you're married to a Brit?
No, I'm married to a
British. I'm married to a British.
Not everyone called Andrew is
Usually
British.
I'm like, hey, no more fun. He's like,
you can't prove that.
They said on stream, I got a lot of messages yesterday because apparently they said while I was on stream that I have a pregnant wife. And I'd just like to say that's not true.
No, it's Kowalski.
Fabiano.
We were talking about Kowalski's pregnant
They
wife.
definitely said it when I was on the screen. And
No.
They might have been mistaken, though.
I got a message from my wife and my mum and dad. It's like, it's just something you haven't told us.
He hadn't told his wife she was pregnant, so that would have been a bit awkward.
Oh, Hume with the ladies. Let's go.
Why did I forget my count?
Yeah. And this one, he can play the same
1.1 million
as the Queen 4. You see how it matches up, the premium and the sort of blocker. An object lesson from Stato.
Jack 9 for Coleman.
Coleman again with a sort of, I mean, we definitely don't want to be shoving this hand, but a hand that would dominate a hand like Jack 4 off, 9-3 suited that might raise like this.
Uh-oh, Jack high flop. This could see Coleman get in some trouble.
Yeah,
Big trouble.
Yeah, and the 3 very much negated from Coleman's range. Andrew Hume with the chip lead, gonna feel very comfortable on this board. And Coleman can't even hit the 9 down the streets. This spells big danger for the American.
Yeah, he's going to have to sneak out the back door with some very lucky turn and river cards that might scare him off, like an ace and a king, you know, if they were both to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, but otherwise, he very well might be our 5th place finisher. Of course, coming into this hand as the bottom stack.
So Coleman, considering, but will probably continue through call, seems to make the most sense. Let's keep in hands that we have dead. And Andrew happy to see that call. Both players with a spade, by the way.
Turn card is a deuce. This is looking really bad for Coleman. 4.1 in the middle. He's got 4.45 behind.
There's a brick right through the window of Coleman's
and
plans to win.
And Stato here, I think, will again just size a threatening amount. No need to go all in. If we had 9-4 off and we're just bluffing, we wouldn't want to commit all the money.
1.45 million.
And goes for a 1/3 of Coleman's stack. Coleman going to have had lots of floats here. We can imagine some clubs, you know, Queen 10 with a spade would have played this way. And so he's going to feel like he has to continue again, you would imagine, just so strong on Jack 3-3 against these wide, small blind ranges. Remember, we saw Andrew raising Queen 4 off just a moment ago. Plenty of bluffs that he can have.
So Coleman calls, we're going to the river, 7 million in the pot. Coleman's got 3 million behind. Does not improve on the river, however, it's an ace. It completes a flush draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to matter to Stato. He's not going to be over the moon to see that card, but there's just not many aces in Coleman's range. So I do believe that he'll want to go for value. Remember, 7 million out there, just 3 million back, sort of created a situation where no river card.
All in.
Yeah, Hume shoves on Coleman. It's all in to call.
Yeah, and I don't think... You look at that, he kind of senses not many people fire that third shell, right? The last 3 million chips are intensely valuable. The bottom chips of your stack are worth the most on a final table, worth much, much more than the first chips you put in.
Yeah, and we talked about the unlikely event he can get away, and it was a card like the Ace of Spades. I mean, it's going to be incredibly difficult, but Coleman has great instincts.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't like it. I mean, the other thing now is he chops with Jack X. Had Andrew, for some reason, the thing is, I just don't think he has King Jack really pre or what have you. So a little bit weird.
There's the call. Coleman heroes with a jack, gets shown queens, and that'll take us down to 4 players as David Coleman exits in 5th place, cashing for 398,950 euros. The final 4 all guaranteed more than $500,000. And Andrew Hume sees his chip lead increase. He's got 27.8 million, 69 big blinds. He's got a 2-to-1 advantage, better than a 2-to-1 advantage over Rania Nasreddine, who sits in 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely huge hand. A resigned call from David Coleman, whose superstar status in the world of tournament poker is only increased by yet another huge score. Great results for a bunch of high-stakes Americans who made the trips to Barcelona. Not really anything he could do about that hand, just a cooler, really, top pair versus the overplayer, blind on blind. He'll be happy with the score when the dust all settles.
A little bit of a chip lead.
Advantage Stato, with 4 players remaining. Half the level left to play. Time for me to hand over proceedings to Mr. Joseph Stapleton.
Okay, you know, like Monty Python?
Yeah.
You know when he's like, come back and I'll fight, and like the guy has one leg? That's us three.
Wow, the second reference to that scene in the Holy Grail of the day. A little something in the water. But Andrew now, with the others combined, had 75 bigs, and he has 69 bigs.
I think it was actually coming 18th in the main for like 340.
A very experienced tournament player.
So you might have already, I guess fifth was on him.
Can I do it like that?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Does that work?
And I don't think Andrew, you know, they're just taking a breather here after that huge hand. Everyone pleased to see a talented player go out, but
I was probably the person affected more than
it's actually a nice
you stoned the page up too,
moment between the guys. Andrew just got a very friendly and gentle energy when he's not in a hand. But it's licensed to kill now, really, for Andrew with this big stack. Let's welcome Joe Stapleton. How are you, mate?
It's only Human.
He's only, yes, exactly.
After all. Hello, my babies and my friends, my Graftons, my Griffins.
Human League.
Human League, opening Queen 8.
Yeah.
We are 4-handed. Jack 5 suited. For Song is going to defend.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of this from Stephen. He's due a connection here, really, because he's ducked and dived and not really made a hand. And the run bad continues because he catches middle pair here with not much backup, and Andrew has the topmost pair. He will know that there's some better queens in Song's range, but gonna naturally begin with a C-bet. Actually sizing up a little. Again, maybe just because of the 5-4 interaction. And it's already, I think, kinda uncomfortable for Stephen. Won't be going anywhere though, as of yet.
Yeah, if you're going to call with Jack 5 suited, which of course has license to do, going to have to continue with that mid pair. Hope that, you know, a shutdown card comes where we see Hume maybe check or of course improve. But yeah, that's not good news for him.
10 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, and no straights coming. More importantly, also, either we were already beat by Queen 10, which very often check raises, by the way. But we don't, our opponent doesn't have 5-10 or 4-10. And, you know, even if, you know, perhaps if they had 5-10, there's only 2 5-10 suited. And it's just a great card for Andrew here. Decides to check.
River is the 7 of spades.
Yeah, and Song now, I mean, Andrew's kind of made his hand look like a 10. It doesn't seem like we can get value from anything. So we'll check across to Andrew. See, Andrew might sometimes want to check back a king 9 or king jack here. Delay the bluff. Definitely after this river check can
2.3
go for value. Yeah, and it's sizable. And what properties do we want as a Song to hero?
Properties for Song to hero sounds like a George R.R. Martin book.
He doesn't write those anymore.
Yeah, and it's not a fun situation here for Stephen Song against the chip leader. Are there any, you know, can we ever bluff this hand? Seems a little risky. Not going to have so many strong hands ourselves. Andrew staying observant, though, against a very talented player.
Yeah, and Hume would have a great calling hand if he did face, you know, a check shove here with that 8 in hand, blocking the 8-6.
I like the shirt.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
Rania can only handle the pressure for so long.
Yeah.
Song does eventually
the Brits learned how to
turn in his
stop.
cards.
Oh, it's nice, nice.
It's cool watching Song
America has our independence.
how we can zero in that he's actually pretty fun and friendly and chatty in between hands and then zeroes in. You know, he reminds me of
Steven, I got your back.
a young Griffin Bender.
I reckon 2-time max means you're thinking of
Thanks,
Gavin.
buddy.
Not
Was he ever young, Griffin? Did you know him when he was young?
Yeah, we did a then and now with Griffin yesterday with Griffin's 2010 EPT Berlin high roller win versus his
2013.
A very loose definition of young then. Okay.
I had value, but not.
How old were you then?
A good one to call.
Griffin started getting gray hair
28.
back when he was a Super Mario Brothers 3 professional video game player.
I probably wouldn't have shoved that one. Not about getting
It was Super Mario World.
Everyone now guaranteed over €500,000.
Wow.
And the next pay jump is 150,000 plus euros.
Yeah, and Andrew with a similar type holding. And Patia will come along with the suited king.
And is dominated. All right, now that James has left the room, I need you guys' help.
Okay.
We gotta get trapped over the line. It's almost there. It's almost at our goal for this week.
I haven't done it. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I haven't done it.
Okay. Well, if you guys could,
Hurry
first
up
of all,
and do that.
your own selves, do it.
Yeah.
And then maybe if there's anyone out there in the audience who hasn't bought a copy yet, who wants to get one, they're available on our Kickstarter. Thank you in the chat for putting that link out there.
So, I don't understand though. I thought you'd already published a comic.
It's
Why are we
already
doing Kickstarter?
So apparently Kickstarter is the way that people launch comics, because once you hit your goal, it's like just an arbitrary goal because it's done, it's funded. But when you hit it, then you end up in the Kickstarter algorithm. And then Kickstarter starts putting it out to their people.
Sure.
And then the comic book stores, they go to Kickstarter and they go, what comics are hot on Kickstarter right now?
Okay, we want your comic to be hot now.
So that's why we're trying to get it over the line.
I'm on it. This is my goal for the day.
Thank you. And by the way, thanks to a lot of people who've given us great press.
Sure. I mean, it's going to be tough for Marius Patia when he wins this EPT and he's handed a fresh copy of Trapped rather than the trophy and forced to hold that aloft as the confetti goes up in the background.
I won't go that far.
Yeah.
I also think they've hinted at PokerStars that we might have a bunch to give away at NAPT Las Vegas. And I know for a fact they're getting shipped to Cyprus.
Indeed.
October 9th through 20th. So if you come play Cyprus, they will be available there as well for free.
It's nice in Cyprus because they can smuggle the comics in amongst the arms that go in freely. Do you know what I mean? Like that, you know. Oh my God, amongst these hand grenades, someone smuggled in some comics.
Fantastic. And I've actually been told once they, to that end, this is not a joke, that once they go to Cyprus, they can't come back out. So we got to give them away in Cyprus.
As we show, showing the rest of the...
That's so funny because I thought I might get told off for shilling the comic book, but then you go ahead
we
with
actually
the
talked
massive
over
political
beforehand.
message.
Actually, back to the commentary. 2 players have been eliminated. We're now heads up as we finish that
If I couldn't leave Cyprus, I'd be very salty. Salty.
Here we go.
King Trey for Hume.
1.8.
Yeah, and Stephen going for the 3-bet.
Here we go.
Oh, and Patia sitting up straight in his chair, alert. I don't think this is tomfoolery. Waking up with 9s. And this is a very polar range from Stephen. Wow. I could imagine Patia shoving here. Is a strong hand, forehand. What a good fold, by the way.
Nice.
That's
Brilliant.
really, really nice play from Patia. Oh my goodness. And Nasreddine had 7s as well.
Yeah. And imagine the collision effect if Hume didn't wake up with such an openable, four-handed hand.
A wry smile on Stado's face as he
I didn't get a good
suspects
fold, that's worrying.
It was a good fold.
foul play.
Well, I assume it was an easy fold.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I've been tempted by worse, but...
I had a snap.
You had a snap?
I had a snap.
Oh. I had really nice cards as well.
You had a good hand too?
I had really good cards.
Fournier, of
You had a
course
good
they're
hand, too.
nice.
Yeah. We all
Top
had good
quality.
hands, I
Really good
reckon.
hard.
Huh?
Really
The official brand playing card on the European Poker Tour.
I don't know. I think Patia should just be giving this.
Wow, you made good
Yes,
fold.
so
That's crazy.
they're all talking about what they had.
That's crazy. It's
Instantly.
a crazy lineup of hands. Yeah, and we just see the effects of how a final table works. Everyone making really, really good adjustments to the situations.
Wow.
I actually think King 3 suited is a closer shove than 9s in some ways.
Riptide writes in to say, hey guys, was trying to find out if a player called Miguel Martinez from Spain played in the main event. That's awesome, man. Thank you for your question.
850.
Yeah, and Stephen, having picked up that hand, remains the shortest stack, but will come in for a raise. Raising into the chip leader's big blind. And Andrew going to have to play a lot of hands here as the chip leader. Where does Ace-8 fit in?
Where do any of us fit in?
Start with 8, yeah.
Fits in as a call.
8 and change.
2.3 million out there.
And the flop is Queen 5 deuce, all hearts, both players with a decent heart.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Stephen not opening many offsuit hands. And decent amount of Queen X. Begins with a bet. Hume maybe genuinely looking back to see if he has a heart.
Oh, yeah. Don't laugh. We all do it.
Do we?
We all do it.
I don't
I
do
mean,
it. I only do it.
After 7 days of poker, it's hard to just keep memorizing your thing.
Yeah.
And the very cuspy decision feels like he has to continue, and it makes perfect sense. See, sometimes we're just against Jack 10 of clubs or whatever it might be.
And the Jack of Hearts appears on the turn. That is a flush for both players.
Yeah, here comes Song.
Well, it's interesting because Song doesn't have many low hearts. Maybe open 7s. But, you know, normally when he has a heart, it's an ace or king of hearts and he wants to go really big. 10 might work well in the check back range. We shall see. Feels like it's a close one. Hard to go 3 streets all in. and get called by worse. And I like this from Song. And Andrew now going to feel reasonably comfortable with the 8 of hearts as the board pairs. Seems like potentially we can even value bet. We can imagine what hands would we turn into a bluff. A little bit weird now, the 5 pairs. And checks the 8 of hearts.
Wow.
And now this seems like go time for Stephen Song.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe also Andrew feels like he folds the 6 of hearts on the flop or the 7 of hearts on the flop. So he wants to put this into a check call range. Might have blocked it myself. And it actually does allow Stephen to feel pretty comfortable about this 10 of hearts, in my opinion. Assessing the sizing. Very deliberate.
What are you betting, Sam? Quick.
300,000.
And goes for
1.5 million.
Pot. Yeah, and
Sam doesn't give away his secrets for free.
I mean, I don't think that. Wow,
yeah,
look at
there
this.
he is.
It's very similar to Coleman. A sort of resigned look of this is a lot of money, but maybe I have to pay. And look at Stato. He still hasn't called. Really got a good handle on where he is. So hard to fold to a top player like Stephen Song. You've got to respect it a lot that he's even thinking about it. So easy to flick this in. And it's a grimace of determination. Can Stato find an amazing fold here? This would be very impressive from the young. What a fold!
Nice.
What
lay
a
down.
fold! And look at that. That's
amazing.
a look of a prize fighter in his prime. Big fold.
That
from
fold
Andy.
was in Human.
Yeah, and look at that. A round of applause for Stephen Song, but really should be a round of applause for Stato. That's an amazing fold.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah, and especially with the chip leader, you know, to really be fighting for every pot. And look at that. He's going to be delighted when he finds out what Stephen had there.
Very deserving of this chip lead of nearly 29 million, 72 big blinds. Rania now in second with 28. Song up to 23 blinds, and Tia with 22.
I guess he just feels that if Stephen didn't have something, he would have bet the turn. You know, that really amazing. If he had ace-9 of spades, he wouldn't have been able to resist a stab at it. Maybe some sort of exploit. I don't know. But for whatever reason, stumbling into the right decisions, very impressive to me.
I mean, you didn't have to downgrade it with stumbling.
9.
Well, yes, no, I mean, for whatever reason, you know, it's like, it's also a bit of disrespect to Stephen in a way. You know, so it's like maybe he's got this idea of Stephen that he's crazy and
I don't remember
always
that.
always got it. Would never
I was
bluff.
like, maybe I'm starting to see like dots.
And that might not be true. You know, it's interesting. But momentum with Song as he climbs above Patia, and now with the ace-queen, second time Patia's run into a hand. Might just be go time once more.
I didn't ask what your name was. It was Kian?
Stephen all in. Snap fold from Pertea. Now I think, yeah, we've got Lin Jianwei on the rail. One of the most dynamic and entertaining players I've seen in a long time.
Before, for sure. That's cool to see.
He and his son. Did you catch the end of the broadcast last night?
No. Was there tears and hugs and?
Rania hit a gut shot on the river. You know, it was an all-in pre-flop, but it was a very dramatic river card, and Jianwei slapped the table and sent the cards flying everywhere. But it was fun. Everyone was like laughing.
Shows that it's got low battery.
That's nice.
Oh, okay.
That's nice. Amazing.
I noticed it and I was like,
We
I'm
only got
seeing
26
dots
more minutes.
now.
So. Some of us have 26 more minutes.
I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anyone slap the table and everyone loved it.
11.
Mate, shout out to Georgia Killier, who was banned from the gut shot for 3 months after he controversially overturned the final table over a hand.
Oh my God.
Good for a 3-month ban.
It's crazy that doesn't happen more often. Like, people always want to, does anyone ever turn the table over? And I'm like,
It was strict.
not really.
Shout out to John O'Mara. Got a month ban after he threw a Kit Kat at the tournament director's head.
Wait, an entire Kit Kat or one bar of a Kit Kat?
I mean, they got sharp edges.
One thing I did learn, Joe, from your comic, which I actually shared with a few other poker players that didn't know this as well, and it's a very, very light spoiler. You don't mind? It's like very light.
Is it the thing from the very beginning of the comic?
The thing about the money that they bring to the table,
sure.
is that it's not actually like the millions of dollars. It's just 100 on the top and ones. You know, when they bring out the 10 million or whatever, it's not actually $10 million.
No, I knew that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
40 years old almost. 40-year-old man.
The shotguns are real. The money is fake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
America in a nutshell. It's almost 2 on the nose as a metaphor.
Oh my God.
And that's the kind of deep, rich storytelling you can find.
Yeah, in Trapped.
In Trapped, the comic.
Please.
Kickstarter is live
Kickstarter,
now.
Trapped. TRAPP. Is it ED?
That's correct, yes. Top pair for Andrew yet again.
Yeah.
Pertea in big trouble, despite having a gut shot. Checked it over to Andrew.
It's the sort of gut shot that you barely notice. It's like, there should be another name for like how bad this gut shot is.
Yeah.
Is that it? 7, 8, 7, okay,
8.
no.
Yeah, a little bit weird from Andy. It's sort of indulging. I mean, if he could see the cards, this is probably how you would play the hand, by the way. Like, now Pertea, who's got a hand that I think some people would have folded pre, won't bluff. You know, it's just, I think a little bit suspicious when you check back the Queen Jack and then check back the 10. You know, but there we go.
Chad, I see the Romanian dude is only getting trash cards for a while now. How does this make poker not a luck game?
Yeah, wow.
Asking the big questions.
Is poker a luck game, Chad?
What is this, quantum theory? No, I don't know. You know.
All right, let's have a look at the current standings. It's Pertea.
Huge. The UK's back.
Huge.
Toby Lewis.
Can he bring
Tom
it, Hume?
Middleton, Rupert Elder. I call upon the ghosts,
Well, you have multiple
the warriors
every camera
of
in the room.
EPT's past. Assemble once more, for John Duthie hath called you. And Andrew Hume will vanquish once more.
I wish
We are back, baby.
And if you thought
We
of
are
that,
back. Jake Cody's playing EPTs. Look, good time to hear. Bluff Magazine is back in circulation.
I wish you could all see how red, how beautifully red Sam's face is right now. It's just a sight to behold.
I don't think I showed up on the
I'm calling it now.
Reminds me of my father, my British father, when he
and I'm
screams.
calling Andrew Hume. He will win Barcelona EPT. I'm going out.
He's got it.
I'm
He's
putting
called
my
it.
neck out.
Wow.
Here we go, Pertea.
Pertea,
How'd it
shortest
go?
stack out there. Jack 9 suited.
And that is the Pertea.
Button's good.
Wow.
He could go 20 for 20 here, so this would be the 20th
Well, you just pulled that stat out.
UK win
That's good knowledge from you.
here at EPT 20.
Well,
It always
Put the
confuses
Queen's
me
face
when the producer speaks. They can't hear that at home. Is that
They
correct?
cannot.
Okay. Just so I know.
The thing is, you feel bad just repeating the stats someone
He
just gave you,
says
but also
exactly
that's why they're telling it to you.
Yes.
There's no point in ignoring it.
Sure. Do the audience know he's feeding you the jokes as well, the puns?
Yeah.
As we see that glorious trophy.
There used to be a producer that would feed me like 30, 40 jokes a day, and I would say like 2 of them just because I felt bad. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be static. Can't hear you.
Ace King for Steven Song. Technically second in chips with these 27 big blinds. Is going to be raising into the big blind of the chip leader, Rania, with a hand to, pretty good hand four-handed, but difficult to play from the small here on 25 big blinds. Is going to quickly fold that.
Rania's gotten more disciplined over the last couple days.
Yeah. That goes into the bin.
7 Dewey, 4 to Hume.
Steven's showing he's got it from time to time.
And I'll take the fold over the 8-7-6 flop.
Little Ace King joke.
All right, my babies. we did mention that the North American Poker Tour is coming back this November.
NAPT coming to Vegas?
I heard that's going to suck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the NAPT in Las Vegas.
Can't wait. Can't wait for the party. Can't wait for the main event. It's going to be a blast.
Last year was the first NAPT back after a very long time. This year, we're cranking it up. Instead of a 1K main event, it's a 5K main event. We really are putting on an entire festival in Las Vegas in November.
I'm excited to bring some of my subscribers along with and show them the PokerStars experience. Viva Las Vegas, baby.
And we are in bed with all kinds of things going on in Las Vegas. The 2024 Poker Masters champion is going to get a gold pass to the NAPT. The NAPT and PokerStars are the presenting sponsors for the 2024 Poker Masters. And there's a chance for PokerGo subscribers to win a gold pass to the NAPT. That event's happening on PokerGo September 10th through 19th. Don't let it distract you. Don't let it distract you from watching and/or playing WCube.
No, play WCube and watch a bit of Poker Masters. I mean, give Carrie Katz his $30. You're probably already giving him a few other $1,000 per year.
And
anyway.
I hear there are some former NAPT champions that will be there, such as me from the 1K Hyper last year.
If you might have remembered me from the 1K Hyper.
So
there is photos.
That particular competition will be eligible to PokerGo annual subscribers that'll be entered into a drawing on Tuesday, October 1st, with one winner catching the poker trip of a lifetime to compete in the NAPT Las Vegas $5,300 main event.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for details.
Yeah, just like Tom Middleton's final table, there'll only be one winner. Patia here with another loose-ish call. It actually does match up reasonably well against Ace-King as it happens. And it's going to have to be careful here.
Tricky.
Everyone checking back top pair.
Let's go.
Wow. Everyone trying to trap Patia for some reason. But
thanks, buddy.
Let's give him some credit. Doesn't fall for it. I can't wait. You know what I'd love to see you is you working at NASA. You know, doing puns with the astronauts.
10,
raising
9, track releasing this Thursday. 7, 6, Kickstarter tiers starting at 20 pounds or less. 4, 3, lift. We've reached our goal. Lift off.
Exactly. He's just, the thing about you, Joe, is you're like my cat when I just got a ball of string. I just have to throw it at you and you just go, it's like you just make magic happen.
We have our fun.
We do. We do.
We have our fun.
I will say, as someone who has read most of your incredible graphic novel, it is actually quite good.
Thank you.
I know it was a labor of love. You worked on it for many years, 4 years, whatever it was, but it really came out quite beautifully. The art is great.
It was in his bedroom.
I learned things. I saw, in print, in color, some of the stories that you've experienced or versions of it.
He gave it to his good friend Max Broad, and I asked him to burn it, but he launched a Kickstarter instead.
Thank you, Griffin. I appreciate the candor.
I, on the other hand, haven't read it, so I have to continue making jokes.
You're not much of a reader.
It's hard to get a copy, you know? It's just
from what I understand, Sam, you're not much of a reader.
Yeah.
Hume opens with ace-6. Rania is going to defend the big blind with king-queen.
Yeah, strong holding in the big blind.
Rania's second in chips with 28 bigs right now. 8-7 tray.
Yeah, and bit of interaction for Hume in the form of that 6 of spades.
Aaron asks, anyone know what the girl does for a living? This woman, Rania, is a lawyer.
Is she?
A very accomplished human being in her own right.
You better lawyer up, Hume, because I'm not coming back for the EPT title. I'm coming back for everything.
Sam's watched too many seasons of Suits, it sounds like. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
I don't think he's ever watched Suits.
Yeah, and again, Andrew treading carefully post-flop. And that's quite a neutral turn. Both players sort of certainly Rania feeling she's too high up in her range to start bluffing. Got lots of straight draws, flush draws, which we could start to exert pressure with. And Andrew will allow Rania another bite of the cherry. And it bricks out.
No pair for Rania.
Yeah, and again, potentially too high in our range to bluff.
Ace high.
Ace high good. That's going to add to Andrew's chip lead.
Yeah, and
he's now got more chips than everyone else combined.
Yeah, definitely 74 big blinds. This is as commanding as it gets, and he's very happy with the way things are going right now. Not really any big plots, not employing any big shoves, just getting the job done, chiseling away his opponents. Has run pretty well in terms of the distribution and making top pair. Of course, made that absolutely outstanding fold of a flush just a moment ago, which I think is very hard to do against a man like Stephen Song.
Nice shirt. You're welcome.
Oh, wow.
I know, it's like pretty, it's pretty spirited. I like it.
Love to see that
I am wearing free PokerStars merch under this.
Aren't
I
we
paid
all?
for mine. How'd you get free?
Probably asked.
Yeah.
We made Nasreddine pay for it.
When you run out of shirts because you weren't expecting to be here.
She's only given us 25 hours of final table and tournament coverage.
At this event alone.
Yeah, and she came and asked for a t-shirt. We said, sorry. Nothing.
T-shirt.
How about a free copy of Trapped?
How about you use the, yeah, exactly. How about if you use discount code STARS, we'll give you 4% off. Quick hand there goes to a Hume.
Yeah, so he's got to win. Even if he did win this, he'd have to win 7 more EPTs in order to match his countdown championship.
It's 7 in a row, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Like, because, and then we tell him, we'll just make a deal. If he does win 8 EPTs in a row, we have to tell him, listen, you're the Octo champ.
Yeah.
We can't let you.
We will declare you the 2 times.
Can we all agree with that? Can we get the higher ups to agree to that? I think we can get it done.
He should get some kind of trophy as well.
Yeah, we'll get him an Octo trophy.
Memorial plaque.
Yeah, like it'll be like an octopus. It'll all the different trophies of the arms.
We're putting that out
but you're
now.
done. You're finished, buddy. You're cut off.
A little less than 11.
Sure.
Considering it took us decades to get to 2, I'm okay with that.
So you're saying it can't be done?
Mate, have you met Andrew Hume? He's on fire. I'm calling it now. He will win 8 EPTs in a row. I'm putting it out now. I was the first to say it.
We would have to burn you at the stake if that became true.
Yeah. How do you guys know? That's what I want to know.
Well, I had 5-3 off, but
5-3 suited is a killer at this table.
5-3 suited, I would have, probably would have seen 3.
I love watching the different sides of Rania.
She came 4th in Monte Carlo.
3rd.
She came 3rd, so she got 2 more spots to go to.
But just, like when she's in the zone here, she's just reading hands so well.
When you say no,
just
how
doing her
good
thing. She's
that hand?
happy. She's
Ace
chatting with
jack off,
players,
how
and
do you
then
know?
She's changing people up.
Yeah, but then if things, maybe she miss a misstep here and there, or she gets unlucky, as we see
Isn't
David
this
Coleman on the rail.
Magnanimous. Coming back to rail his boy.
That is pretty nice.
But she becomes dangerous at that point. Like she becomes like when she's short stacked and she's just like hard to kill.
I don't
it's
wanna be
also
like a
just really
permanent
fun
break,
to
I'm just
watch
ready
that
to,
side of her.
Yeah, of course. 2P break.
You got 12.5 minutes to go.
And a beautiful hand.
A beautiful Grafton.
No! Oh, my days.
Oh, no. You just lost a friend.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was a straight up fold.
Yeah, if you're watching this back, Rania, in the future, just know that you folded the hand named after my co-commentator, Sam Grafton.
And I believe it was because he said it should be illegal to fold it.
It should be illegal to fold it, yeah. So, as a lawyer, you should lawyer up.
Yeah, and Stephen
3 million?
Deciding to come with 3-bet with King, Queen.
A song of fire and 3-bet. Domination situation.
Yeah, and
no, you know what it was? It was a song of fire and ISO.
All right, that's better.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. It's rare I make a better joke than you. And
yeah, and Andrew deciding how to proceed.
12.
10.
How to proceed with this humongous chip lead.
Behind.
Or
Yeah.
10 something.
Feels too good to fold. You know, you are going to be dealing with an SPR of just under 1 stack to pot ratio. So the pot's going to balloon to well over 6 million with 7.25 back. This would be a pretty tight fold, Sam.
All in.
And he
Oh,
will
he shoves
jam.
it. And he folds.
Nice. Very nice.
Wow. That is chip leader stuff right there.
No.
Nice.
An even more humongous chip lead.
Yeah.
86 big blinds for Andrew.
Yeah, and it's a really nice from Andrew, because I think the thing is that stack, you've got to be really careful when you don't 3-bet ace king. You actually are quite short of 3-bet calls, and you can sort of overbluff.
And you kind of block the big pairs that with like the queens and the jacks that would 3-bet call off. Yeah, okay.
Exactly. So very nice pickup from Andrew. I think a lot of players would have been tempted to just peel there.
Yeah, but
and instead he blows Stephen off of the dominating
Wow.
hands.
So advanced.
Really well done.
Yeah, and you know, Andrew just showing that he's a top tournament player. Bags of experience under the belt, a lot of study too, I'm sure.
Ten minutes to go on this level. Song and Pertea both below 20 big blinds at this point. Pertea with just 12. And that is a walk for Rania. I guess the antics of doing a lap around the table when you get a walker over now that we're playing for 1.5 million.
Yes. I mean, it comes fast and furious. You get a decision. You know, there's not like, you know, always 5 minutes off between hands. You know,
right.
you're posting and now going to say. I mean, it's actually pretty ridiculous that we keep them on 15-second shot clock. I mean, it's not like anyone's stalling at this point in the tournament. I guess they are loaded up with time banks.
Shukrat asks, do they get more time card if needed? No, that's it. They got more at the start of the day today, but what is in front of them is all they will get. And this will be the first main event final table we've come to with the new shot clock rules in play. So it'll be interesting to see what people have left by the time we're three-handed or heads up.
Yeah.
It could be pretty fast and furious.
I was worried we were going to be done by Friday, but we did make it here.
Yeah.
1.2.
And Rania coming in for a raise. This is a little unorthodox, second versus first. She's going to get some credit, though, because she's been pretty in line up to now.
Yeah, and people are, you know, they know how, I mean, I alluded to it earlier, but she can get wild with it. Like, you can't just because Hume had that expression that was sort of like, you're not really supposed to do this, but I'm not going to like mess with you here because I know what you're capable of. And I think that's a really interesting dynamic on the final table.
Nirvana commenting on that's all they will get. Well, it looks like they have 50 time cards.
Yeah.
Sam, how many decisions do you make in an average hand?
Yeah, exactly. There's like...
How many hands are played per level?
Yeah, there's so many decision points.
Even if they had 50 time cards, that's still not a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty reasonable. I mean, it's only 30 seconds. It's not like they play time card and suddenly time stands still and we're here for like 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, viewer. What I was trying to say is you're dumb. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, and look at that. Pertea, 5 million, not looking too healthy on the 12 big blinds. You know, and Andrew eating up the chips for
4.5 million.
And it goes for shove here with the kind of this is a little bit loose in my estimation.
Or as James Harding would say, a virtual all-in.
Really? Loose as the bottom stack even?
Yeah, I think it doesn't play well as an all-in in my... Anyway, Pertea just sort of saying exactly what you're feeling. I'm the bottom stack.
Yeah.
I've lost a bunch of hands in a row.
Yeah.
Maybe even post-flop, while to be honest, he hasn't flopped a pair, and everyone else has flopped top pair.
Yeah.
But I'm done with being shoved on. You know, he's
7, 8, 9 big blinds. I think we're putting in the A7 and hoping once it gets to that 13 range, we're playing that more as a raise or just open fold, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be my estimation.
I mean, the calling range, it's like, King Jack is probably not even calling you for 13 big blinds. So how often do you get anything good against King Queen suited? Sometimes you'll flip against sixes. It's just when you're called, it's just trouble.
To be honest. You what?
Yeah, speaking as a man who got in 68 big blinds with A7 off,
You always
12
bring
left
this
in
up.
EPT.
Don't recommend it, considering it's
It's more of a 3-bet, 5-bet hand than an open shove for 12. You want to really get in, a good amount of equity there.
I'm going to pretend as if that makes sense to me. I'm certain it makes sense to smart people.
I'm joking, of course. I mean, I was just.
Rania opening ace-10. Pertea looks like he is going to defend with 5 deuce.
And he's just ready to play, if you see what I'm saying. It's like he's reached a point in the tournament where he's happy with the cash and ready to roll.
Hits the live card. Might be ready to roll with any piece of this board.
Yeah, and Nasreddine with the ace of clubs.
Check, check.
And I just thought, wow, that was terrible. Why I did it.
2 pair now for Pertea.
Wow. Made that very easy for him. Only hand
and that's where Rania typically hits a 3. No. Okay, not this time.
Yeah, and he's checked all the way down, releasing the equity.
Oh, yeah, we did actually. I think he might have won the one.
Just put a little something out there on the turn.
And he's shoved here. What's he done?
I mean, it wasn't not this year, but
I'm saying like
I'm pretty sure
he went all in.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting. Pertea acting with a little bit of emotion here. And he's hoping Rania somehow hit the jack on the river.
Oh, it might have been the MGM one.
And Rania's, wow, I mean, she's thinking about it for some reason. She's going to fold, I'm pretty certain, yeah. And
the mystery bounce.
Just a bit of
that was sick because they
frustration, or he's kind of acting like
there was 100K.
I don't care
50 for
with that all in. But
were you there or?
I don't know.
I got to the
it just seems a little troublesome to have this attitude. We'll see. Pertea needs to just realise that while he's done insanely well, locked up so much money,
I was like
another pay jump still, will look great on the old bank balance.
This year was my first real bad one. Like I had.
It was bad in the beginning for me. I was down 6 figs at one point.
So I mean, I guess the main
6 figs.
Like 100, right?
Yeah, and I had something else right before too.
Stephen's just bringing Andy out of his shell as well.
That's what I had. That's what I had at the spa the other day. The Arts. They had figs. I had about 6 of them.
You know, figs are just a big sack of dead wasps.
Can you please tell me if that's true or not?
Look it up.
Yeah, and Andy, as chip leader, able to open that bit wider, can just come in for a raise with ace-4. And Rania with a cuspy hand in the form of king-9 off. It's just...
Cuspy.
Yeah. Got 30 big blinds, so Andy can't just, like, pile on the pressure. Will call.
Ace right in the front door. 2 aces on the flop, actually.
Yeah, and Andy running exceptionally well thus far. Of course, playing well as well.
What do you think, Griff? Pretty waspy.
Nah.
Yeah, and he's done a lot of checking back, but ace-ace deuce just a board where you kind of have to bet range.
And Rania does not put up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't.
In commercial varieties of figs,
the
chances of there being an actual wasp is 0. But there are types, you're right.
This year, not so. My best day,
you got one of the
did 2
wasp
trips
ones.
this year.
That's what they put in spas.
Like, my wife and daughter didn't come, so.
Sure.
So I went home for a week in the middle, but my best days were the 2 days when I was waiting for my flight home each time and didn't play. I had a 5% swap with somebody who pulled a 100K mystery bounty.
Oh, okay.
And like
you know, decent
won 4K on Ultimate Texas. Literally my biggest cash was 6K.
Oh my god.
Ultimate Texas, is that the card game?
Yeah.
So much fun. I've never played it. I played it. My friend taught me how to play it.
Gamble responsibly, please.
Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
No, I never played it
The
this
best.
summer. Because my rule with my family is I don't play table games.
Sure,
I made like 3K in like 30 minutes, and it was like, time to go. It's so much fun.
Every rule has an exception, especially when it comes to Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
And Stephen picking up ace-king again.
Big slick energy. 8-4 suited for Rania. She's going to let it go.
Run it, Rania.
And Andrew dominated with King-Jack.
Yeah.
And these two tangled pre-flop just moments ago.
Yeah, I don't think Andy wants to turn this into a bluff. Probably just nice to call in the big blind and C3. See, in this case, dominated, but sometimes it will be the reverse.
And it is a jack-high flop. Domination, rotation.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Andrew checks to Steven.
Steven does have that, you know, a club in hand, blocking the backdoor flush draw as well. Obviously, ace-king just going to be the best hand sometimes, so we'll come in for a continuation bet.
Raising this combo here, Sam?
I think it's kind of nice, to be honest.
It's just so valuable. You can get some flush draw shoves.
Well, it's just a product of the stack to pot ratio.
Yeah.
Considering his options, does he want to play it passively, or do we want to raise for protection now?
We are raising.
We'll come in for a raise. It's a big one as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, I think that's a genuine reaction from Steven. And he's going to, you know what? Occasionally he's up against a flush draw, particularly with this sizing, which sort of speaks of wanting to commit yourself. And there's a very small possibility he might even just shove here to get called by, let's say, 6-4 of clubs. I mean, sometimes he just gets it done against 6-3, which check raised. I mean, that's one option. He can defend, but if he calls, the pot gets really, really bloated.
Well, he's got less than 1-1 if he calls.
Yeah, or we could just dump it. Seems a little bit weak. Is Andrew aggressive enough with the bluffs? He's going to be thinking through exactly what he knows about his opponent, how his opponent might be at playing this chip lead.
And does get 20 minutes to reset after this hand. This is going into the break now.
Yeah, I wonder if Steven can just get away from it here and now. Obviously is dominated. Ace-king also sort of interferes with the value region. You know, the king-jack and ace-jacks are the ones that want to raise pure. Sometimes it's even nice to have ace-king with the king of clubs, though, because now you could shove and get called by the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
I think we do want the maybe the other way around. Yeah, so lots to consider. But this is a genuine tank, a decision worth a lot of money. The sizing actually makes it very hard to play the ace-king, because we feel like a nit if we fold, and if we call and miss the turn. I mean, if a club comes on the turn and Andrew goes all in, what are we going to do? We can't really call it offs.
What?
Oh, wow, he's jammed.
Andrew moves all in and turns his cards over, meaning Hume immediately called.
Yeah, and a slight misstep in terms of the actual hands from Steven Song. And now we're playing a big, big pot. 13 million. Either one of the top players in the world will have a big stack, or Andrew Hume's chip lead will become ginormous.
Steven Song all in for his tournament life and behind.
Yeah,
needs to hit an ace to survive or running cards.
1 in 5 times. Steven is out. And
yeah, and we kind of overheard a little bit on the rail. Maybe tripped him up with that sizing in the way that you were describing what it meant to him. You know, had Hume made it, you know, 1.1 million, maybe Song will peel off for another 700K. But that was really a shove or fold sizing, and he eventually found shove.
Oh, wow.
The turn is a 3, so that does provide 3 additional outs for Song.
3 for 3.
It feels like a lot. Just 14% in actuality. Can Steven Song get there?
Gonna be tough.
It is gonna be tough. Last card. It's an ace.
Wow.
Song survives.
Holy shit.
Catches one of the 6 outs on the river.
Wow.
Oh my days. And you've got to feel for Andy here. Played that hand to perfection.
Man. I do run so good. It's gross.
Yeah, and a body blow to the chip leader as Stephen Song basks in the glory for a moment.
Sing a song of joy. And it's not the heat, it's the humidity.
Yeah, and the game is on now because I think Andrew could really taste victory there. Not to discredit anyone, but that's the other top player at the table. You know, these guys are the two most experienced, and to have eliminated Song and got three-handed with that big chip lead.
That's insane.
Look at that. It's almost like he's won it, sort of, the moment.
It does feel like he's got a second chance at this tournament. Andrew Hume with 56 big blinds, 24 for Stephen Song, 22 for Rania Nasreddine, and 13 for Marius Catalin Pertea, Gear of Romania. These players are going on a break, but we are not. One of these four players are hoping to become an EPT champion like Barney Boatman did in Paris.
Winning the EPT title in Paris meant even more than I could have imagined it would have meant.
The river is a queen!
It felt like the culmination of something I've been trying to achieve for a very long time.
The oldest EPT champion ever.
You want to know what jobs I had before getting into poker? How long have you got? I was a barman, I was a labourer, I was a teacher, I was a journalist, I was a computer programmer, I worked in the law centre, tried my hand at acting, completely useless. Yeah, I've probably forgotten half of them. Although I'd done a lot of other things in the early years of my life, poker was pretty much always there. What changed was the fact that we discovered we were good enough at it to have a go, and we found out about tournaments.
Barney Boatman's just went all in.
My connection to the EPT goes way back to the beginning because I'm good friends with John Duthie, who started it. Yeah, John Duthie told me way back then that he was in the bath when he thought about the EPT for the first time.
Look, Barney and I are really good, really good friends. I mean, I consider Barney probably my closest friend on the circuit, outside poker too. He is just the most generous and the most kind person you could possibly hope to meet. And that's all I need to say about Barney.
So, you know, from John Duthie's bathtub to Barcelona, that's been a bit of a journey.
Welcome to the first European Poker Tour. Welcome to Barcelona.
I was in Barcelona for the very first EPT. I remember the excitement of something new. The media were there and we were getting attention. I think the first prize was like 80K. Obviously, there are tournaments now with buy-ins that are more than that. That's a bit nuts. But it's a sign of just how big the whole thing has got. Playing in Paris,
I had a great sense of people being behind me, and that's enormously helpful. The fact that, you know, people make me so comfortable and welcome, and the fact that I've got so many friends around, it doesn't hurt at all in, you know, your game.
Let's give it up for the legend, Barney Boatman!
Winning the EPT title in Paris, it felt like a vindication of me as a player. You know, I haven't got used to it yet. It still doesn't feel real. It feels good to have been there at the very first EPT and still be alive, let alone playing. And, you know, I hope I'll be here in another 20 years.
Zhang is an amateur player. He's an IT engineer by trade. He's raised the button here with ace-3. Latao's in the big blind with queen-4 of clubs.
Candy jumpers, yum.
He calls. The flop gives Zhang top pair and Latao bottom pair. Latao checks, playing in flow.
See if Zhang continues.
No, he checks behind.
It's all right.
The turn is another 4, trips for Latao.
Hate the check now.
And Latao set to bet 500,000.
Good spot for a just call for Zhang. The 4 means he's chopping with lots of other aces. He's usually gonna have the best hand here, but that's not a reason to raise.
He does raise.
How much you made? 1,050,000.
Pretty much doubled the bet.
And when Zhang gets called here, he should know he's not in very good shape.
Latau calls. Nearly 3.2 million in the middle. 6 of diamonds on the river. Latau checks.
Zhang sighing like he's got the nuts. That's Zhang's wife, Ki Lu, the one on the right, not the guy in the hat.
Check. He checks behind.
Good check.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you got him, buddy. That is the rail of a guy who sold a lot of pieces. What?
Dernig is his online handle, by the way.
What's wrong with the world?
St. Ansan under the gun +1. Pocket jacks.
Now this is a good hand to go to war with.
Min raise to 500,000. Pocket 8s for Andrei Shatilov in the cutoff. He calls.
Usually that's going to be a shove, but he must think Ensan's super tight.
Ace King suited for Zhang.
Zhang's move is the shove here. When he makes that move, anybody's guess. I'm waiting.
There he goes.
Says speedy for him.
Back on Ensan.
I am all in.
He reshoves. Easy fold for Shatilov.
And we're not all in.
The Russian's wicked happy he didn't shove now.
So Zhang at risk and racing.
Come on, guys. Latau's not even in the hand. Also, what is 7?
The flop has an ace and a jack on it.
Oh, that was so many emotions. It was like the T-1000 when it morphed into all those characters at once.
Zhang drawing super thin. Drawing dead on the turn.
It is kind of fitting that the flop slow rolled him though, right?
He exits in 7th place.
Not bad. Zhang's second ever EPT in his first in season 9, 171,000 euros. Nice.
And St. Ensan back up into 2nd place.
Look at that rail. It's like a mini Oktoberfest.
Latau's friends include fellow pros Ola Shemian, Fedor Holtz, and Christian Rudolph. So we're 6-handed now. Action. Folded around to Andrea Dato. He passes. As does Shatilov. Phillips in the small.
You know what you started with?
Total 2.4.
He just wanted to know if you knew.
All in.
So he shoves on Radziva now.
Standard unless there's some other short stacks about to go out.
I call.
And Kirill calls. So the Belarusian who plays online as Angry Moron is at risk and behind.
Are you sure he's not the kid from 2.5 Men? Ah, 7's how annoying those guys are on a scale of 1 to 8.
No, 2 queen.
At least that makes sense.
Oh, there's a 7.
Die.
But no queen or jack for Radziva now.
Come on.
7 hits, crowd goes quiet.
Deuce on the turn. Same 6 outs needed for Radziva now.
7.
No queen, no jack, and it's back to Uncle Charlie's house for you.
Phillips pairs his 10 and Radziva now is out in 6th place.
Good game.
Sam Phillips KOs a player and consolidates his chip lead.
And to be fair, the angry moron appears to be neither angry nor a moron.
Anyone in for even shopping? Even shop, anyone? Even shop, yeah. We just stop playing and split the rest.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Latao's a bit of a mystery, wrapped inside an enigma, wrapped inside a gray sweatsuit, wrapped inside the number 7, his friend Christian explains.
7 is actually kind of interesting because we have some flipping games and stuff. If you're sitting around and just going to a restaurant and something, we have to pay the checks and stuff and the bills. And there we have to play some flipping games, and every time the 7 is coming, so it's kind of insider. So like the 7 is always coming, so you can't really lose.
Ah, that explains it.
Explains what?
I don't care. Look at all of Shemian sitting in the owner's box.
I don't think even Shemian knows what this 7 stuff is all about.
Owen.
Anyway, Andrei Shatlov has moved all in with King 10 suited. Folded around to Latau, who's got Ace-Jack.
That's a call. Bring on the 7s.
I call.
He calls.
Andre's live for now.
I fold.
Ensan folds the big.
Thank you, Ensan. Way to get involved.
Король 10 туз-валет живая. Король. Король 10 туз-валет.
He just said, anyone yells 7, we pay them a visit later.
Shatlov has 2 live cards. Ace high is holding for now.
And a 7 gives Shatlov 4 more outs.
The turn card is a spade. It also gives Shatlov an up and down straight draw.
Latau trying to intimidate the deck.
17 outs for the Russian. And he bricks the river.
We like the emotion.
Hang on, where's he going?
Going for a new distance record.
Shatlov eliminated. Andrei Latau doing victory laps.
Oh yeah, new world record.
Oh, next level is awesome. Then I can just jam.
Is he talking about moving in or like a sweet guitar solo?
Ensan, currently second in chips, has ace-10 on the button. And he raises to 650,000. Sam's folded. Latau's got 3s.
I'm all in.
And he is all in. And he's been called.
Another standard race, sword and shield versus trident and net.
Ja, I'm all in. Hatte 3 als 30 geliefert. Standard 3er. Erst 10. Ace on the flop, 3 on the river.
Latau, the player at risk. Well, no ace or 3. A ton of spades out there. Latau currently a 2-1 favorite to double up and take the chip lead.
7. Oh no! What is it? 7 one time!
A spade will chop it. There are 10 cards which will eliminate Latau. But he survives.
Well, he's going to have some anti-chips now.
He doubles up and takes the chip lead at this 3-handed final table. 20.1 million.
Not a 7 in sight.
So we're still 3-handed at this final table. Andrei Latau has king-queen on the button and he raises. Hussein Ensan with king-9 in the small blind.
Raise.
3-bet coming. He makes it an even 2 million.
I think I prefer a shove to a small 3-bet. This gives Latau a really nice price and still commits a lot of Ensan's chips.
The chip leader calls with the best hand and the advantage of position.
Candy jumper, yum.
Both players connect. Second pair for Ensan and Latau. Latau with the better kicker. And Ensan set to continue. He bets 1.3 million.
Even though he's the pre-flop aggressor, I'm not a huge fan of the C-bet. Better hands are never folding, and he's not likely to be up against too many worse hands, especially ones that can call. Even queens fold there sometimes.
An 8 on the turn. And Ensan shoves.
I didn't like the flop bet, and I hate the turn shove. An ace is never folding. He's pretty much only folding out, hopefully, better kings, and that is not much of Latao's range.
Why so much?
That is a good question, Poochie. But from Latao's perspective, I'm not sure this is a call. We know Ensan's been blasting off all over the place lately, but does Latao?
He calls, and Hussein Ensan is drawing to a 9.
That is thin.
Just 3 outs. Oh, we are down to the final 2. Latao set to go heads up against Phillips.
7.
The river card is a 10. Hussein Ensan eliminated. Latao going heads up against Sam Phillips with a huge chip lead.
And I'm going to allow this move. I mean, how many times in your life are you going to get a chance to do that? I wonder if he's going to dive into it Scrooge McDuck style.
And cashing an EPT 100 in 3rd place for more than 650k is Hussein Ensan.
Thank you very much.
Sick run for this guy. Binks the seniors, 3rd in the main. If he wasn't retired before this, maybe he will be shortly. That's a nice little addition to the fund.
And then there were 2. The German student against the American online pro.
How much you start? I forgot it.
Like Salo over 7.
7K? Okay.
7, lol.
Phillips on the button with aces.
Oh boy.
He completes.
Hoping he can limp jam if Latao raises, and it looks like he's going to get his wish.
All what I have.
Call.
A shove and a call.
This is for like 16 big blinds effective, so this hand plays itself.
Ace 6 suited, easy regen. Ja. Was soll ich machen?
Well, if Latao cracks aces, it's over. And he has picked up outs on the flop. As things stand, Phillips an 81% favorite to double up. A 6 on the turn, so Latao swaps 4 outs for 2. Phillips just has to fade a 6 on the river. Close, but it's a 5. We play on.
What you can do?
Now we are finally getting to the bottom of this 7s thing. Tell us, 7 guy.
Every time we play a poker game and something, where an important hand is coming down, every time the 7 is coming. So if you're going all in with the 7, every time the 7 is coming. So we all screening the 7 because it is kind of normal that the 7 is coming.
So Phillips has narrowed the gap between them. Latao still in command. He has Queen Jack on the button in the small blind.
And he's changed out the flavor strip on his candy jumper. In there now, bubblegum. Candy jumpers, yum.
Latao raising to $1 million. Phillips has him dominated with Ace Jack.
Domination situation developing.
A 3-bet from Sam to 2.65 million.
Andre probably should not be folding this, even though we know he's in jail.
Call.
He calls in position. 5.4 million in the middle already. And Latao outflops his opponent, top pair and a straight draw.
Hits his live card somehow, youch.
Phillips does not continue, he checks.
Andre could check or take over the betting.
He checks behind. 3 of clubs on the turn, gives Latao a flush draw as well. Phillips checks again.
Andre should start betting now.
No, he checks.
I think he's missing out on value by not betting there. He could even bet the flop, probably.
Deuce of clubs on the river, so a jack-high flush for Latau.
And it looks like Sam's going to try to bluff this.
Trying to represent a big club. Bets 3.4 million.
Andrae settling in for a long think here. He knows he's only beating pure bluffs. And this seems like an awfully ballsy spot for a bluff. Andrae's got the third nuts, though. Only 2 cards in the deck are beating him.
I call.
He calls, and he's right.
They're black, but there's no club, buddy. His vision may be a little impaired right now from the excitement.
And Latau opens up a 3-1 chip lead over Phillips.
Sam's obviously not thrilled, but he's doing an amazing job just tuning out that rail.
It wasn't that long ago that Phillips was a huge odds-on favorite to win this tournament. The momentum has shifted, and Andrae Latau has all of the chips and is within touching distance of the historic EPT 100 main event trophy. Blinds now 600,000, 1.2 million. We've never played this blind level before.
I'm scared.
Phillips forced to make a move.
How much you have?
With blinds this high, no shib. It's all going in here.
I call.
Latau calls, and this could be it.
Sam's drawing quite live.
7! He does realize his opponent has a 7, right?
7, 8, a diamond.
I like around too.
I like Abraham Stinkin's optimism.
Latau with 59% equity on the verge of victory.
Come on, King!
Sam Phillips looking for help. But it's a king-high flop. Phillips could be drawing dead on the turn.
6 of diamonds, yeah.
It's a 9. Sam picks up a gut shot.
We had a 6 before.
He's sweet.
Unless there's a 6 on the river, we have a winner. It's a king. Latau takes it down. Sam Phillips walks away with the most money, but Andrae Latau is the EPT 100 champion.
Who won more money though?
I know, I'm a millionaire.
So that was 10 years ago when we were celebrating the 100th EPT main event. Here we are in Barcelona in 2024, celebrating 20 years of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the final table of the main event. 4 players remaining, and these are the chip stacks right now. Andrew Hume from the UK is the chip leader with 57 bigs. Stephen Song got that big double up just before the break, but is still relatively short with 26 bigs. Rania Nasreddine playing 22 big blinds. Marius Catalan-Patea from Romania just 13 bigs. Now we've hit the 250k, 500k blind level. It's pretty shallow. We're still 4-handed. Still 4 players competing for the trophy title and first prize of 1.5 million euros. It's James Hartigan. Sam Grafton's still here.
Hi, poker fans.
And we have been joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, poker fans.
All fans of Rania Nasreddine.
Yeah, Team Rania.
Rania making her second consecutive EPT final table, 3rd in Monte Carlo earlier this year, guaranteed at least 4th place here in Barcelona. 2 Americans in contention for the title, Rania and Stephen Song. And then we have Andrew Hume, current chip leader, who could become the 20th EPT winner from the UK at EPT 20.
That's pretty cool. Here's a guy that has been so unbelievably patient, came to our feature table on the shorter side and has literally navigated like a super expert that he is to the position that he is now. 56 to 58 big blinds to start this hand.
So this is blind v blind, Hume versus Song. And it's a pair of sixes on the flop for Hume, who doubled up Song on the last hand of the previous session.
Yeah, and it's probably nice to have that break, just reset and get anchored to the new spot you're in. Of course, in an amazing spot still with 56 big blinds and that chip lead. But, you know, had the potential to be heading into three-handed poker with 80 big blinds to sort of 22 and 13. Needs to just remember how he got here and keep doing what he's doing as he checks again. And there's a possibility of springing into action now for Song. Can clear out the occasional better hands.
500K into 1.5 million.
Yeah, and sort of representing the kind of hand strength that Hume actually has. So for that reason, after some delay, might be a comfortable call with the 10-6 of hearts.
Hume calls.
Yeah, Song not excited to see that.
River card is a jack, however.
Wow.
And Song is hitting river cards today.
Yeah, and in the actual line that's gone down, this jack, I think, could be worth a value bet. Even though we're playing against the chip leader and have no kicker, you know, apart from the occasional time we're up against King Jack or Ace Jack, which in general are going to raise pre, I just think we can go for value. That's what Song's assessing, what sizing is appropriate here.
1.8.
And he sizes up now on the river. And that's good, yeah. So, he's already made one big hero fold to Stephen.
I am not brave.
Yeah, a little bit strange.
Trying to get a read. I mean, Sam, you have to imagine if Song is going to bet some 3x, some 8x on this turn, right? Sometimes might feel tempted to continue bluffing, right? So 6 is a very reasonable call, and the jack seems a bit of an outlier, doesn't it?
Yeah, nice fold from Andrew. Yeah, got away from his hand again for the minimum. I mean, could have taken a, you know, could have bet the flop and maybe elicited a fold, you know, retrospectively. But there's a lot of rivers there where Song was going to be left with just jack high.
So we've reached hand 75 of the final table. We are still four-handed. That means still playing 90-minute levels. At the end of this level, level 36, chances are we will take the dinner break. Likely to be 45 to 60 minutes.
Must be running out of battery again.
It just started. There's like a brand new one they just brought.
8 passes. 2 passes.
It's a blind v blind situation. We've got Stephen Song in the small blind and the short stack, Marius Patea in the big blind. And it's an all-in and a call. Effectively, Song shoving on Patea, who calls it off very quickly. What are the hands? Song shoved with the bond, 7-5 of spades, pocket 8s for Patea.
Yeah, and a bad outcome indeed for Stephen Song. Wouldn't have been okay getting called by those high cards, but 19% equity. Gonna need the James Bond straight flush to get out of jail here. Maybe quads against a straight flush.
It's okay, we can lose this one.
And Patea sits back down in his seat, a smile on the face of the Romanian.
Wow!
Wow!
A flop for the bond.
I got four outs.
7.
We picked up another 3 outs. Actually, 5 outs.
Yeah, and this is the problem with being against 8s, blocking some of those outs.
Crazy. Always a sweat. He's freaking. Looked like it.
It felt like a straight, didn't it? Not quite.
An 8, a 5, or a 3 on the river eliminates Marius Patea. But the board pairs, 8's hold. He doubles up through Song.
Yeah. And this flippy-floppy final continues to surprise as that double up propels Marius into second in chips, switching positions to some extent with Stephen as he plummets back down toward the danger zone.
Yeah,
I know.
15 big blinds for Stephen Song. And again, even though Hume doubled up Song before the break, even though he lost that hand to him at the start of this session, still has better than a 2-to-1 advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Everyone else very much bunched up. 10 big blinds separating Marius in second place and Stephen in fourth place.
Yeah, and Stephen taking it in good cheer. Realizes how fortunate he got before the break.
Yeah, I like the line regardless. He just kind of runs into it right there, Sam. I mean, 8's just dream spot when you're getting shoved on by the 7-5 suited.
Well, the Sammy boy watching on Twitch says, I need a good player to explain the 7-5 shove. I think you were alluding to the fact, Sam, that often you're going to get called there by ace-king, king-queen type hands.
Yeah, exactly. You fold out king 7, you fold out queen 5, all the hands that dominate you, and then when you get called against ace king, he would have won. He would have beat ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen suited, all of those hands on that run out, and that's just something that happens 37% of the time, or whatever it might be.
Right, yeah. A lot of those suited connectors, gappy suited connectors are just great jamming spots, right? Blind v blind, short stacked, you can apply a lot of pressure, and as you say, you get a lot of that equity back even when you get caught by a stronger hand sometimes.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, even against 8s, he nearly got that. The hardest of all hands to defeat.
Hold on. Did Rania just get a walk there? Did she do her lap around the table?
She didn't do her lap. Don't break.
Rania?
Don't change your ways now, Rania. We like you just the way you are.
Forced Fabiano to do it yesterday and not living by her own rules.
Uh-oh.
On to the next hand. Forwarded to Patea on the button. He raises. Makes it 1.5 million. Full 3x raise, gets a fold from both blinds.
Interesting decision to size up there into the chip leader. Actually don't think that's too bad a strategy. Maybe not 3x, but definitely along the right lines. And Patea, you know, he had a, you guys perhaps didn't see, but last level he had a, you know, he's defending kind of quite loose-ish out of the big, seemed to, and maybe a smidge rattled by being amongst the short stack. Seems a lot more relaxed now. Of course, a double up helps. Still in there, fighting for this title. As we've seen, anything can happen.
Yeah, referenced Andrew Hume potentially becoming the 20th EPT winner from the UK. Marius Patea would be only the second Romanian European Poker Tour champion. Well, this is blind v blind again. Hume in the small with queen 10.
Yeah, and just gonna put it in, just good enough. Oh, wow, and another matchup.
Yeah, shoves on Song, who calls it off. With 9s.
Wow.
With the snap.
Yeah, and when he gets snapped, Hume absolutely relieved to see pocket 9s.
Oh, all right, flipping. I'm usually pretty good at these though.
Yeah, Stephen buoyant.
Classic race underway at the final table. 9s have not been a good hand so far today.
Stars nuts.
That's greedy though.
They've lost twice. Granted, it was 9s against 8s, 9s against kings, but 9s are holding on that flop.
Yeah, and it's low. Can actually turn Andrew. Oh, can't turn him dead actually. But good start for Song.
Who needs to fade a queen or a 10 to survive. Same outs needed for Andrew Hume. Same 6 cards for Stephen Song to fade. River. Is a jack. 9s holds.
Off the crossbar.
Double up for Stephen Song, and Andrew Hume no longer has that significant chip advantage. As chip leader, he has a whole 38 big blinds. Stephen Song in second with around 30.
Yeah, and this is the most bunched we've seen the final table thus far. 22 big blinds for Rania, who's the only player that hasn't been
14 million now?
at risk in recent times. And Andrew, who was on the wrong end of that flip, his chip lead significantly curtailed.
Man, now it's really anyone's game. Barcelona used to be my favorite stop, and now my favorite stop is actually Cyprus, which they also have an EPT there, so I'll be there too. Honestly, there was a chance that I wasn't even gonna come to this stop because I've been planning on going to Australia. Last second, my buddy Brock Wilson and his girlfriend, they told us that, oh, we're actually making this Barcelona trip too. After we heard that, we were like, well, we have to go now. And thankfully, we did, because now everything's worked out. Making the final table to me means everything. Me, who used to like binge EPTs and super high roller highlights and everything, just playing for, you know, huge stakes and like lights in the camera on everyone, that is just like what you kind of dream of as a poker player.
Yeah, a delightful little insight there into Stephen's life. Just a
I guess I should have just left you keep
you know,
these.
something we're very blessed to have in the poker community. These kind of guys who seem so carefree, such killers at the table, but such great personalities.
So question, Sam, for both you and Nick, considering how bunched up it is right now, and considering the rather extraordinary jump in prize money from fourth to third to second to first, are we now going to see what I call ICM handcuffing? Is this really going to stifle the action?
Yeah, I mean, if you were to now flip tens against ace-king, you know, Marius and Rania, the other two players are going to definitely get that pay jump. And that's, where is that money coming from when they are sort of guaranteed to lock up third place money? It's coming from you two of flipping. So the consequences of being all in, unless you have the absolute goods, is very consequential. And that's going to just mean it's a bit, bit ducking and diving. I want to say nip and bob or something like this, but you know, like everyone's got to play a little bit small bally, and you know, Andrew, if he doubles up someone, is plunged to the short stack. He's been able to double up Stephen twice and maintain that the chip lead, so it was kind of a bit less consequential. Now he can't afford to misstep because he's plummeted. If he does and doubles someone up, he will plummet into the most precarious position.
There's a look at our final table chip counts, guys.
Yeah, and if you imagine Andrew had over half the chips in play, the hand before the break when he doubled up Stephen, it's you know, a real change in the story. The good thing about Stato is he's just a man of very even temperament. I don't think, you know, some people when they lose a giant chip lead or feel they had the title in their hands will get a bit off their baseline, off their game. But I know that won't happen with him. Stephen's run good continues in the form of the Cowboys.
Yeah, and I guess that just comes with experience and just knowing your ranges, right? Sam, you go, this is a spot that I should take. I know that mathematically this is a good spot for me, and I took it, and it came out the wrong outcome. But not going, was that a mistake? Like, you know, thinking about it again, and, you know, second guessing yourself constantly is a way to, you know, get rattled in the way that you're describing.
Yeah, indeed. Stephen, no round of applause from him. Would have liked a bit more action. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
No, I can't win with good hands.
Song back in first place.
Offsuit.
Wow. Started the day as chip leader. Back in the catbird seat.
Indeed. Yeah, almost dead level with Andrew.
Yes. Just the swings today, as you've alluded to so many times, Sam, have just been ridiculous.
Yeah, and actually, over the last couple of hours, it's Rania who's not faced an all-in, not really had the hands to do it, just maintained herself afloat. And now she does. that.
Kings now for Rania, and they're going around the table, Sam.
So raising the button, Andrew Hume in the small blind, ace-6.
Yeah, and this is a hand that we can consider 3-betting, but won't. And Stephen folds the 5-3. And she's got the same emotion as Stephen, feels a bit robbed.
So my follow-up question to the ICM handcuffing suggestion is, considering how shallow it is and considering how high the variance is going to be moving forward, any prospect that these players look at the numbers?
No. They won't look at the numbers now. I'm very confident about that. They're going full. You never go full Tom Middleton. Maybe heads up, there might be something, but we shall see.
Song in the small.
Yeah, and every pot very consequential because, of course, if you lose chips, it goes to a direct rival. I know that sounds obvious, but we're coming for a raise, a little bit unorthodox, and Patia will call with the deuces. Oh, I guess Stephen covers, and so that does make sense. And Stephen with the low end straight draw and the ace of hearts. See, it is a board kind of neutral, I guess, maybe slightly favoring the big blind, though I don't quite know how ranges work here. And we'll bet and get it done.
Yeah, seems like Stephen had a plan there, maybe a one and done on the flop kind of thing, Sam, unless he found some additional equity.
Yeah, if you turn hearts or a king comes,
sure,
you can continue to barrel. Yeah, and I mean, this is, you know, again, I don't play with Stephen so much. It's just a sort of sense of him, which may well be inaccurate. But I feel like he is someone that is particularly good with the bigger stack. He's got that kind of alpha energy. Certainly whenever I sit at his table, he always seems to have a amount of chips. I don't know whether that means he plays a short stack particularly badly, but he's definitely someone that's comfortable in the higher gears, I would say. And that ace-4 raise and c-bet, you know, maybe an illustration of what might be to come.
Ace-3 of diamonds for Andrew Hume opens to $1 million.
He's got that big stack Riz, Sam.
Yes, it's a nice way of putting it.
8 suited for Rania Nasreddine, who has 22 bigs. She's going to call.
Yeah, and these two hands matching up kind of well.
King, king, 6 on the flop. Ace high still ahead.
Yeah, and these paired boards very good for the initial raiser. You know, it's normally the big blind that needs to improve on a flop. And the raiser with the made hand, so when there's only sort of 2 cards dealt, as it were, it's very nice to be able to continue. It's frustrating with the 10-8 of spades, but you are somewhat forced to fold. So we see Robbie Bull and Harry Lodge. Looking like they've got a sponsorship deal with Top Man in the background. Maybe they do. And if they don't and you're watching, if you are from Top Shop, I can put you in touch.
You know they went under about 5 years ago.
Mate, they stocked up before it went under. I mean, Robbie Bull cleaned them out of extra large in Edinburgh. He said, you know, maybe when it went under, he just said, I'll have the whole supply. And what else am I going to wear? My apologies to Robbie Bull if you ever see this footage, which you probably won't. I just like to point it out so I can hear you say Harry Lodge.
You're a wizard, Harry.
A walk for Andrew Hume in the big blinds. I think for the final table, that rule must be off.
Oh.
I blame the 15-second shot clock. It's stopped lap of honours. You're severely curtailed when you've only got 12 seconds to make a decision that is worth tens of thousands of euros.
I don't know, Sam. Good way to get your steps in, you know,
Yes,
even when you're at the FT.
I mean, remember, that is a classic rule that, you know, players are expected to remain in their seats, especially during hand-for-hand play, unless you've got to get your steps in.
Exactly. Yeah, I spoke to Toby Stone about that earlier today. He totally agrees.
His minder, however, who is now a new addition on the bubble, not so much.
He has a minder?
He had a bodyguard for the bubble. It was bloody amazing. Wow. This guy just followed him around everywhere.
Toby Stone doesn't need one. I mean, Stone by name, Stone by nature. I wouldn't want to take him on. And these are very interesting. The Hume song, Blind vs. Blind Wars. And this will let it go. Not even limping.
You're an always looker?
Yeah, it's usually good news, isn't it?
Yeah, but when it's not.
Well, I know it's really bad when it's not.
But if you had the cards ripped from your hands and you couldn't look, would you still be happy?
No, I wouldn't care, but
well, that's what I'm saying. You'd still be happy, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
He's just asking me if he's a looker, as in, when it folds through the big blind, do you look or does it tilt
Do
you?
you like the pain?
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
That's funny. Do you have a policy on that, Sam?
Yeah, I generally look, yeah.
I always look.
Yeah, I think it's fun. Any kind of sweat in poker. Free sweat. We're all gamblers at heart.
Forward to the blinds. King 5 for Stephen Song.
Yeah, and you know, if we raise the ace-4 off, then the King 5 off seems reasonable as well.
I think Ronnie has opened another pack of M&Ms.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and we'll raise, and I think if your opponent is calling as wide as 9-7 off, maybe it's gonna be not that amazing a strat.
Not bad board for 9-7, is it?
Yeah, and it's a similar situation where it is a board that's going to hit the big blind, and without that additional equity of the low-end gut shot, he will just check it over to Patia, who feels confident, and it's a big old bet.
Wow, that's a chunky bet.
Yeah, taking no prisoners with his sizing there, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how
I think you're early.
Song adjusts to Patia. You know, when someone's got a particular style and approach, certainly someone that doesn't give up their big blind lightly, that's obviously served him well thus far. You know, you need to make some recalibrations, perhaps. We also see Yanis on the rail, who is #1 on the Cyprus all-time money list, I believe. Another very talented tournament player out of the UK. As Patia considers his options. And we haven't seen this for a while from Patia. A pre-flop. Using, again, that sort of casual demeanor.
What's his sizing here? Song men raised the button. Patia's 3-bet from the small is 5.75 million.
Oh, wow. He did the half shove. Just, I mean, again, you know, it's not for me. You know, you've got to be careful reading into people's psychology, but speculating. It's just something about Patia where he really, you know, we're talking about ICM handcuffs. He is a man that's just saying, I'm not going to be handcuffed. He's sort of reached a moment in the tournament where he's won outrageous money, and whether it's going for the title or a sense of free roll, he really is like, wow, I've locked up this much money. Maybe he's just super rich outside of poker, who knows? But he just feels like, I can kind of go for it. And whenever the spots have, you know, close spots have emerged, he's just been taking it.
I smell money when someone is described as a construction industry entrepreneur.
Wow, you're saying he's in the mafia? Is that?
No, I'm saying I'm saying there's a lot of money in the actual construction industry.
To be clear, that was a joke.
The whole time, I feel like it's been literally right next to me.
Just if you give me half a Goodfellas reference, like I have to take it. I have to take it.
No.
Snap call.
All right, I'll grab them.
Yeah, and Sam, we saw that raise
You've used a
1 mil
couple,
up to
though.
5.7. He was
you are
like,
running
"No,
low."
you're not doing this to me." On the, what would your size be if you had a 3-bet there? You know, just
No,
three-
I mean, he's
three- three and a bit?
just committing, you know, and
So
then if Rania
do you
goes
only
all
use
in,
them
he
for
goes.
Yeah,
tanks then?
It's just a shove, basically.
Or you don't do that either?
So
He only uses them all.
With
If you're all in
Stephen
on the river
Song
and he's got the nuts. then he
losing
uses
a
all
couple
of
of pots, Andrew Hume's retaking the chip lead.
No. Yeah, and Song. This guy's having.
You want me to re-raise? Is that what you're saying?
There's nice camaraderie between everyone at this final.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been really nice, and the characters we had on there have made it really fun to watch. Very friendly, serious poker, competitive poker, but friendly to be outside of that, and I like that a lot. It's chatty, but as James pointed out earlier, we are
like I should
missing
have
that
something
rail
on that
from
board.
previous years, aren't we? Not as rowdy
Illusion, it's an
as one
illusion.
would.
It's building. It's building. I mean, considering at the start of the day it was empty, people are starting to take an interest, and
I'll probably have 2 live cards.
again,
After the flop.
whoever makes three-handed or makes heads up will dictate who's standing there. It was always going to be quieter without a Brazilian. You know, last year we had a couple of Brazilians at the final table. Year before you had Kowalski at the final table. So they're the ones who bring the passion, the drama, the energy, and the noise.
Sure.
The English. I don't know whether you've met Harry Lodge and Robbie Bull. They can get wild. They can get wild, believe you me.
As we were discussing earlier, I think it's been a while since we've seen the English really bring it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we could have Jack Hardcastle out there. We have all sorts. He's going to go off, mate.
Hardcastle is a legend.
And Song now, you see what I was talking about, coming with the limp. And Patea with the bullets. And Stephen going to be attracted by the price. Exactly why you limp this hand, in order to be able to continue versus a raise.
Sam, at what frequency do we check raise 10-8 suited on 9-deuce-9 with a backdoor spade draw?
Yeah, he's going to be tempted, as it's a way of like, I mean, for sure it's possible. I think.
What's the C-bet, first of all? So the C-bet is about half pot, a little bit less.
Yeah, he's gone a bit bigger than you might have imagined, and he will continue.
Yeah, decided to float.
Yeah, and Patea are going to be pleased to see that card because it's a card that Song's going to have pretty often and you can get value from. We can imagine a hand like King 10 or King 8 taking this line, and Patea will continue unperturbed.
Oh, wow.
What did he have?
Aces, aces. Aces.
Yeah, and again, if I were Patea, I wouldn't necessarily be advertising the exact holdings, but it's understandable.
So now Patea.
Yeah, you still made 3 mil.
is tied for the chip lead with Hume. Stephen Song drops down to 3rd place with 25 bigs. Rania is now the short stack with 16 bigs.
Yeah, and you know what? It's amazing because, I mean, this is getting a bit into the lands of just pure speculation. But look at that. I mean, it's actually being calculated as the chip leaders. You know, if everyone else is playing in a handcuff fashion and you're going for it and sort of breaking the rules, then, you know, that work kind of can work in your favor and allow you to accumulate. You know, wow, pretty remarkable.
150.
I mean, if you break the rules, you finish 4th more often, but you also win it more often, arguably.
Polarized.
Yeah, Patea getting at it now. He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
This is nice. We're turbo playing hands. That's the way it should be, right?
I was just the big. Okay.
Feeling the vibe. Feeling the vibe.
Yeah.
Circular.
You
Circular.
don't have that many.
I have 4.
Okay, thanks.
No, we don't have that many on this table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. We'll make change quickly.
Yeah, I feel for Rania a bit. Obviously, she did pick up the kings on the button, but hasn't had a hand, really.
Yeah.
Even when she's won pots, it's been, you know, sort of second pairs and such like, just showing down. And sign of Stephen's confidence, I think not every, wouldn't open this cutoff versus everyone. And here we go, look at that. Am I doing work for her?
Just on time.
Commentator's curse.
Just on time.
In reverse. Yeah.
Through that jam, we'll see Rania stack some up.
Yeah, that's nice. Brings her closer to Stephen. Yeah, and 19 big blinds separating first from fourth. As we zoom past that glorious trophy.
And number 94 underway on our featured table.
Yeah, go on, Marius. What do we have a chip lead for if we don't play the beautiful 10-9 suited?
Wait. Sam Grafton in the booth. Sam Grafton on the table.
This is just...
What's your favorite flavor of 10-9 suited?
I like diamonds.
Ooh, he likes diamonds. Diamond by name, diamond by nature. And we'll take that one down pre-flop.
Wow, you've got to be good.
Good.
It's the same as raising kings and getting knowledge. Yeah, and you know, he's had their hands to do it, but Marius almost found another gear here. And Stephen and Andrew will be taking note of that. Rania also. Look at that, a little, he's feeling it.
Oh, sorry. Ooh, that sounds good.
How much?
Song versus
I
Pattaya.
have 10 million.
That's right. Folds round.
How much is the race?
All
Only.
It just goes for the shove.
One good.
It's tough. You made a good fold.
Yeah, I know.
Shove gets through.
How much do you have, Stephen?
Now I have 11.
Okay, so I've got I think 10.
10. And yours like 17. That means you have like.
Now I have 9. Until I win.
No,
this hand.
14.
Until I win this hand.
I have.
That's a 10 stack? No.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. How was it?
Now it's 10. Yeah.
Sorry. 10, 16,
Yeah, you
20.
have 20.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, I'll start
It
the
is
same
okay.
to it.
If you begin this tournament a week ago, and at some point you have 20 million, it is okay. We haven't seen much of Sato since the break. The online legends.
10, 16, 20.
As Nasreddine with a tight fold.
Decides against the ace-6 offsuit there, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, Andy.
It's nice how it runs fast.
I think
haven't even
this
had
will be
to
played in some form.
Use a time bank in this whole level, right?
Yeah.
You know,
It's okay, it's coming.
there's a lot out
time
there with
banks,
the
you
big
mean?
blind ante.
Are you saying for yourself?
Gone into a shell a little bit. Yeah, Stephen, relentless, legit holding here in the form of ace-3. And Pattaya with a playable hand.
This is potential for a 3-bet sometimes, Sam, the old king-queen offsuit.
I think that when we cover, it's kind of nice to call. Because we get shoved on by exactly this hand.
Sure.
And we saw Stephen opening Queen 6, so the dominate. I think just King Queen's got those dominating effects. But we do need to also try and take it away on boards like this that are good for our range. That gut shot, very alluring, but it will check back. Nine checks again.
Well, ace high, still the best hand. It goes check, check. Song's going to win the pot.
Yeah, and he shows his...
Friendly.
Yeah, it is a friendly hand, but this is chip leader. We want to be a bit less friendly with Stephen, but he's very gratified to show that down. I would imagine he expected a hand like ace 10 and just to be on the wrong side of things.
BMX44 watching on YouTube says, just busted the EPT 23 roll, but I got a $5.50 ticket. Good for you. Enjoy playing W Coop, which starts today and runs till the 2nd of October.
Very excited for that, guys. Don't forget, I'm bringing you Cards Up coverage all of this month. I was actually just planning that with the team here behind the scenes. It's going to look a little bit different from Scoop. If you guys don't follow me already, hit me up on the platforms. I'll let you guys know what that looks like moving forward throughout this month.
This is all going to be on their central Twitch channel, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and Andrew covers Stephen now, and so for that reason, might elect to raise, forcing out. No, he does just call, and wouldn't have elicited a fold, I would imagine.
King, Queen, Jack. It's all song.
Yeah, Hume with the bottom of the range might be tempted to just stab here, Sam, but FT dynamics so interesting here, right? We do that a little bit less. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think because we can't really ever win, I mean, I don't know, it could be nice to fold out like a hand like 6-3 or like a 10, you know, but it's just the 10x don't fold either. But now on check, check, do we want to delay all the way to the river? I mean, he has, you know, delayed with second pair before we've seen, so it would make a believable bluff on the river, but Song with top pair, gonna feel like even with no kicker on a board where he doesn't have the strongest hands, might feel like he's allowed to bet. Again, it's almost, Nick, like just sort of a bit of honest poker. When the stack sizes are close to each other, the chip lead is a little bit less meaningful when you're in the pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had 2 breaks.
Yeah, that's why those spots stand out to me. It's just sort of like, seems like a board you can just get away with a really small just stab, you know, on the flop. But as you say, the dynamics of the final table is just not nearly as interesting to try and take those little pots away.
Yeah, I think it's also actually a way a lot of people hemorrhage chips is just under ICM, just hoping to be one and done when, you know, it's not like Stevens just an overfold or whatever, you know?
Yeah, you're quite right, yeah.
Another blind v blind situation between Song and Patea. Stephen completing here with ace 9.
Yeah, a little bit deeper, shoved the 20 with ace 8.
Patea with aces again.
Wow, look at his smile, by the way. And I think, yeah, wow. Remarkable. Remarkable.
Raises, gets cold. We're going to the flop. Jack 7-5, all hearts, and Song has the ace of hearts.
Yeah, and I think that's a genuine squeeze from Patea. And he should be careful here because Song hands are suited very, very often.
It's a bet of 3 million from Patea.
Yeah, and the sizing, lowering the SPR, may tempt Stephen to shove. Of course, just because we want to realize all our equity. On the other hand, isn't sizing like this, doesn't it speak of a big hand from Patea? Would he? No, it's a real dilemma for Stephen.
Yeah, does he size this way if he doesn't have an overpair plus?
The thing is if we against kings, it's basically a flip. You know, which he kind of thinks maybe that's worst case scenario. Yeah, he does jam.
All in and a call.
Oh
It's a
man, you
sweat.
aces again. That's
Well, Song is the at-risk player, and Song is the player who's behind.
Yeah, and this is huge for Marius Patea. Would propel him into a big chip lead and take us three-handed.
Yeah, getting rid of a very experienced, dangerous opponent.
I might, but...
And Stephen looks a little resigned here compared to other moments.
No. Maybe I should just check call instead.
Sorry, that's just a thought. Could make straight, I believe, somehow. There are some fruity turn cards in the form of an 8-pack.
I have been good at this.
Well, the fruitiest turn card will be a strawberry.
He played right into you.
Board pairs on the turn. Patea now a 4-1 favorite. Song needing a heart on the river to survive.
Patea smiling, big river coming.
The river card.
Oh my days.
Wow. Song hits another miracle river to survive.
What a luck box. That's unreal, by the way. That is
I don't know what I'm supposed to even do.
unreal. And you've got to feel for Marius Patea. Getting it in really good with the aces.
The river, man, for you.
It's so insane.
Yeah, really tough for the amateur who would have gone three-handed with a commanding chip lead. Instead, Stephen Song, Alligator Blood, sticking around.
So that means Patea is down to just 7 big blinds. Stephen Song is chip leader once again with close to 60 big blinds.
It's miraculous. I mean, what a seesaw ding-dong battle we've had here, 4- and 5-handed.
Actually, I'll be quiet. Sorry.
Seesaw ding-dong battle.
Yeah, indeed. Imagine ding-dong battling on a seesaw. It's not easy, Nick. Got a feel for these guys. Yeah, and also, by the way, I mean, I'm sure Rania and Andrew would have accepted the pay jump there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, to bring them closer to the title. Stephen Song, so experienced.
I mean, Sam, I've commented
That's
many times.
crazy.
I don't feel like I've seen Stephen Song make barely any mistakes in all of the coverage we've had of him so far. But when he did make a mistake, they're still running like God, and I love it. I'm here for it. He's allowed some, too.
I mean, he's a guy who, you know, realizes
away
all
with
his
it,
equity.
you know?
He's just, you check raise him with ace king, he's all in.
Yeah.
Check raise him with, are you bet big or with it when he's got the nut flush? He's all in.
I haven't thought it was coming the last couple times.
A reminder that everyone's
Rail
locked
seems
up
pretty
more than
faithful.
$500,000. There's 3 times that up top, though.
My mom said she's been praying hard for me, so.
My mom's been praying for you too, which is so epic. So effed up.
Oh, man.
I love the fact that Rania's mother is a huge Stephen Song fan.
Yeah, this is insane.
Enjoying the ride. And now Marius is the shorty. And for Stephen, that's an opportunity to pressurize. Going to place a decent amount of shoves here on the button. It comes in for a raise with the Jack-9.
Ace-4 suited for Rania Nasreddine.
And I might have been nice to see her re-jam it here. It's hard to do, but just how difficult it is to flop top pair with the 4.
Instead, it's bottom pair with the 4, which does make Nadia the favorite here.
Yeah, it's very hard to navigate against the chip leader with the bottom pair.
Rania. Rania. I keep doing it myself. I tell you one of the reasons why.
It's because we say he ran good.
It's not so much that, it's the fact that every minute that we're not streaming from Barcelona, we're talking about filming the big game on tour, and we're talking about the auditions and working with Nadia. So the two names that are going backwards and forwards in my brain right now are Nadia and Rania, and I'm conflating them.
And it's actually... Say it one more time.
Rania.
Rania.
Run good, Rania.
Apologies to Rania.
Can I buy 5 black?
It's just my
for 5.
thick Anglo-Saxon tongue makes it hard for me to say things. Yeah, and
like Anglo-Saxon.
Stephen getting it through there, by the way, with the C-bet. Rania playing cautiously, and understandably so.
Yeah. A request from Disha, watching on YouTube, says, stop talking, Griffin, please. Can we get Griffin to stop talking, please? Yeah, we've shut him up.
3 times versus you. 3.
Just never stops. Get gaffer tape over his mouth.
Twice versus me?
Yeah, but James spoiling big game candidates.
Well,
no, why is it a spoiler
too.
to say that Nadia is joining us again to run the auditions like she did last season?
Lucky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do get the shove from the 7 bigs. I'd love to see Patia, who hopefully has more than one card.
Come on, Patia.
What did you show?
Again. To the...
Oh, yeah.
To the drawing board.
Yeah, back.
Done it up before.
Back on the grind.
Then we had to get it in with like 90% equity. The 8s were 7-5.
Yeah, a lot of history developing between these players.
I don't even remember how the action on the hand went. You opened and you defended?
I limped, he made it 15, 1.5, I called check and he bet 3.
So you get the action replay from Stephen Song.
Yeah.
A hand he won't forget, I'm sure. Played lots of hands he won't forget at this final. And the American rail is growing. See Adam Hendricks, a lot of top American players supporting their boy.
Yeah, I like the line as well, by the way, Sam. I know he kind of runs into aces there, but, you know, it's very understandable.
If there's even one, maybe there's 8-6 with the 8 of hearts sometimes, or something like this. Who
Sure.
knows?
I mean, yeah, and as you said, if he gets in against kings, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, just looks worse when it's against aces.
Exactly right, yeah.
The Grafton for Andrew Hume.
Yeah. Comes with limp. I wonder if Stephen does something free here.
See 5 races, 1.6 million.
Yeah, 3-2 off, kind of unblockers to the limp folds, but looks a bit out of line, but I actually don't mind it. But Andrew, a man after my own heart, hasn't limped to fold.
You can't fold the Grafton. Don't be ridiculous.
So we will see a flop between Hume and Song, which is Queen Jack 10, which is a pair and a straight draw for Andrew Hume. Not a lot for Stephen Song.
Yeah, and this is first versus second, so Andrew going to have to tread very carefully. Will have extremely strong hands in the limp call range. And Hume again, I don't think, this is definitely also a name I'm pronouncing wrong. I'm going to say Andy. Andy not necessarily incentivized to bet here. You don't really fold out much better or get called by that much worse. And Song will delay once more. An interesting river card as Andrew makes 2 pair. And Song left with the literal nut low. Any king or 8 is a straight. Now, one would imagine there's not too many kings in Song's range, but he does potentially have some 8x. Seems like we can't check down 3 high. So what sizing do we want to go and what do we want to target? What hand are we representing? And goes big.
Yeah, 2.8 into 3.7.
Yeah, and this is a decision for Andrew. He has a sort of perfect bluff catcher in the sense that he doesn't interfere with any bluffs, right? By having, you know, Stephen doesn't bluff with a 10 or not. I mean, give it up, really. Yeah, gives it up. I'm a little surprised it didn't take a bit longer. And Stephen's Song making miracles happen, taking 3 deuce all the way down to the river.
Wow.
And that's the 3rd time Stato's made a big fold to Stephen. He's been right the other 2 times, and this time, maybe it's just like a stopwatch, but he did get it wrong.
Song out in front with 32.3 million, playing 65 big blinds.
I owe him a double, too.
Hume, the second biggest stack, with around 30.
Played no hands together.
Rania Nasreddine hovering around the 15 big blind mark, and Marius Patea still a sub-10 big blind stack.
Yeah, and it's a real thorn in Andrew's side. I mean, not only Stephen's quality as a poker player, but having the chip leader on your left, it's very, very difficult. You know, Rania felt that earlier when she was opening into Andrew's big blind as the chip leader.
Button raise from Hume with ace deuce suited. Patea defending his big blind with 10-4.
To Jake Cody. Yeah, and
it is an ace 10-7 flop, so we got top pair versus second pair.
Yeah, and it is true that Stato's opening range is going to be very tight, opening into Stephen's small blind. So this second pair not quite as good as it looks.
700,000 c-bet from Hume, called by Patea. Turn card is a queen.
Yeah, 3 million back. And now that the king, queen, queen, jack, king, jack have all got there, I wonder how Patea is going to value this 10. Hume, I think, on such a dynamic board, yeah, will put those chips to work.
And Patea
A lot. He bet a lot.
has already folded.
5.2 million. You are welcome.
So English.
Patea down to 5 big blinds.
Yeah.
As we reach hand number 104 of the final table. Final 4 players from a starting field of 1,975.
Yeah, it's worth remembering that, James. It's such an astounding achievement to make your way through a field like that. All 4 of these guys and girls can be very, very proud of themselves. I mean, it's just, you know, it's a landmark in anyone's career just to make a final table of an EPT. For some of us, it'd be a landmark to get 11th. Yeah, and Stephen here, again, and we haven't seen much of it, but I do think these hands do make nice shoves. I like this a lot.
Shoving on the 2 short stacks, Nasreddine and Patea, both of whom fold. Yep, just a symptom of the fact those blinds are so short.
No, he had like king 4 off. King 4 off.
I had a king in my hand, but I was much better than a 4.
King 8. King 8 off.
And my hand was suited.
Oh, okay, suited.
It was a pretty hand.
That's fair. But remember what happened earlier with your 5-7.
That is true.
Yeah, let's just,
that was
let's just
unfortunate.
remember.
But I owed him a double anyway.
Yeah. You owe him a couple, I think.
I owe him like, at least 3 or 4. I would say.
Patea none the
Or I
wiser.
have to be ahead every time. That's the only way it'll be fair.
Yeah, and this chip lead growing now. 66 big blinds, twice as many as second place. Stephen going to be very, very active now. particularly with Patea so short. I mean, if this was suited, it would be potentially make the cut, but offsuit feels forced to fold.
Hume in the big blind with 5-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, it's a little worse than it normally is because Song will actually open some 5x or 4x. And I did actually think he would defend there. So perhaps on the tighter side, but you see now what this chip lead's worth. And when you're leveraging out such beautiful hands as 5-4 suited from the big blind, it's really a great opportunity to open. You know, and I think it's also testament to the fact of how Song will play post-flop. You know, if you're up against a slightly weaker opponent.
I want two of you all to be like...
The chances are if you shove and he shoves, my hand's going to be pretty damn good.
Less. 16.
16?
Maybe slightly less.
You got to call your shot, right? I'm calling my shot.
Here we go.
Here it is.
Patea all in.
Oh, little sweat.
And Nasreddine follows suit. No, she folded. Right?
She folded the ace-8.
Okay one? Get an okay one?
It's actually kind of okay, I think, for Rania to clash with Murray. Somehow, like, you know, if you're really in direct competition while he's in the tournament, you can't do much.
I see only one.
Actually taking his shot against him, and you're still in, and he's handcuffed if it goes awry. You know,
probably at least a king or a queen, maybe a queen actually.
A king.
Actually, maybe a jack with your stash. I feel like if it was a jack, you'd look at the other though.
It's like we've got a fourth commentator out there, just keeping things chippy.
Got a few out there.
Oh.
7-6 suited under the gun.
The allure is strong. Oh, wow. She's never folded it in her life, but she can't believe it. But it's a good
donation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do the lap.
Did you look?
Yeah. I need this donation.
That means you would have folded.
Yeah, I fold.
Oh, man.
You
I had 6
make
high. Maybe a
minimum raise, I fold.
I don't mean to be rude, but how much do you have?
I
Just because it
don't
kind of
know,
matters at this juncture.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's so.
They're actually pretty even now.
3.
That's right. Rania with about 10 big blinds, 5 million. Looks like Marius has got about 4 million flat, 8 big blinds. And Rania will be in the big blind next hand.
And the next page up is?
The double up, 10 million is okay.
674 up from 518.
Yeah.
No, it's a 150K
also,
jump,
because
not
I gave you a walk,
insignificant.
now we're
Not
even, right?
insignificant, no.
Song on the button. 9-5, he's got Dolly Parton.
All right, blind v blind then. What do we got?
9-8. Patea all in from the
It's a
small.
confident looking all in. And
Oh!
snapped.
Ace King for Rania. Patea does have live cards, but right now he's behind and at risk.
Yeah, Stephen folded a 9 on the button. But this is a big hand for both competitors as Nasreddine covers her eyes. First time she's been in a big all-in confrontation today, I believe. Or, sorry, for the last few hours while I've been in the room.
And I'm definitely up there for lucky.
It was me for a bit.
Patea, who's run so bad in the last few orbits.
Gut shot.
Yeah, a jack would end things. In fact, an ace or king would end things.
Only 8s and 9s working for Patea.
It bricks.
3 on the turn, 5 outs for Patea, unless there is a 9 or an 8 on the river.
I say nice hand. I say nice hand. I say nice hand.
He is eliminated in 4th place.
Stand-up equity.
River card. It's a no! Oh, no. Patea gets there, crippling Rania Nasreddine.
Okay, how much?
Yeah, and some real emotion from Marius.
Double up. I tell you, the river, I tell you.
Yeah, I mean, you're owed it, my man.
Oh,
You're owed it multiple
brutal
times.
stuff.
Delight for Marius and despair for Nasreddine
There's that.
as she plummets to 2 big blinds and will be on life support on this final.
Thank you.
Huge swing. I mean, maybe no one deserves it more at this table than Marius, but nonetheless, Rania, who has ducked and dived and survived at this final, found her opportunity for a big double up and to get 3-handed, and now very much in the danger zone.
Hyper extreme danger zone with just 2 big blinds.
Danger zone.
You're not who I blame at the table. I blame someone else at the table. You know who it is.
Yeah. And she takes it in stride. Obviously, maybe the most experienced EPT player this year had that very outrageous river bad beat with top 2 in Monte Carlo. And Stephen almost reluctant to take advantage of his chip lead after that big hand will sheepishly come in for a raise.
And Rania's all in with ace-3 from the small blind. And look at this, Andrew Hume's woken up with ace-8 in the big blind.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting dynamic, by the way. I think Andrew will just take his time and call here. See, unfortunate for Nasreddine that someone else has an ace. There's lots of interesting dynamics at play here. So the pot is essentially dead, and now there's something on the side to be contested, and bingo, bango.
So she's going to feel this is a good board for her, but Hume has flopped 2 pair, and Rania is drawing super thin.
Yeah, and Stephen going to need to beat Rania at showdown, and for that reason, we'll just check. A 10 is what's required, I believe, here.
Yeah, she's drawing to a chop.
For Nasreddine. I mean, I will love this chop pot. If it comes in, I will really love it. Hume deciding whether to protect and will bet out.
And so with Stephen Song out of the way, the cards go on their backs, and Rania will see that she is drawing very thin, drawing dead to an outright win, drawing to a chop.
Let's see a 10 here. I think everyone except for Andrew, maybe everyone except for the players at the table, hoping. Just reaching for the microphone. Feels like it's done. Let's see a 10 of clubs on the river.
The river card is a king, and that will end Rania Nasreddine's 2nd consecutive deep run in an EPT main event. She came 3rd in Monte Carlo this year, 4th here in Barcelona for a bigger score. She got 442 grand in Monte Carlo. She just banked 518,600 euros for her 4th place finish here in Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, remarkable back-to-back runs there from the American. Real star quality, bringing, you know, glamour, excitement, great conversation to the table throughout the days. Obviously, also because of the interest in her from her Monte Carlo run at the feature table, a great deal, and you know, someone that we've come to love here at the EPT.
And a great result for Stephen Song and Andrew Hume there. Song up to 62 bigs, Hume playing 36, Patea with 18 bigs as they play on 3-handed. And I hand things over to Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, and Patea's good fortune with the 9-8 keeps him around, and he'll be something of a wild card. ICM greatly diminished as we get 3-handed. Already was playing quite a free way. Probably will be feel even more emboldened as Andrew picks up the king-queen. Quite hard to develop a flatting range with a bigger stack behind.
That bigger stack belonging to Stephen Song, who's in the big blind.
3.5.
Yes, and will raise. Just a small sizing required. And really nice fold from Patea. I mean, sometimes the emotion of getting three-handed, you can feel like, I've got nothing to lose, let's gamble, let's see a flop. Makes a really, really disciplined fold on the button there and was in bad shape.
How do we feel about this comment? These four don't care about the money, they care about the title.
How much is first, Joe?
1.5 million.
Yeah, they care about the money.
Expert analysis there. All players now guaranteed 674,000 plus.
I mean, Andrew's got a 10-month-old kid at home. I'm pretty sure he cares about the money.
Sure, and a pregnant wife, allegedly. No, he doesn't.
Oh.
He thought he said earlier at the table that we'd said on stream he had a pregnant wife, but we were talking about Kowalski. But he said his parents rang him up and were like, she's just pregnant.
Oh, geez.
What a way, you know.
Hey, this is a nice little pretty hand here for Stephen Song. Ace-Jack suited.
And Trappy play.
What? No raise? King, 6 deuce, 1 spade, 2 diamonds for Patea, who's defended with 4 tray.
Yeah, and he
gut shot as well.
Fire out.
It's a lot of equity for starting with 4 high.
Yeah, and Stephen was just planning to auto check call here. I mean, but the way that Patea has played, I hope that he sort of cottons on that this is similar to what Patea did with aces. And Song turning additional equity. He does actually have the best hand already with the ace. Oh, and he gets that.
Check, check on the turn. Ace is a, excuse me, river is an ace.
Yeah.
Patea misses everything.
Yeah, and Stephen, obviously if we knew what Patea had, we would want to check, but seems like we got a value bet. Perhaps Patea's hit the queen. Stephen might feel. The lack of bluffs that Stephen has is going to sort of dampen his sizing. When he's check called that big bet.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
If you raise me on the flop, I put all the money.
Yeah.
And some exclamations
well, it was a nice
there.
Fold. He had 4 high.
Yeah, expertly.
I can raise you on the flop.
Played by Stephen as he climbs to 67 big blinds.
And Patea there, just the 9 big blind, Sam. So definitely danger zone territory is eclipsed by both other players at the table. Handcuffs off, got to gamble.
Yeah, as it pertains to his stack, I would say.
Is that a Patea pun?
I went to Patea last night, and I paella. No, I leave it to you, Joe. That's why you're here.
I like French fried potatoes.
That was you actually did worse than my potato.
I know, that's what I was trying to make you look better.
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
Uh-oh, here we go, all in.
This is the time to gamble. 2 5s. Year of Romania, Andrew with ace-6.
Yeah, and this is a formality, I believe. Once he
5, right?
5. Sees, you know, doing his due diligence here.
Yeah, he's calling.
An unconventional flip, but a flip nonetheless for Patea's tournament life.
5. You come 5. No? You come 5. Okay.
Yeah, and it's hard to know who to root for here because Patea, you know, brought such such tenacity to this final table. But I've got to root for the brick here to get heads up. Andrew.
No matter what happens, this is
such a top bloke.
Tremendous result for Patea, who calls himself a recreational player. King, queen, jack.
All the overcards, but still a fraction ahead.
Patea needs to fade the turn and the river.
The 5 is good.
Queen on the turn.
To the final.
Oh, yeah, a lot of counterfeit potentials here as well. Eventually, the turn is a deuce. One card to come. Pertea is going to win this pretty regularly. Most of the time.
Jack, Queen, King.
I know it's
Pertea knows what to call for.
River. It's a six. Wow. The most painful over that could have spiked down the river eliminates Marius Catalin Pertea in third place.
Absolutely amazing run from the Romanian. It's always a special moment when we lose the last amateur of the tournament. I mean, it's so tough as a pro to navigate 6 days of tough competition here in Barcelona. But to see an amateur run this deep, compete against the best, and walk away with a huge score, that's what makes the EPT special.
That huge score is 674,000 euros. These two are both now guaranteed an additional 260K for making it to heads up, and they are now playing for a more than 500,000 euros difference.
Yeah, and I believe there might be a little bit of
they're going to make us play for
chop chat here with two of, two very experienced
I assume you have to leave something.
no limit hold'em players getting heads up.
Stephen Song and Andrew Hume, neither strangers to final tables, to heads-up matches.
Yes, and I think they'll feel like, okay, whatever edge there might be, give or take, perhaps it's not worth playing for quite as much money.
Yeah.
I don't know. I predict that we'll have a sort of amicable discussion. We shall see.
Some reasonably big number. I'm also down to like just chop it down a little. If you
as
are.
in like away from.
Well,
how do you mean?
You got to do it here.
They might, if they make us play for like 200K, right?
Do they make you play for that?
It will be smaller.
It's 10% of the remaining prize pool.
Sure. Okay, they said 200. I was like, that's
Yeah, a little bit of Stephen not wanting to seem
200.
too eager to chop, but I think this is going to work out fine.
Do I have time to run to the bathroom then?
Yeah, just passes like a few of those white chips.
I guess, yeah, we're taking a break.
Yeah, and I don't know why, but we do actually make them carry this out on camera. It's maybe for game integrity. It's a little bit awkward, especially when you're British. We don't like to talk about money and big numbers and such like.
It's just so that the deals can be officially recorded and make sure that everything's done fairly.
Is that okay?
No, there's no, not like the old days where you got taken out to the car park and made an offer you can't refuse.
25, 675.
Used to be in DTD, you weren't allowed chops.
Yeah.
And like if you did a chop, not that I ever did one, Rob Young, if you're listening, they would have to go to the deepest, darkest woods of Sherwood in order to, like the footballers covering their mouths. You
have to scan the area for bugs.
Because otherwise you were getting banned.
Sam mentioned that it's always a special moment when the last remaining amateur
There should be a name for it.
has been eliminated from the tournament. There should be a name for it. Now, he wasn't the only. Pertea was not the only amateur that went deep at this final table. Of course, Rania Nasreddine making
I don't remember her.
two final tables.
Are you sure? That was Monte Carlo, I think.
Back-to-back EPT events. We spoke to her just after.
Very proud because a lot of people just want to make one final table, and I somehow managed to do two. I do feel a little bit like right now with the fourth and the third last time, I feel like always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And not because I think I'm a great player, but like what happened at this final table really had nothing to do with my play. It was people putting too much pressure on small stacks, doubling them up, and then making me the short stack. Relative to what the other. So it was just like, today was sort of frustrating because I didn't feel like I was necessarily in control of my fate. And then, I got it in on a flip, ace, we had 4 live cards and his live card hit, one of his bottom live cards hit. I'm going to Cyprus. I can't wait, and I don't expect to make a final table in Cyprus. I think 2 is more than I deserve, but I'm really looking forward to enjoying Cyprus and playing another PokerStars event.
Heck of a run.
I don't think I would give in it.
Anyway, I'm only showing ICM anyway.
I might have done.
Heck of a run.
Mate, these guys are about, it's going to be
Nasreddine.
like West Side Story. These guys are going to dance off at any moment.
We're like
Dustin Dawn versus
60,
Borgata
60.
Rex.
It'll be fun.
Let's go.
And we're already.
It looks like the bit in Anchorman where the weather reporting turn up, you know?
They got the computers out. You ready? Or?
Mate, Dom Nietzsche's arrived with his ICM calculator. Let's welcome him to the table.
I'll come around here if that's...
Go on,
No,
Toby.
for the
I love
camera.
it when wow, Toby's doing
For
something.
the cameras, yeah.
It's like meeting with your pack manager. Me
So
and
I've got your
Toby
chip
Stone.
counts in here.
Yeah.
Just going to ask you that you play for 10% of remaining.
Sure.
That means,
So that's the pay jump.
well, it's basically you both get second place, which is then taken off the total prize money and then 10% remaining. I'm going to show you what that is in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I'm going to ask for the deal to be done here at the table rather than you go over there and you go over there. You can have somebody come here with you.
Sure.
If you want.
Okay.
But you can't have 5 people here. Just to
Sure, yeah.
so it's not a big circle.
Stato gets Rania and,
if you're going to try to
and Stephen gets betrayed.
Stephen gets Nicky P.
Yeah, ideal. Yeah, for sure.
And I'm just gonna, and I'm not gonna advise anybody or help anybody, but I'm gonna just stay here and listen. All right. So, here we go. Andrew, this should be your chip count.
Yeah.
Stephen, this is your chip count. First and second is here. This is what you have to play for. 56.8. Now you can increase that if you want. You can't really decrease, but you can increase that if you want to. Okay?
Sure.
And then I can change that for you. And then this is ICM chip chop is the same right now, so I'm just showing you ICM.
Yeah.
So that's the pure numbers, and
Yeah.
then the extra 56 and
So
the smash for the winner.
I would get the top one, he would get the bottom
Correct.
one,
And we just play for
play for
56.
the
And then you play
56.
for the
I mean, 56 is fine.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Sounds like a deal.
Look at that. No
All right.
negotiation necessary.
Can we before we do it, can we just actually verify the chips?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Can you verify
Smart.
the chips with each
Make sure
player?
the chip counts are correct.
absolutely, no
I'm
problem.
kind of upset that we saw the
I mean, I
laptop.
think
I
they're
wanted
right,
it to
but
just glow like
it's a
the
lot.
briefcase
No,
of
you
Pulp
should,
Fiction.
you should verify it. I absolutely agree with you.
You've got 1 second 20, 2 0.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we
mine's
will
right.
give you those exact numbers if you didn't catch them on the screen.
Yeah, and it's a big marker in the tournament. Chopping up this
1.2
much
mil
money.
euro.
Of course,
In the bag. Well, I'm playing for 56K.
they're going to want the title.
1.2. Thanks, guys.
Coconuts remembering
All right.
deal negotiation from 2 years ago. No one is telling everyone how rich their family is. What kind of Barcelona is this?
Sure, we haven't got Toby Lewis drunk on the rail saying, no deal, no deal.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, by the way,
Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot.
I got to
Cheers.
say, I played with Stato a long time.
Let's do it.
This is very,
We're going to have a little break.
very
We'll get
cool to
straight
see.
into it.
He's a
If you wanna
really,
take
I just want to go to the toilet.
Sure, I ran to the
just
bathroom
want to
already.
go
I'm
to
not-
the toilet.
He's a cool customer,
I'm just
Sam.
an ordinary guy.
Yeah, all right.
60K or
Can I
something.
grab my phone for 30 seconds?
It's
Gotta tell my wife
It
I've won
really does. With
1.5 million.
1.2. I know.
Mate, we're going shopping in Nottingham. We're buying Lenton Boulevard. We're buying 4 houses on Lenton Boulevard.
I think I'll just try to ship it, right? It's a sick ass.
Here are the official numbers.
The official bar tab at Opium will be...
Stephen Song is going to end up right now guaranteeing himself 1.233 million. Andrew Hume guaranteeing himself 1.165 million. 2 millionaires crowned today, and they're playing for an additional 56,000 euros. So that total becomes close to 1.3 for Stephen should he win, and over 1.2 for Andrew.
Is what win?
Should he win?
Should he win?
Should he win?
Oh, okay. It sounded like
Is that not a phrase?
It sounded like something else.
That conversation was perfect, by the way, Sam. Should I just ship it, guys? Yeah, we should ship it to Opium later. Yeah, absolutely.
Love that from Saliba. But yeah, I mean, it's just worth dwelling a moment. Obviously, we're going to have an EPT champion, and that winner goes down in the history books. But it's just great to see. You know, a lot of the romance of poker is amateurs going rags to riches. But for those of us who've been in the industry a long time, to see 2 top pros who are a delight to be around, who have honed their craft over the years to get an absolutely marquee score, which, by the way, will be life-changing, life-improving money, even if they've already built a significant bankroll. It's just amazing to see, and these are results that will define their careers and will live long in the memories of them and their families. And Justin Saliba will be at Opium tonight if you want to hang out with him.
Well, today marks the last day of live poker on our tour for a little while, but it's the first day of online poker. The World Championship of Online Poker kicks off today. You can watch WCOOP 2024 on our PokerStars Twitch channel. Live cards up coverage of many of the key tournaments, including the 10K main event. We'll be broadcasting that, me and James, September 30th through October 2nd, but Nick here is going to be doing all kinds of coverage, still working out exactly what it's going to be.
That's right.
But it's going to be new and exciting and different and Walshy.
Yeah, and hopefully it will allow you guys to see more of the action without conflicting with some of the evening tournaments. And it'll be cards up and all that good stuff, and just basically adding to the overall flavor of this year's WCOOP. I'm very excited to host that. Hopefully you guys will join me. I'll put my my socials in the chat now, and I'll let you guys know what that looks like tomorrow.
Yeah, say what you like about EPT Barcelona. It's a 7-day tournament. It's grueling. But if you play the Sunday Million today, September 30th, it doesn't finish till October 2nd.
Yeah.
That's when we'll crown a champion of today's Sunday Million. It's a month-long tournament.
It's the Sunday
Yeah. For those of you that wanted better structures. No, that's not true. But tournaments popping off all over the place throughout the coming
how
weeks.
good was Lena's quote at the World Series when he said that 10 days of poker, try scoop.
Yes.
Try scoop. And this is scoop, but it's the W version of it. And if live poker is more your speed, we've got 2 more EPTs this year, but we've also got the North American Poker Tour in between those 2 stops back in Las Vegas at Resorts World, November 1st through 10th. We've got a meteor schedule this year. 35 events. The main event is now a 5K, so same as all the other prestigious events around the world, all the big tours. We are now a major tour in the U.S. and the big game on tour, shooting another season from Las Vegas, and there's chances for anyone who can be there to potentially play as the loose cannon.
Joe, when you say a meteor schedule, do you mean meteor like, meat, like a meat feast pizza, or meteor like it's like apocalypse?
Take your pick.
Okay, I mean, I was willing
I would say
to...
more like meteoric rise. Although meteors don't really rise, do they? Why do they say that? Meteors mostly fall.
Because they're fast?
Yeah, but it's a drop. It's a fall. That doesn't make any sense.
A rocket rise.
Yeah, and as these two settle into their chairs,
Score not fucking easy to do.
Just taking
Especially,
stock of where
unless
they
you're
are.
playing fucking 100Ks or some shit.
Andrew Hume.
I'm not, so yeah.
I'm not either, so.
Stephen Song.
Yeah.
Andrew, the slight dog here, chips-wise.
Yeah, and it's like that day of football in World War I. They're coming out of their trenches, having a kick about, having a little smile before hostilities resume. And
Can't believe they put the Red Baron in goalie.
All right, here it is. Official handshake.
One of the less awkward handshakes I've seen. Well done there.
So you have like 2 or 20.
Oh, come on, we verified them, Stephen. Toby Stone's done his job.
Can I get a count?
Let's get it done. Come on.
Oh, right.
The levels stay the same length, and there's
it's be shorter levels. There'll be now half-size levels.
and there's still an ante.
There will be
45-minute levels? Okay.
Yeah, and
Still an ante.
like top pros, they'll know that firstly 50K is worth something, but
All right,
of
we're
course
ready.
you want to be called
not us.
EPT Barcelona champion.
Stella says, I don't remember the men hating Vicky Corin when she won EPT San Remo. Yeah, we weren't on YouTube then. And Sam, any predictions, Sam or Nick, any predictions as to
keep the 5?
How intense this heads-up battle could be?
Yeah, I mean, we're deep stats.
45-minute dinner break? Okay.
And, you know, these guys are going to play and play well. I mean, the big blind ante makes a big difference to the level of aggression.
I guess we don't have a choice. It'd be easy to get somewhere and
and how big the pots will get
I mean, is that even really a dinner break? I mean, are you gonna eat during that time?
I am actually, just because I've literally eaten.
Okay, I'm down to like, I'm probably just gonna grab something here.
I'm gonna go across the road, but
Okay.
Do they have to make a deal on dinner?
Is that?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, there's a chance we might be done.
You've got to play for 10. You've got to have 10% of the dinner
You
break.
gotta have 10%
After that, here's the number. If we chop it evenly
Look,
between
if you get the pizza and I get the steak, we got to save 10% of the penne.
You got to share the fries at the end.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a false start, as I think Stephen got a walk there. But now we'll come in for a raise. And as we see very often, you've got to play the majority of the deck in these situations.
That's why I have such a hard time covering heads-up poker. I'm like, yeah, you play it. You just play everything. Not really sure. 9-6, one club.
Yeah,
10-9. Both players hit a 9 here, right? Yep.
Yeah, pretty interesting. And Stephen will bet out. And Andrew has the 9, and although dominated, has the club to go with it. Which actually, a little surprised at those equities. 45% of the time he'll win.
Turn card is a 7.
Yeah, and brickish turn. I mean, it's a little stranger in heads up where all the sort of 2 pairs are available, or most of them. And I wonder if Stephen decides to bet again. The ace somewhat negated because some amount of aces will 3-bet pre-flop, but Stephen will check back, and that has run out a chop. My goodness. But now the question is whether Andy wants to go for value. I think that potentially we can. Sometimes our opponent's going to have a 7.
1.4.
And we'll go reasonably sizable. And Song, with a perfect bluff catcher,
9.
will call.
Me too.
You guys.
You know what they say, Joe?
We chop it.
Hold on. This hand ends in a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves the chop pot.
Everybody can cheer for that one. Sorry.
I feel like these.
We've done worse.
That was one of Sam's better ones.
I mean,
For Sam, we've done worse.
We should have said it when they chopped up 3 million euros. Toby Stone should have sung it.
You had the club, and I had the better kicker. So it's actually a very fair result.
Fight. Yeah.
Very fair result.
I think when Toby comes down, he should come down like in a light beam from that EPT 20. You know, he should just sort of emerge from the rooftop and slowly be lowered down onto the table.
We are approaching the dinner break, as you can hear them discussing. 15 minutes away from that.
It's okay, Stato. Keep it together. You're 15 minutes away from a deep feast with extra anchovies. Just keep your head for now. The man's blood sugar level is getting low. Get him a pack of, I don't know.
They got a long night in opium ahead, Sam. They got to get the carbs in.
You got to have a base.
Yeah.
What's the bet that Griffin ends up on that route? Like, if you say it on stream, you know Griffin's going to show up. You never want to give away where you're going to end up.
Yeah,
I'm guilty of that myself, actually.
If you indicate where
you guys are here? That's crazy. I only used your name at the door. 10-7 versus 7-4, another domination situation. Ace, ace, jack. Are we going to have another chop pot?
Joe, this is a private booth. How did you get back here?
Yeah, and interesting from Andrew. Maybe just a product of range that we want to bet.
And so the first actual pot being awarded goes to Andrew.
Yeah, feels like it was a while since we got 3 hands.
It's been a while. It's only been 2 hands.
Yeah, and significant American contingent. I think it's kind of nice when you actually fly in. Like the reason I think a lot of Brazilians and Americans have the bigger rail, particularly Brazilians, is you sort of book the flight for the Monday, whereas English pros, you know, okay, I'm
You just
out.
get home, yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. You don't necessarily know that your friend's going to go deep or whatever. Or you know, if you're a more casual acquaintance but would like to cheer your friend on, you're just not around.
Yeah, and if you've come a long way to be here, Barcelona is an easy spot to stay the entire time. You're going to have a nice time when the poker's over.
Yeah, and you want to, you'll kind of, why not book the flight on a Monday? You want to be optimistic.
Okay, 7-4 versus Jack 9. Queen, Queen 8. Jack high is ahead. Jack high's got draws.
Yeah, we could go either way here. I think actually it's quite nice as a check, but I just don't think no one's shown a propensity to check back. Obviously, sort of c-betting, you know, is reasonable.
Update on where they're at heads up here. Andrew slightly ahead of where he started.
Yeah, just like when we needed a word for when the last amateur busts out, Joe. I think we need a word for the tournament after Nasreddine has left the feature table. Like we enter a new era, you know, of the tournament. It's hard. There's not been much EPT footage without Nadia.
No, Rania's been featured quite heavily.
Keep calling it.
I did it this morning when I was shooting the links. It's because you're spoonerisming it.
Yes.
Nadia Nasreddine. So here's a bit of a fun fact. The last time a U.S. and a UK player faced each other heads up
don't tell
for an EPT title.
Wow, that's sick.
I'll give you one hint. The U.S. player is no longer listed as a U.S. player, and it's not Steve O'Dwyer.
It's not Jake.
And the UK player is someone from Andrew's crew back in the day. I don't know if specifically in the crew, but of that era.
Wow, what? I mean, okay, momentarily we're going to just concentrate on this because Andrew...
Think about it in the background.
...turned a very strong holding. And Song, as we've seen, not afraid to put in chips. And comes big. A little deceptive because in general, this sizing is somewhat polarized, just feeling like the 7 is very, very strong. I think sort of expecting that Andrew will bet any other part of the board. And the check back here paying dividends is Song almost sort of
2.6
ruling it out of Hume's range. And now comes with raise. And it's a little bit weird.
Nobody suspects ducks.
And Song trying to work it through. I mean, in actuality, it just is what it is. He's checked back a 2, and now he's raising a 2, like what he's saying. Yeah, and Song confident in himself to be able to back fold.
I mean, I guess if you really stretch it, Sam, like if it's not a 2, it's like an overpair or something weird that's been played really. I mean, that'd be super unconventional line for an overpair to be played that way. But
I mean, this is also you're not like when someone polarizes, you're not really supposed to raise too much.
Right.
So, you know, it's actually versus that sizing. I think raising with the deuce with the 6 is even a little bit problematic. Like we block 6-5, 6-10, and some of the draws. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe we even on a 6 cooler 9-5 and 10-9 sometimes.
Right.
I don't know. I don't want to be too. It's murky waters. Heads up. You know, to get right. But
yeah, just speculating.
Okay, I'm sifting through Barney Boatman.
Younger.
Younger than Barney.
Yeah.
Who's that? Who could that be?
And then we're talking this heads-up match we're talking about was, I want to say, around a decade, more than a decade ago. I'll tell you what. I'll give you the EPT it was.
Okay.
It was London.
Oh, it's David Van Pelou.
David Van Pelou
Jean
and
Juanda.
John Juanda is the last time it came down to UK versus US.
My first ever EPT.
In an EPT. That was your first ever EPT.
Indeed, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you want to know who it was before that?
Yeah, sure.
It was in Barcelona the year before that.
UK.
This time the American one, I believe. Yep.
I don't know that.
These are names that we have not heard in a long time. Carter Phillips versus Mark Goodwin.
Mark Goodwin, legend. Wow. Hey, Mark Goodwin, if you're out there,
more like
make yourself known.
Mark Good runner-up.
He disappeared. He's disappeared. No one knows. No, I won't. We won't go into it. It's disappeared from the scene. Carter Phillips also, not seen him around. Bodybuilding poker player, I believe, was the screen name. And again, a matchup of the deuces.
King 8-4 all spades. Matchup of the deuces, but only one player has the deuce of spades. Key card.
Come on, just raise, Stephen. No.
Just fold, Stephen. Ditches the ace high to 1 bet. So you can do that.
It's tricky to play heads up, by the way.
I know. I would give up so fast in heads up. I would make a deal and take less than second place money just so I wouldn't have to play heads up.
You cover. I'm going to go to the pizzeria. I'm going to bring back a bill for me and my girlfriend. You cover that. We're good.
We're good. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
2. Okay.
Or you pay for the bottles tonight, and we're all set. Let's just call it a day.
15 or something.
Yeah, you let me hang out at your table. Can I hang out and bother Justin Saliba all night with a few strategy questions?
Could have just had close spots to just snap acted anyways.
9-5 suited for Song. Coming in for a raise. King, Queen suited for Hume.
Yeah, and first 3-bet opportunity. Andrew relishing this holding. And this is the problem with playing a raise strategy exclusively. Kind of annoying to raise fold a suited hand. And he won't.
Nice.
And the pot does swell.
Our biggest pot of heads up thus far. 8.5 million out there. Queen 8-5. So top pair for Hume, bottom pair for Song.
Yeah, and it's a dynamic board. The Jack 10s, Jack 9s, 6 7s. We can picture all of them, and also some queens that we dominate. Would have heard about ace queen pre-flop sometimes.
2.8.
And will come with third pot essentially. And Song in a little bit of trouble. Again, one of the downsides to these disconnected hands is we don't really sort of back into a straight too often here. But with a pair, we're forced to continue as the pot swells. And Andrew not going to be pleased to see that card. Obviously, there's not that many. Well, Stephen, as we see with the 9-5 suited, does continue with a lot of suited hands. Some of those will raise flop, but some of them will continue through call. And now he has to decide what's the appropriate sizing and decides to check. Stephen ahead of a hand like ace-king, ace-jack.
He has taken a few of these spots.
5-4, but we don't show down for much.
Obviously, still losing to like 9s and 10s and jacks and the similar as well.
Yeah, I wonder if he tries to take it away.
3.5.
Yeah, turning it into a bluff.
Yeah, we've seen him do this a couple of times throughout the course of this tournament.
Yeah, and it's a big old jam. I wonder if we just end it occasionally versus the block. It's very tricky. I really don't know. Uncharted waters. Would feel very spewy to shove and run into something. And I don't think that's Andrew's style necessarily. But we also don't want them to just show down for the price they set. So he will call. And again, when we bet this turn with the 5 and get called, it kind of means that we show down for even less. And so let's see what the river brings. Of course, a 6 would make the 9-5 straight. And that is an interesting card.
Puts the 4-card straight out there.
I guess in this spot, Song's going to have way more 6x than Hume, right, Sam?
Yeah, that you would imagine so. Just because, yeah, we can picture 7-6, 5-6, 8-6, all sorts of hands. Whether they all bet the turn, some of them might be fearful of getting check shoved on, but a hand like ace-6 of clubs would make sense. And I wonder if Stephen goes for it now. It's run out in a way that's very unfavorable for jacks and 10s and 9s and king-queen. Can Stephen Song fire all in? Will he fire all in? Would probably rather have a heart in hand in some manner. Is there a sizing that's not all in?
All in.
Nope.
All in.
Wow.
Song
All in.
jams.
Wow. Remarkable. I mean, I did not expect this eventuality when the hand began. But here we are at the river. And Andrew with a chance to all but capture this EPT title as we approach the dinner break. King, Queen, make no mistake about it, it's just a bluff catcher. Doesn't beat any value. What's the worst hand? And he looks a little defeated.
Andrew folds the best hand.
Fold.
Song looking like the cat that ate the canary. Hume, I think, knows he may have been had.
I understand or not?
Okay, I don't think I'm going to get this hand in.
We are not going to play one more hand.
At least the blinds went up on them.
The little victories.
Amazing play there from Stephen Song. His all-action style that has been a feature, by the way, of this final table, paying dividends. What a pop.
We can use this in the casino.
There you go, dinner vouchers. The real prize.
That's what we play for.
A reminder of who went out today. And we still have 1.5, no we don't. We have 56,000 euros to play for, considering that they have made a deal, both players scoring over $1 million in that deal. Andrew Hume, this slightly shorter stack. These players are taking a 45-minute dinner break. When we get back, we will crown an EPT 20 champion.
When everyone was waiting to see who's going to be the first two-time champion,
the entire poker world calling for a deuce.
They didn't think it would be a woman. I'm sure they didn't think it would be me.
It's a brick! It's a brick! Nicky Coleman has done it!
Winning was magical for me, and that changed my world. I remember the first London EPT in the Vic, and I always loved a Vic festival, any kind of big competition in the Vic. I always loved it. It was always brilliant. It was always full of, the faces of everyone from Devilfish to Mickey Wernick, they'd turn up. The 2006 London EPT, my main memories are being upstairs at the Vic and the people from the cash games coming upstairs to cheer me on. There was one particular hand against Barney Boatman, a great friend of mine, that I was very sorry to knock out of that tournament.
She was very underestimated until she won that first one in London. I know that I tangled with her a couple of times to my own personal cost in the game.
It's lovely to have the chips. I wish they were someone else's.
And making up our final table in seat number 8, it's Vicky Corrin.
So during the final table, I remember, well, first of all, that I was drinking wine, which people thought was extremely unwise during a tournament. Joe Beavers from the Hendon Mob texted someone in the room, take that wine away from her and give her a cup of tea. Obviously, I remember winning it.
And he moves all in. An immediate call from Vicky Corrin, and he sees the bad news. He's gutted. She's got the straight. Vicky Corrin wins the London EPT.
I remember giving my opponent a hug that he didn't especially want, but I, shoved that on him. And I remember leaving without the money, but I sort of forgot to collect. There was a sentimental thing about the local players being genuinely quite happy for me to win.
You have had such tremendous support for the last couple of days, haven't you? Hasn't she?
It wasn't particularly an aspiration of mine to win 2 EPTs, because if you go into every tournament hoping to win, then most of the time it's disappointment. Even when I went to play the final table of the EPT San Remo, I was thinking, this is good. I've made a profit on the trip. Let's see how much it is at the end of the day.
2 pair for Vicky. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. Vicky Corrin has done it! She is the first player to win 2 main event titles.
It was incredibly exciting in San Remo to think, goodness, I really am the first person to win it twice, because it had been so amazing to win in 2006, and I thought, I'm never going to have that again.
Second hand of the final table. No walk, and under the gun raise from Stephen Song, the chip leader making it 500k with Queen 10.
This is what you can expect to see out of Song, right? Anything reasonable from any position, it's going to be played as a raise.
Now is Rania going to respond with the 9s?
I want to know what Boris is going to do.
Well, we've got Rania to act first.
Look at how Boris is reacting to Rania.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to just follow the rule of thumb, which is when you're a middling stack, if you have a hand that you don't want to go all in with, that you're not prepared to go all in with, then you're probably just going to want to do what she does, which is flat.
So she makes the call. Action now on Andrew Hume in the small blind.
Because the one person you were most afraid of getting out of line has already done it.
Yeah, and I don't think Hume would be thinking about this without a pretty decent second card. It's not going to be a light squeeze with any ace-X, right? I mean, this consideration is only for some of your strongest ace-X's, and, maybe he could even have aces.
Okay, well, we are going to see a re-raise from the small blind. Is this a legitimate squeeze? 1.65 million, that's pretty committing, considering Hume's starting stack.
Whoa, jeepers!
All in and a call.
I do not like that all in from Rania. I'm just going to have to say that. I mean, think about it. Any type of hand she's flipping against, he might have just gone all in, right? He's not going to 3-bet the ace-king. I think he would have just shoved the ace-king, right? So I just...
to the final table.
I think this is just a misstep here. She's up against it.
Good luck.
I had aces once. You've had aces.
Cool story, bro.
Has anyone else
had
had
jacks?
Good jacks.
So Hume did have the goods. He's got aces. Dominating favorite here to double up through Rania Nasreddine, and if she loses here, she'll be left with 11 big blinds.
Well, let's find out how much run good Rania's got today.
7. 5.
5. Everyone from me.
The flop is 10 high. Rania Nasreddine looking for a 9. 2 cards for Andrew Hume to fade. He is the at-risk player here, but now nearly a 9-1 favorite. Queen on the turn. Only a 9 on the river. Sees Andrew Hume dispatched in 6th place. River card is an 8. Aces hold. That is a double up for Stato. Andrew Hume now 3rd in chips with just shy of 50 big blinds. Rania at the legitimate short stack with 11 big blinds.
Oh, you fold ace 9. Oh, wow, yeah.
What?
Wow. Out. Yeah. That was going to be tough then.
Yeah. I had 7-3 diamonds.
Wow.
Rania now in the danger zone.
Could have played a big one.
She's been there before.
Notice how Steven didn't mention his queen 10 would have won.
Yeah. Hypothetically, these 2 hands were gone.
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
You might just fold.
Nice hand, but like easy with aces.
For sure. He didn't really, you know, he played them perfectly. He did. We'll give him that.
Give me aces, see what happens.
See, I think it's absolutely fair to question Rania's play there, and I agree with Maria. It was optimistic at best, a bit of a punt at worst. However, comments like this is why women shouldn't play poker, will earn you an instant ban. So think before you type.
Yeah, and as a woman who plays poker professionally, and that's also in the booth right now.
I don't know, really. Like, all sport and stuff, I'm right-handed, but I do.
Maria's not mad, she's just disappointed.
Then you're a lefty. If you're right with your left hand.
Yeah, but like if I was to throw a ball at you, I reckon that's the best test of which is your dominant hand.
I would think writing, no?
Listen, everyone has to remember that this is a huge spot. There's a lot of adrenaline going through anybody at this final table, regardless of your experience level. And sometimes, you know, you act before you really think something through, and that happens to everybody.
You say that, Maria, but you know, I've been doing this job since 2006, and I can say a man has never made a mistake at a poker table ever.
I'll just go to the kitchen and make you guys a sandwich. Be right back. Be right back.
For him.
Just saying, like, if you were...
So stay in my lane, guys. Stay in my lane.
Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah, I think. I would agree with that.
But it's completely subjective nonsense.
Patea has opened with pocket fives, ace 5 for Nasreddine.
I think she should just pass on this spot against an under the gun open. I don't really even think it's much of a consideration. Again, just shoving over an open versus open shoving are 2 very different things. Your range has to be a lot stronger than ace-5 offsuit if you want to shove over an open. So many players left to act. You know, you still have a good amount of fold equity off of 11 bigs. I think you can pick up a better spot. I think it's very important to, you know, take a breath, just make sure, you know, you understand that, yes, you are the short stack, but you are not out, and you just want to continue to make good decisions.
Jacks for Coleman in the small blind.
That 8 at the moment, quite like. I got like a first, the way the dealer feels, I got.
Just a call from Coleman, and we are going heads up to the flop on hand 3 of this final table. Ace, Queen, 8. Jack still ahead. I don't think either player likes this board.
I hope Rania at least waits to the end of the hand to tell her when she folded Ace-5.
I mean, I would say I know what to expect from Protea, but after seeing, you know, his hand against Kowalski, I would say that I will refrain from trying to predict what Protea is going to do. It does feel like, of course, the ace-high board favors his range, so I can understand the continuation there, and he does get a better hand to fold, just not a great flop for jacks.
Steven Song is open with 9s. Kuzmanovic is on the button. Oh! I think he'll take this over Ace-King.
Yeah. You know, but I think that's why he got kings, is because he wasn't too greedy. He asked for Ace-King. You know, he didn't ask for better.
It's fast.
Has that been my problem this whole time, being too greedy?
Could be. I would just imagine you're just going to want to shove 14 bigs here because obviously if you somehow found a 3-bet sizing that's not all in, it just looks way too strong. But the unfortunate part is
probably not folding.
Yeah.
Probably going to get action.
For Song, you know, he has a strong enough hand, but a lot of times Song will have some raise folds.
Yeah, you're probably going to get action.
Well, we've already seen 9s dominated by aces. Now we're going to see 9s dominated by kings. And a great spot for Boris Kuzmanovic to double up.
9s again. That's a bad end this table.
But 9s are normally so good for me. So I give you my 9 luck.
Okay, good.
Like
yeah, because you were due
when
last
I
time.
saw the aces and I was like, oh, I'm going to flop the 9. One more card, I bet the 9.
But Rania did fail to mention she folded a 9 this hand, so just.
Oh, that's almost mean to be
She
telling
had
him
Jack 9
he's
to
going to hit the
diamonds.
9. And she folded one of them.
Flop is ace, king, jack. That's going to be impossible to come back from. Oh, yeah. Opportunities.
4.5, right?
This is what... No, never mind.
4.3.
Well, quad's not possible with the 9 gone, so just... Nope, no chop either.
Okay, so Kuzmanovic doubles up. How's that going to change things?
Is 9s the hand of the day today?
You needed to.
Yeah.
Not in a good way.
Yeah.
No.
Right suits too.
I got an 8 too. I got an 8 too, right?
Yeah.
It was like, I thought it was a 9. I was going to be like, oh.
Kuzmanovic now playing around 30 bigs, same stack size as David Coleman. That means Rania is back on the bottom of the leaderboard, but she still has 25 bigs at the current blind level.
I might have explained hand of the day wrong.
Maybe 3.
Nah, I'll take the 3.
Maybe I just understood it wrong.
2 was
Probably.
Good. It's enough.
It's just the hand that pops up most often, not necessarily one that you win a lot with.
Okay.
Or anti-hand of the day. Protea still on top. We see Steven Song, start of day chip leader, has dropped down to 5th place. He's pretty much tied with Nadia at the Rania rather at the bottom.
Yeah, it's just been so bunched up that, you know, losing one pot, losing, you know, a couple small pots, doubling a shorty up can put you in this position. And, you know, then you just have to switch things up, which is why it's so interesting, you know, when you get to these final tables and you have to think about all of the ICM implications. Your strategy is going to constantly be, you know, dynamic. It's always fluid. You can never expect that you are going to take the same approach because any pot can completely change your chip position at the table, and then you're just going to have to revamp, you know, how you want to approach things.
So Rania Nasreddine has opened with 10s. Ace, 3 of hearts for Kuzmanovic. We asked for 3 in a row. He had ace, king, kings, ace 3 suited. It doesn't really feel like it's in the same wheelhouse.
It's literally in the wheelhouse.
Just not the same wheelhouse.
I also would be a little reluctant to 3-bet Rania, knowing how easily she likes to just jam.
Yeah, but maybe that first, you know, hand shook her a bit, and maybe she might approach this differently. She might not. She is the shortest stack. We'll have to see what she decides to do. Kuzmanovic has been playing, you know, pretty straightforward. Hasn't, you know, seen him get too out of line over the few days that we've watched him play at the feature.
Looks like she has a little snake bit.
Just calls the 3-bet. And these two players will go to a flop. Ace, queen, 6, all spades.
Good Rania.
Pretty interesting flop, you know, and Rania calling the 3-bet pre, of course, is going to be a little concerning for Kuzmanovic. You know, might she have a better ace-x here that she calls with, you know, not having any spades, not having a redraw to the flush, you know, is also potentially problematic.
Aggressive check from Rania. Bobo?
750.
Coco.
750K into a pot of 3.75 million. Rania calling.
And now, you know, as you know, Kuzmanovic, you can't really go 3 streets of value with this hand and expect to get called by worse. So, you know, some turns he'll just naturally slow down, you know, try to get to showdown. You know, if you think she's going to have some queen X's here, which she might, right? Like king, queen suited and queen, jack suited, those type of hands that might raise and call a 3-bet pre and, you know, maybe have trips here. You know, I don't expect Rania to be in there with too many offsuit queen X combos.
She's checked to Kuzmanovic.
I think this is a pretty hard double barrel.
Yeah, she could already, you know, be there. She could already have some flushes. You know, king 10 of spades, king jack of spades, maybe in her calling range.
Oh my
wow.
goodness. Here we were thinking she might make the flush. Instead, she spikes a 10 on the river to make a full house.
Okay, so yesterday I was saying we call her Run Good Rania because of the Run Good Poker Tour, but no, it's actually Run Good Rania.
I love the fact that the drama of the hand was interrupted by someone slurping. We got crinkly sweets, soft drinks. It's all happening at this final table.
Because this is prime entertainment.
Any chance this gets paid off?
It's a pretty bad run out for ace-3. You know, again, just trips possible, flushes possible. You don't really think a better ace-x that doesn't shove pre off of her stack is necessarily going to be in her range, you know, or maybe even betting this river very often. But, you know, your kicker doesn't even play with ace-3 here.
Boris has used a fair share of his time bank cards today. This is only hand 15 of the final table.
Brem says, can't really think of a bluff she has in this spot. Does she ever have, like, another ace-5 suited type hand?
I don't think she bets the river here with that type of hand. So I don't really think, you know, her having, you know, better aces is necessarily what Kuzmanovic is thinking about. You know, even King Jack gets there, right, and saw a free card on the turn, so she could certainly have some of that in her range. Any King Jack suited, she might have called pre, you know, and calls the flop with.
Like 12 minutes of time bank, so we could be here a while, guys.
I think the more she talks, the more I'd be willing to fold my hand as well.
Yeah.
Just, there's such a high pressure situation.
Yeah.
And for her to just talk and, you know, comment on the fact that it feels like, you know, each time bank feels so much longer than it actually is, could sometimes, you know, be a tell, could be something that Kuzmanovic is going to read into here. And again, you know, if she had ace king, she probably would have just shoved, you know, even ace queen, but he does call.
Gets paid.
Wow, value bet paid off, and he's like, oh, come on. How do you spike a 10 on the river again? You did it to Jack Sinclair. You've done it to me. And Rania Nasreddine has just jumped up to second place on the leaderboard.
Thank you.
America. Eight deuce on the flop. Fours ahead. Nope, no Germany, sorry. That's why I specifically listed the licenses where it's available. And yes, Bulgaria was on the list, NC23.
That was the first one you said.
No, Rafael, France is on its own license, as is Spain, as is Portugal, but they then share liquidity. You get to play against players from all those three countries.
What about Greenland?
That's a good question. I need to look it up.
You think Greenland and Denmark are one and the same in that respect?
If Greenland is Denmark, then I guess they play on the Danish license, and that's included. Yes, I listed the UK. One more time, PokerStars.eu. And then PokerStars Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, and UK.
I think we should try to maybe make Greenland like the next big online poker country. It's huge. It's green. Why not?
Hybrid Gamer says, why are there different licenses? Wow, where do we start? That's not a PokerStars thing, that's a government thing.
How about Pertea check raising songs bet here with Jack 10
let's get back to this.
On 8-8 deuce, just pretty out of line, but it might work just considering, you know, songs holding here. You know, does Pertea have some 8x here that he calls from the small blind? Does he have, you know, some other bigger pairs that he might call from the small blind? I mean, that's going to get it done. This man is pulling out all the tricks today.
Well, we talked about Kuzmanovic potentially becoming the first ever Croatian EPT winner. Marius Pertea looking to follow in the footsteps of Razvan Belea, who took down Paris last year and become Romania's second EPT winner.
W. Cutmore says, going back to stereotypes, Rania actually conforms with my experience of Americans. Loud, yes, but incredibly nice, hospitable, and a genuine person. Hope she wins. Also, last night I saw her shoot a case of beer with a shotgun. Flew away on an eagle. Hume raising king-9 suited under the gun.
Kuzmanovic with ace-7 offsuit, hand known as the Spraggy. Shocking. Just discovered there's at least one person on YouTube who's a fan of Andrew Tate. Never would have guessed that from some of the comments I'm reading today.
What a flop for Hume's hand, and it's just kind of unfortunate that Kuzmanovic has a really good piece of it. And this is kind of a board where you don't always expect the pre-flop aggressor to c-bet. You know, they will have some check-backs on this texture, but, you know, pair of sevens with an ace kicker with the ace of hearts is...
Not getawayable.
Yeah, I mean, it just has to look pretty good, too, Kuzmanovic.
You know, even though some of these comments are eating up a lot of our stupid comment energy, there's other stupid comments being made too, and we're just not even getting to those.
The queue is long.
It's a long list. Like, you have to have a really stupid comment to get to the front of the line today.
You know, this turn card might slow things down. A four-liner on the board. You know, Jack 10 gets there. You know, any 6x.
600.
Get him, Boris. Rep that 6.
Yeah, Boris turning his hand into a bluff with this lead, you know, certainly doesn't think that if called, that his pair of sevens is going to be good. You know, really trying to maybe fold out some over pairs. Although, you know, for this bet size, sometimes you wonder if they're just going to call and decide on the river. And with Hume's particular hand, with the flush draw, he's not going to go anywhere.
Deuce on the river. Hume still with the best hand.
$2.75 million back and nearly 4 in the pot. Are you willing to pull the trigger here? You know, given Hume's holding, I think he could get a fold if he's willing to go for it here. You know, just because Hume also blocks some flush draws, so, you know, it's just less likely that Kuzmanovic could maybe be turning a flush draw that's a busted flush draw into a bluff. And again, he can easily have a lot of 6x from the big blind. He has some Jack 10 here. He has some 2 pairs, but Kuzmanovic,
those are the 2 hearts.
not taking
the flush draw and the
not taking the spot, and was hoping to show down a winner.
He had the back.
Action on Stephen Song. He passes. Patea's out. Nasreddine has ace-king on the button.
Ooh, big hand here, especially on the button. They're never going to see it coming.
She raises to 700,000. Queen Jack suited for Boris Kuzmanovic. Now has a sub-10 big blind stack.
All in.
He shoves. Hume folds the big blind. Rania calls with ace-king. And Kuzmanovic gets it in behind. Does have live cards, though.
Ace-king, queen, jack suited. We don't have either.
Let's hold, please. Let's hold, please.
Da, da, da.
Like ace-king.
for America.
Nice
Queen
hand.
Jack
Let's
suited.
fold. Let's do all the things.
Very live.
Here's the ace king. Here's Queen Jack suited. I mean, yeah. We're gonna. Yeah.
Classic 60-40 spot.
Ideal.
But Kuzmanovic needs to hit to survive. Does flop a gut shot. Queens, jacks, and tens now working for him.
This head in the sand approach has been working for Rania.
One more sweat. Or just give it 10.
6 of spades.
I mean, it's okay card for me.
I think based on the combo, she knows she's still ahead, but. Oh, sweaty.
I take the 4 as well.
17 outs could be.
I'm going back why did she look? Why did she wait?
Please.
Could be too many outs. Spades, tens, jacks, queens, 17 cards. Boris Kuzmanovic can hit. The river is the 6 of hearts, and he is eliminated in 6th place.
Thank you guys so much.
Boris Kuzmanovic from Croatia cashes for 306,900 euros. We are finally down to 5.
Nice playing you. You get
Run good Rania. Hits when she needs to hit. Fades when she needs to fade.
Told you it was too many outs. Stephen Song remains the table short stack. 5s in the cutoff.
Yeah, such a more comfortable shove with 5s. Coleman having to raise the 3s is a bit awkward. I do think
2.3.
now goes for a sort of demi shove.
Oh, I like it. The demi shove. Oh, we could be flipping a coin. Patea with ace queen of strawberries.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting because it allows him a better price just to call. Depends whether he wants to click it over the top. I don't think it's necessary, actually.
Yeah.
But he does. No,
yeah,
sorry, what did he say?
He clicked it. He basically effectively put it all in. But I understand the argument you're making, Sam. I mean, if you just flat there and Rania, you know, shoves.
Well, it's
what
more Andrew that you're worried about it. Oh, Rania covers him as well.
Yeah.
Good luck, pal.
So here we go.
Pal.
Stephen Song is flipping for his tournament life.
Eyes versus ace queen.
Could this be Song's last tune?
We have 5s. Same guy.
A swan song.
If 5s hold, he doubles up. Ace queen gets there. He's out in 5th place.
Fights don't get much fairer. 50 to 49.
All right, we'll take like 3 diamonds with a 5.
Don't call for outs when you're ahead.
3 diamonds with a 5. That's great.
Oh, there is a 5 on the flop.
And
that's huge.
Yeah, absolutely massive.
Like, that's massive.
Yeah, a little grimace from Patea, who is hemorrhaging a little bit.
Heart on the turn. Give us a sweat. Give us a sweat. That's not a sweat. Patea drawing dead on the turn, so Song does indeed double up. And again, speaking to how shallow this final table is right now, with that double up, Song now moves up to 26 big blinds and is pretty much tied with Patea. They are 3rd and 4th in chips respectively.
Oh, Hume with the ladies. Let's go.
Why would I forget my count?
Yeah. And this one, he can play the same
1.1 million
as the Queen 4. You see how it matches up, the premium and the sort of blocker. An object lesson from Stato.
Jack 9 for Coleman.
Coleman again with a sort of, I mean, we definitely don't want to be shoving this hand, but a hand that would dominate a hand like Jack 4 off, 9-3 suited that might raise like this.
Uh-oh, Jack high flop. This could see Coleman get in some trouble.
Big
trouble.
Yeah, and the 3 very much negated from Coleman's range. Andrew Hume with the chip lead, gonna feel very comfortable on this board. And Coleman can't even hit the 9 down the streets. This spells big danger for the American.
Yeah, he's going to have to sneak out the back door with some very lucky turn and river cards that might scare him off, like an ace and a king, you know, if they were both to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, but otherwise, he very well might be our 5th place finisher. Of course, coming into this hand as the bottom stack.
So Coleman, considering, but will probably continue through call, seems to make the most sense. Let's keep in hands that we have dead. And Andrew happy to see that call. Both players with a spade, by the way.
Turn card is a deuce. This is looking really bad for Coleman. 4.1 in the middle. He's got 4.45 behind.
There's a brick right through the window of Coleman's
and
plans to win.
And Stato here, I think, will again just size a threatening amount. No need to go all in. If we had 9-4 off and we're just bluffing, we wouldn't want to commit all the money.
1.45 million.
And goes for a third of Coleman's stack. Coleman going to have had lots of floats here. We can imagine some clubs, you know, Queen 10 with a spade would have played this way. And so he's going to feel like he has to continue again, you would imagine, just so strong on Jack 3-3 against these wide small blind ranges. Remember, we saw Andrew raising Queen 4 off just a moment ago. Plenty of bluffs that he can have.
So Coleman calls, we're going to the river, 7 million in the pot. Coleman's got 3 million behind. Does not improve on the river, however, it's an ace. It completes a flush draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to matter to Stato. He's not going to be over the moon to see that card, but there's just not many aces in Coleman's range. So I do believe that he'll want to go for value. Remember, 7 million out there, just 3 million back, sort of created a situation where no river card.
All in.
Yeah, Hume shoves on Coleman. It's all in to call.
Yeah, and I don't think... You look at that, he kind of senses not many people fire that third shell, right? The last 3 million chips are intensely valuable. The bottom chips of your stack are worth the most on a final table, worth much more than the first chips you put in.
Yeah, and we talked about the unlikely event he can get away, and it was a card like the Ace of Spades. I mean, it's going to be incredibly difficult, but Coleman has great instincts.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't like it. I mean, the other thing now is he chops with Jack X. Had Andrew, for some reason, the thing is, I just don't think he has King Jack really pre or what have you. So a little bit weird.
There's the call. Coleman heroes with a jack, gets shown queens, and that'll take us down to 4 players as David Coleman exits in 5th place, cashing for 398,950 euros. The final 4 all guaranteed more than $500,000. And Andrew Hume sees his chip lead increase. He's got 27.8 million, 69 big blinds. He's got a 2-to-1 advantage, better than a 2-to-1 advantage over Rania Nasreddine, who sits in 2nd place. Jack deuce of diamonds for Barney.
You can mix in a couple different things here. Going to be too strong heads up to just fold, so certainly can call, but I think he plays nice as a 3-bet too. It's going to put Kaufman, pardon the pun, but a little bit of a cough in. What do you do with ace-9? Do you put it in for your tournament life for 30 bigs? You just started here, you know? The older gentleman has 3-bet you. You're playing for a difference of 500,000 euros. And you have one of those middling aces. Do you just shove it in like you're getting 3-bet by any other aggressive pro? And Kaufman going to play it a little cautiously.
Okay, makes the call. We'll have the advantage of position. And has the best hand, as we can see. The first flop of heads-up play. Jack 9-6. Ooh, top pair versus second pair. My apologies, the first hand of heads-up play went to the flop as well. But this one is going to involve probably more than one betting streak, Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends, of course, how the board shakes out. There could be some scare cards on the turn that shut the two of them down, but Boatman with top pair is going to be playing it pretty confidently, and if we get some bricks, Kaufman might just call this all the way down.
Continuation bet of $2 million from Barney Boatman into a pot of $6.2 million. Kaufman with second pair top kicker calls. This hand going to the turn, and Kaufman now has less than pot behind.
Yeah, and what he really doesn't want is a low card like that. Something in that deuce to 5 range where it doesn't really change the complexion of the board too much. You know, maybe a king or a queen of spades.
Wow, Boatman shoves on Kaufman. It is all in to call. And what does Kaufman do here with a pair of nines?
Am I allowed to ask for a count, even if it's covers me?
Asks for a count, which I guess buys him more time without having to play a time bank card, but really?
Well, in fairness, he did say, am I allowed to? You know, it wasn't like he was, it's just like with trying to understand within the rules. This is a very important spot for Kaufman, and you know, wants to utilize within the rules.
Yeah.
Can you put this next to it?
Yeah,
but you know, it's a little, I agree with you, James, but you know, it's like, it was polite.
I don't know how exact it wants to be.
Is Kaufman out of time banks? Is that why he needs to do this?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Or he might have a limited number left. Either way, it is a huge decision, right? You make the correct call here, and you have pretty much evened things up.
I guess it's just something a little comical about counting 40 million.
It's fine. Thank you. I call.
Makes the call, and this could be it. The chips go in, and Barney Boatman is near enough a 9-1 favorite. David Kaufman needs an ace or a 9 on the river, or this is over.
Yeah, certainly Kaufman also considering maybe hands like King 10, King Queen that would shove the turn here.
This is only the second hand of heads-up play.
My gosh.
And it could be the last hand of the tournament.
And that is a confident smile of a man that I think believes it is his time. Is it Barney Boatman's time?
An ace or a 9 required for Kaufman to continue. The river is a queen.
Thank you.
Very well played. The oldest EPT champion ever, the 68-year-old UK poker legend, takes down EPT Paris 2024.
Just an incredible story, and you can see welling up a little bit with pride. People on the rail who love him, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. This is the final day of EPT 20. It's the main event final table, and we are heads up. It's Andrew Hume from the UK versus Stephen Song from the USA. And right now, Song has the significant chip advantage. 41.8 million plays 17.4 million. That's 69 bigs versus 29 bigs at the new blind level. 300,000, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. And now we are short-handed. We are playing 45-minute levels. So we'll play 2 levels back to back. That's assuming we get to the end of the next session. Being heads up, it could end at any moment. Still a decent amount of poker to be played, I'm sure, despite the deal that was done. It's James Hartigan alongside Maria Ho.
Hello.
So the deal locked up, heads up. Relatively even shot, Maria, but still playing for 57K. the better part of 57K, I should say, and the EPT title and trophy. Both these players, millionaires. Song gets 1.2 million, Hume gets 1.16 million.
1,500,000.
It's a pretty good deal, pretty good result for both of them.
Absolutely, and I mean, they definitely didn't hide it. You know, they both seemed very, very happy with the score, and of course now what's left on the line is the title.
First hand back from dinner. Hume raised the button in the small blind. Song defended and has flopped top pair.
Yeah, still a lot of playability in Hume's stack here with 26 big blinds.
3 bets, 1,400,000.
Song calls the continuation bet of 1.4. We go to the turn. 10 of clubs. Song now a 93% favorite. Hume drawing to a queen.
Yeah, still a nice looking board for a pair of nines. You know, I think Hume was hoping to maybe turn something that would allow him to bet a little more freely. This card, you know, does fill in some straights.
And a 9 on the river sees Song improve to trips.
Assuming that Song is going to just come out with the lead here, trying to get a little bit of value from trips.
Yeah, after it went check, check on the turn, we do see Song lead river. 4.8 gets a fold from Hume. So Stephen Song increases his chip advantage, now has a 3-1 lead over Hume. Let's talk a little bit about these two players, starting with the chip lead at Stephen Song.
Probably can't reach it.
6.5 million in live earnings, a WSOP bracelet.
Whoever wins it can deal with it.
Sure.
WPT Prime win, GPI Player of the Year 2022. And pretty much all of his cashes from the American circuit, but he does come to Barcelona frequently. He won a 2K side event here in 2019 for 185K.
Yeah, and listen, you know what? It might not be the same as Kowalski's Brazilian rail, but he's got quite the turnout here to support him. You see a lot of American poker players who've come out for this EPT on his rail. You know, Justin Saliba, Brock Wilson, Cherish Andrews, Aram Zobian, Darren Rabinowitz.
Well, we've seen a few Brits railing Andrew Hume, including Harry Lodge. Hume, by the way, graduated from Warwick University. There was a huge poker community at Warwick University years ago. Rupert Elder, Zimnan Ziad, EPT champions who came from that university. Plays online as Stato1, and as he we're fond of celebrating, he is an Octo champ on the UK quiz show Countdown. Well, Ace High was ahead was ahead on the flop, and is still ahead on the turn.
I just can't stop thinking about Octomom when you say Octo champ. I'm like, remember her?
Yeah, I remember Octomom, yeah.
I mean, she was the cover of every tabloid.
Andrew now lives in Nottingham, very close to the Dusk Till Dawn Poker Club, which will be hosting a UK IPT in November. 2.2 million in live results, many big online scores. Both players guaranteed a 7-figure score here in Barcelona, having locked up more than $1 million in the heads-up deal. Still playing for the better part of 57K and that EPT trophy. A place in European Poker Tour history at this event where we are celebrating 2 decades of history and legacy. Hume completes with 8-3.
$2.4. Raises 2,400,000.
Song raising with 9-7. And Hume is forced to fold. So it's 44.6 million playing 14.6 million. Hume very much the underdog right now.
Yeah, I think both of these players have a healthy amount of respect for the other's game. And, you know, at this point, it's a little bit, of course, about, you know, card distribution, but of course, a lot of skill involved in heads-up play.
Well, at the start of the day, Stephen Song was chip leader at the 6-handed final table, and Andrew Hume was the short stack. And at various points today, they've both been chip leader and they've both been the short stack.
Yeah, definitely not surprising considering at one point just how condensed all of the stacks were and how shallow it was getting.
Hearts. It's a post-flop flip. Song has the dominating hand right now and is ahead with queen high, but Hume does have the flush draw.
Min bet from Song, you know, just designed to fold out any 2 cards that, you know, have equity. Just wants to try to take down the pot right here.
Eight of diamonds on the turn. Song now near enough a 3-1 favorite. Check, check. 7 on the river. Not the heart, but the 7 is enough for this to be domination rotation, because the 7 is always coming.
And a value bet might also be coming.
Hume bets the river, gets a fold. Narrows the gap slightly, but it's still advantage Song. Significant advantage for Stephen Song as this heads-up battle continues. Quite the rail building now.
Yeah, Charter, Jim Colopy.
I didn't even know some of these people were in Barcelona until today. Daniel Guan asking if they made a deal. Yep, we've recapped the numbers a few times. Just to clarify, 1.2 million locked up by Stephen Song, 1.16 million locked up by Andrew Hume. Stacks were relatively even when they did the deal. But there is still money in play.
Three bet 600,000.
Yeah, and at this, you know, sub 30 effective stack depth, Hume's electing to limp in from the button with a lot of his range. You know, I think he can still maybe find some min raises, but for the most part, we have been seeing him incorporate a lot of limps. You know, just wants to see a flop cheaply, play post.
42.2 plays 17. Still at the 300K, 600K blind level. And blinds going up in just over half an hour's time. Now we're on a 45-minute clock. A couple of players we should say congratulations to. Fabiano Kowalski, so close to making his second EPT Barcelona final table. And then, of course, Rania Nasreddine, back-to-back EPT finals. On the one hand, one worse than Monte Carlo, finishing fourth rather than third. However, more prize money, just over $500,000. Matt Langford, watching on YouTube, says, I played with Song in the main event this year. World Series main event, he means. He's genuinely awesome.
Yeah,
good to hear.
Song had a very deep run in this year's main, and you know, to be able to follow it up here with a really great run, you know, just again shows that he's probably playing at peak. Hume showing some balance in his limping range here with queens. Oof.
Way to get out flopped.
We got 600,000.
So he tried to set a little bit of a trap, just limped with the queen's pre, did not induce a raise from Song, and has been out flopped horribly. Now bet 600,000. Is this a spot where Song's likely to raise or just flat?
Yeah, you know, against a person that's just limped from the button, you expect that sometimes you will just lose your customer if you fast play. But, you know, at the same token, if you have them in a spot where they just happen to have a 10x or they have some of these traps, then you will very likely get it all, if not most. You just have to remember that, you know, on certain turn cards, it might just slow down the action, whereas here, you know, there's going to be a wider floating range that Hume might have when he bets, and he's going to be willing to call raises a little bit more. So this is a good place to find, you know, a little more value. Don't think he expects Hume to have a hand as strong as queens, of course, but he's lucky in the sense that Hume does have such a big hand.
So the check raise on the flop was 1.8 million. Now he has the betting lead. Will Song barrel the turn? He's a 95% favorite here.
4 million.
Goes 4 million, sizes up significantly.
And the problem here for Hume is that, you know, Song could just check raise the flop with 10s and 5s, right? He doesn't need to have trips to necessarily play it as a check raise, which Hume is beating all of the 10x's. So this is just really a hand that's too big to fold. Even though, of course, in a limped pot, Song could have all the 5x. You just really can't fold to this bet on the turn.
A lot of people watching on Twitch and YouTube waiting for the all-in. Well, clearly that's what Song is setting up on the river. He sized this to try and get the rest on the last betting street as Hume calls the 4 mil, and we go to the river. 13.4 in the middle, Hume with 11.2 behind. It's a king on the river. Song first to act. Shoves on Andrew Hume, all in to call. If Hume does call here with queens, it's over.
I think the problem here is just the lack of bluffs. I mean, maybe there are some check raises in Song's range
one, right?
that, you know, contain something like 9-8 of clubs or 7-6 of clubs or 8-7 of clubs, something that, you know, was just hoping to turn some additional equity in the form of backdoors. But, you know, a 10X isn't necessarily going to be super excited to play for it all on the river after getting called on both flop and turn. And so it does feel like it's repping trips a fair bit. Doesn't mean that it's an easy fold by any means.
2, 1, 0.
Counts down to 0. Andrew Hume's hand is folded, and he is officially out of time bank cards. He is now limited to 15 seconds on his first decision, 30 seconds on all subsequent decisions. Crucially got away from it, though, and leaves himself with 16 bigs, Maria.
That might look stupid. That might look stupid.
Probably not.
18 bigs. 11.2 million. Huge pot. And Stephen Song increasing his advantage.
Should I give mine? I did use one. Just want to be fair.
Good for you. On to hand 128 of the final table. Song completing with 9 deuce. Hume with king 4. Smoglet says, geez, tough to come back from this, but amazing he found the fold.
Well, here's the start. Hume with the pair of 4s against Song's pair of deuces. Maybe a spot where he'll get a little back.
Few people saying the river king saved him. Did the king really make any difference in that hand?
No, I don't think so. I think really in that situation, it's really just about whether or not he believes Song has trips, because once again, you know, just a 10X there isn't really gonna be happy to put him all in on the river. You know, the king doesn't really change that much.
600K bet from Song, called by Hume, who does have the best hand right now. Still has the best hand, however, flush draw alert.
Yeah, additional equity now for Song. And a little bit of showdown value just with the pair of deuces. You know, if you assume that you're not really going to get a jack to fold, obviously, and probably not a 4, then, you know, he's happy to check back here and try to realize his equity. And, you know, worst case scenario, just keep the pot small and hope to show down and win with deuces.
King 4.
King 4, it's good.
So Hume gets a little bit back. Playing around 20 big blinds now. $46.8 million versus 12.4 million.
You're like 13-ish?
12.
12? Okay.
12.4 including that.
Okay.
Queen 3 for Hume.
5. 3 calls. On.
7-6 for Song, who responds to this limp by moving all in. And Hume folds.
No, shit.
I'm not discounting Hume right now, Maria, but a significant percentage of the time he's going to end up being the runner-up here. But having come into play today as the shortest stack, to have laddered and got into a position where you've locked up more than $1 million is not a bad day's work, not a bad result, considering where you started the day.
No doubt he's very pleased to be in this position. And, you know, not to mention, I believe, was it 2 days ago, you know, he got a pretty lucky run out with his queens against Simone.
1.4.
And it's just, that's going to be the ebb and flow of some tournaments, is like one day you're the short stack, the next day you find some good spots, you stay in the middle of the pack, but then you come back into the final day as the shortest stack and good things happen. And, you know, all of a sudden it's a very real thing that you can become the next EPT champion.
Yep.
But to have to get through somebody like Steven Song is a tall order.
Ace King versus 5-4. Song's raise called by Hume. And Song has flopped pretty big here. Top pair, top kicker. Not much for Hume. Backdoor straight draw, I guess.
Yeah, and to be fair, just in this small sample, it does feel like Song is getting very good card distribution. It's so hard to connect with the board, and it's hard to get premium hands heads up.
Close to 50 million now for Steven Song. Andrew Hume dropping below the 10 million mark. Playing around 15 big blinds. Starting to feel those ropes.
There's just so much emotional investment that goes into a huge field event like this, you know, after you get through so many people, you've played so many days.
Yeah.
And this is what you want, right? You want to be heads up. You want to get down to you and one other person, and you're so close.
Again, Hume completes and gets shoved on. Just getting chipped away at now.
Yeah, now we're going to start seeing a lot more all-ins. You know, Hume with 13 big blinds. It's just going to be the stack where, yes, you can maybe still have, you know, some limp folds, but there's going to be a portion of your range where you're just going to be open shoving, or Song will be putting him all in. Sure, he's got his calling range down pat. And when Song finds some limps against Hume's stack depth, you know, you can certainly have some limp folds, but you could also have some limp traps.
Yeah. Song still ahead. Pair of queens. Gut shot, straight draw. Action's been checked to him. A bet of 900,000.
One knows.
And a fold from Hume. That's right, both players had a gut shot there. Hume's was not as good, and luckily he got away from it. Taking us to hand 133 of the final table.
I feel like Hume is still thinking about that queen's hand, but Don't worry, you made a good fold.
Also probably reflecting on how this heads-up battle on both sides of the dinner break really hasn't gone his way, considering they were practically even at the start.
5, 4, 3, 4.
Now he is very much approaching the danger zone as he completes here with 8-3. Gets shoved on again. Amos says, just let Song win. That's not how it works, Amos. And by no means is it guaranteed that Stephen Song will win. We've seen players come back from worse deficits than this. Granted, he is a huge statistical underdog right now, and it doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. I'm slightly concerned, though, and this could be a terrible read. Hume kind of looks a bit defeated right now.
Yeah, I think part of it is just, you know,
Come on,
hoping he can pick up a hand to call off with. And part of it is honestly still running back that queen's hand in his mind.
Well, he's down to 10 big blinds now. 6.2 million.
I'm due something.
You definitely do. I've had pretty good hands.
Yeah, Kieran on YouTube observing that hand distribution has really favored Song, and King Queen was such a swing. And Stephen concedes that. He's running pretty good. Hume looking for an opportunity. 4 deuce offsuit is not it.
5, 4, 3. All right, I'm not gonna look at that. And how bad are these hands? It's crazy.
Jack 10.
That would
Bless
be a
you.
worse hand than the last 4 hands I've had. It's not even fair sometimes. Well, you're setting up for a sick comeback story.
Hume starts this hand with 8 big blinds. Gets shoved on by Song, and he is calling. Song with a 7.
Oh, they have 8.
Hume.
8. I have A7. He has 8.
Pocket 8.
You know, we did see A7 beat 8s yesterday. Could happen.
So Hume gets it in as the favorite, gets it in with the pocket pair, but how well has Stephen Song run in all-ins today? Hume, 71% to get the double up. No ace on the desk. However, additional outs for Stephen Song. 4's working for him as well. Turn card. It's a 4. Hume can still spike a 7. As the cliche goes, it isn't over until the fat lady sings.
Crazy, huh?
She has sung, and for Stephen Song, it's victory. Here at EPT Barcelona, he will lift the trophy. He joins the ranks of European Poker Tour champions.
Wow, that's a sick fold.
I mean, if it wasn't a king, I mean, the king doesn't really make too much difference, but maybe
No,
you don't
no.
shove like a 10 for value.
No, no.
Oh, well. I'm not going to look like an idiot then. I thought I might do. Yeah, I just
No,
got
no. Yeah, you
well
just
played, man.
Yeah, I just had the best hand.
Nice bluff for the night. Good game, brother. Enjoy it.
Here at this special event celebrating 20 years of the European Poker Tour, Stephen Song claims the title for the United States of America. Gets more than 1.2 million euros.
I'm cutting my hair again.
And he will lift the trophy.
Whoa, that was sick. The trophy! And the money! Well, I already locked up the money, but...
Yeah, that trophy, you want that on your mantle.
Oh, that's insane.
An impressive title, an impressive result.
That is sick.
You only have to walk through the venue here to see the faces of champions of yesteryear to know what it means to be part of that elite winner's circle.
We're still friends.
My friend. Yeah, still friends, still friends. Oh, man.
You're going to get your...
Nuts.
Yeah, it's great to see someone still feel so excited. You know, he's had some big scores, he's had some good chances, but this one he was able to capitalize on and take it all the way home.
Congratulations to Stephen Song. Let's revisit how this final table went down today. It started six-handed, and then Boris Kuzmanovic got it in against Rania Nasreddine. A 6 on the river brought relief for Rania, and we had our first KO of the day. David Coleman clashed with Andrew Hume. His river hero call was incorrect. Coleman was out in 5th. During four-handed play, Stephen Song hit not one, but 2 miracle rivers. Rania Nasreddine also got rivered. She hit the rail in 4th. There was a big flip. Marius Patea versus Andrew Hume. The river card took us to heads up. The easiest deal in EPT history, followed by a heads-up battle that was all Stephen Song, and he will be crowned EPT Barcelona champion. And he's down on the floor with Joe Stapleton.
Stephen, or as I heard someone call you, Riverman, how do you think you ran today?
Honestly, awful. Thank God I'm such a great player. Otherwise, you know, if it weren't for luck, I'd win every tournament, right? But.
Well, I don't want you to think that we're taking away from you being a great player, because you are, but Riverman is an apt name for you today. I want to talk a little bit about your career overall. Your live results only go back to 2016. You won Player of the Year in 2022, an EPT in 2024. That feels meteoric to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly been unreal. Like, I don't know. I've been like a huge poker fanboy ever since I was like a little kid. And yeah, I mean, this is like the pinnacle. I always said like winning an EPT would be the sickest one of the 3 of the Triple Crown, but I just didn't think it would ever happen because I just don't play that many. But yeah, it's honestly a dream come true. I mean, it just feels like it was just scripted. I just couldn't lose no matter what I did. You know, sometimes it's just like that. You just, you know, the cards are just going to go your way every time. And it just, I don't know, it's pretty unfair for everyone else, but I'll take it, you know.
What would that little kid say about you walking away with more than 1.2 million euros?
I mean, first of all, he'd want me to get a
cool bike.
Way too expensive car, which I'm not going to do. But yeah, I mean, I don't think he'd even be able to believe it. Just like, I remember just watching YouTube videos of like, whether it was WC main event or EPT, all the main events and high rollers in my room on my laptop when I wasn't supposed to be up at night. Yeah, it's just been incredible.
Okay, one last thing I want to ask you here at the 20th anniversary of the EPT here in Barcelona. Dozens and dozens of caches in the USA, but I noticed that most of the ones that aren't are here at EPT Barcelona. What keeps bringing you back here?
Honestly, the stop's just amazing. I think anyone from the US who, I mean, people aren't going to like me telling more pros to come, but I think it's just an amazing stop. The country's amazing. The fields are just huge. I always kind of thought of it as like the WSOP version of Europe. And yeah, I mean, now it just feels like I can never miss a EPT Barcelona stop again. But yeah.
Make no mistake, we want everyone to come. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a big round of applause for our EPT 20 Barcelona champion, Steven Song.
And very soon we will present Steven Song with his trophy. Congratulations to all 6 players who made today's final table, particularly to Rania Nasreddine making back-to-back EPT finals. Also, congratulations to Andrew Hume on his 2nd place finish, but still a great result, having locked up more than €1 million in the deal. But history remembers the victors, and the winner of this event is Steven Song, €1.29 million, and of course, the championship trophy.
Hello and welcome to the closing chapter of this historic EPT 20 Barcelona. It's been 7 days of past champions, seasoned veterans, and bright new talent all battling it out to determine the winner of this main event. Here on stage to ground this worthy addition to the long line of EPT champions is Casino Barcelona Gaming Director Pedro Berlanga, Tournament Director Toby Stone, Live Events Business Development Manager for PokerStars, Julian Liarte, and PokerStars Live Events Associate Director, Cedric Below. Before we hand over the trophy, Cedric would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Joe. Just a few words, I promise. The usual thank you as we close this EPT 20th anniversary. I think it's a good moment to look back at the evolution of the EPT. And I very much like to think the EPT became a global tour and not only a European poker tour. We saw 3 Americans on the final table today, an American winner. So I think it's a great testimony of how global the EPT has become, the best tournament on the planet again. So a big thank you to everyone who is working at the EPT, but also a big thank you to everyone who's worked at the EPT for the last 20 years, who has contributed to everything. A great thank you to Casino Barcelona for being an amazing host for the last 20 years as well. And that's it, guys. The next event is going to be in Cyprus for the EPT and also going to America in November for the NIPT. Thank you very much and a good evening to everyone.
Thank you, Cedric. And now, for besting a field of 1,975 runners to take the title and more than €1.2 million, please give it up for Steven Song.
Closing out this incredible festival here in Barcelona, Steven Song lifts the EPT main event trophy. Well, that ends our 20th anniversary celebrations. A reminder, you can get a full recap of everything that's happened here in Barcelona on the PokerStars blog. And as Cedric said there, the next event will be in Cyprus. Live coverage on the blog, live coverage on Poker News, and of course, we'll kick off our streaming in October. Thank you for watching our coverage from Barcelona. For Sam Grafton, Griffin Bencher, Nick Walsh, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and everyone who has worked for the European Poker Tour over the last 20 years, I'm James Harskin saying thank you for watching, and good night from Barcelona.
I had no doubt that the EPT was going to be incredibly successful.
Stavage takes the win here in Barcelona.
The whole journey was just crazy, and it was just such a wonderful thing to be part of.
The game begins. I feel a tingling rush beneath my skin. I came to win this time. me.